Good evening, everybody, and hello, yes. Can everybody hear me? Welcome on in, and hello. It is... Sorry, my mic just slipped. Ever the consummate professional, I am ever. Hello, and welcome to day 3 of Modcon. They really missed a spot calling it Modcon. It would have been absolutely pandering to my narcissism, but hello, everybody. Welcome on in. Are we ready for the Sunday Megashow? Yes, I here am Midgeman, and I am going to be your host for not one, but 2 shows today. Well, we're dividing them into shows, but it's shows 4 and 5 of the convention. It's all one stream, and this is Modcon. Today, we've got a lot on the docket. As I said, we are doing 2 streams, and if you see also a few extra little features, the wonderful Modcon organizers are going to be showcasing some little messages. I'll try to read those out when they come up. You might see your name on screen and all of those wonderful things. I've just got to get to the top of my document. I had some last minute scary time when I thought I had everything organized, and then someone said, oh no, this certain mod decided to go and it landed people in copyright issues, and I went, oh no, that's in my stream. So I had to naturally fix that. But anyway, where is... Sorry, there we go. Yes! Welcome to Modcon. Well, if you don't know what Modcon is about, it's a celebration and showcase of all of the... of a huge modding co-op between Vicky3, CK3, and Imperator Rome, and today we are not stopping. We've got a load of new mods that haven't been seen yet throughout the event, plus we're going to have a big old showcase of every mod so far. That's going to be in the spot between the 2 shows. If you want to know how this broadcast is going, well, first up we have this show, which is show 4. We're going to be looking at After the End Southernland. And then we're going to be looking at a collection of mods known as the Somnia anime mods. We've got Tales of Shinobi, The Rise of the Eldia, Princes of Darkness with a live interview, Elf Destiny, Godherja with also a live interview. Yes, there is another show later, but we'll get onto that. In between the shows, we're going to have a big old showcase of all sorts of mods and stuff. Oh, no, the chat's going... The chat box is kind of out of the loop. I'm a professional. It's been fixed. There's plenty of things today. The big old show in the middle is mostly all of the trailers that you might have missed. So if you've missed parts of the show thus far, don't worry about it. You'll get a catch up in the middle. Plus a couple of my own videos that I've thrown in there with 2 of the mods that are being showcased today. Elf Destiny and a CK3 A Game of Thrones video. And the reason I'm going... the reason for the break in the stream is I have to run to a theatrical rehearsal. I am currently rehearsing for a production of Shrek the Musical, and I'm going to be running outside to dance. That's basically what it's gonna be. That's the reasoning. Sorry about that, friends. The scheduling has been wild, but anyway. Also, there's a special thing. This stream and this event is wonderfully in aid of a charity. So this is all being done for charity. If you're watching on YouTube, you should see a nice little donate button appearing on your screen. Yes, we are here in support of the World Monuments Fund. What is the World Monuments Fund? The World Monuments Fund is a charity that looks to save national monuments, many of which you will see in the games that are being played today. They've been working for 60 years now to preserve, protect, and rebuild cultural heritage sites across the world. Whether that's Yazidi shrines destroyed by conflict, sustainable tourism in Khmer temples, and also like setting up authentic gardens in the Palace of Versailles. It's all about making our culture as humanity survive. And I think that's a wonderful charity. They work in 112 countries, and yeah, so you can check those out. I'm sure there'll be links in the decision in the description. Links appearing in the chat, and also just hit that donate button. We are trying desperately to beat last year's charity donation goal, and we're a little ways off, but if anyone can do it, it's this community right now. You can't say that and not what role you're playing as. Oh, I absolutely can. I'm playing Pinocchio. I'm not Shrek. But there we go. Yes, and also there is another subtle... There's not a sponsorship, but Paradox Interactive have graciously given us some keys to give away for, I believe, their CK3 Chapter 4. All of the DLC released in the Chapter 4 section of CK3 are going to be up for grabs. The Modcon organizers will be floating around in chat, putting those things around. Also, I can already see some donations coming in. Modcon people who have my link to highlight things in chat, you can also hit those donos if they come up. So yeah, so absolutely, if you can see them, please click those. There's some awesome donations coming in, and again, already thank you so much for your support. Yeah, we're going to be giving away some keys, and then finally there is another wonderful thing that's happening during this convention. That is a mod jam. Loads of the mod organizers and modders that we're featuring the mods of, they are putting together a mod in 3 days during this convention. And today we have a playtest of that mod, much later, to see how they've got on. But today we're actually, first thing, before we start showing any of the trailers, we're going to do a little bit of a check-in. And I'm going to bring in East Pointed, who is, I believe, one of the devs. I think he's the solo dev for Elf, or they, sorry. Don't want to assume gender. They are the solo dev for Elf Destiny, but they're going to be giving us the little recap on how it's been going. So I'm going to jump on in with them. Hello, East Pointed. You're live on stream. How are you doing? Are you there?
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
First time caller, long time listener.
Oh yeah, treat it like a radio show. Awesome. How are you doing? How has the convention been, and how is the mod jam coming along?
I think that so far it's been a huge success. I've been loving the convention, but more so the mod jam's been firing on all cylinders this year. We got a big team, probably bigger than last year. I think maybe double the size, and we got modders of all skill levels. We got some legends. We got some novices, but I think that's what makes it great. We got a great mix of talent, and everyone's making big contributions, and it's exciting.
Is this your first mod jam with the convention, or are you a veteran at this point?
I am a veteran. Last year was my first one where we did I think it was called like Minstrels of something, where we added like basically you could become a musician and travel around the map and play for all the lords and their courts, and that was I think that was a great one. New activities, and we've only sharpened our skills this year.
So do you want to give everyone the lowdown of what we're going to be doing? And I'm going to try and bring this up on the stream without doxing anything.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if you can share the images in the chat or not. But
yeah, I'm working on it. So if you start speaking, I'll bring them up as and when.
Yeah, so just we can give the first spoilers. So like this year, the mod is called Crusader Kings, which, in case you can't tell, is a pirate-themed mod. We are adding pirates to Crusader Kings. So the basic idea of the mod is you can take the decision to become a pirate, which means you become like a new landless lord. You get a new pirate trait, new pirate government, and you've basically dedicated your life to sea crime. So you're gonna travel around the map. Occasionally you'll get like contracts to you'll get like a notice, hey, a lord's merchant ship is leaving his port, and you can go try to raid it and take treasure from it. Alongside that, there's going to be a new activity where you can visit a port and you can go gamble there or recruit people to your crew. Maybe even more. And perhaps even you'll have a chance to go find a big treasure. You'll have to find pieces of a map. Very exciting. And I know there's going to be artifacts, men-at-arms, and a lot more. We're trying to squeeze in as many little features as we can in the few hours we have left today.
Yep. I'm looking forward to giving this a go later. Honestly, I was like, oh, they're doing pirates? I'm not sure how this is going to work. Like in the previous weeks. And then we came to today, I started looking through everything. I was like, ooh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be really fun.
Yeah, and when we first started, we had a little debate, like, how realistic do we want to go with this? Because there wasn't really like, you think of like Captain Jack Sparrow, that's like North America, Caribbean pirates, and those weren't really around in this time period, but we just kind of leaned into like maybe alternate history where, there's no gunpowder, there's no cannons, but everything else that you think of when you think of a pirate, we kind of just said, okay, it's just going to be in this time period. So expect that kind of pirates.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I think that's everything so far. What kind of things are you guys planning on trying to get done by tonight? Like, is there something that's majorly not working, or what's going
on? Everything needs polish. Some of the events don't have like all the forking paths they can take finished. We're trying to get like some of like the domicile pirate ship upgrades to actually like affect how the events go. We're kind of maybe still going to add like some kind of big end game. Hey, you fully leveled up your pirate trait, and now you can do something cool. Maybe, I don't know, like a Casus Belli where you can invade a kingdom or something like that. Maybe put in more artifacts. Try to get like, we have some like pirate swords, but maybe there's some more stuff we can add. So it's just like whatever anyone's ambitious wanting to try to get done at the last second. But as of now, I think we have like a functioning core mod that we're just kind of adding meat to the bones.
And do you think it's going to be playable? Like, yeah, am I gonna just spend some time crouching, or is it gonna be fine?
I can't promise playable, but we'll do our best.
Absolutely. Well,
I'm sure we'll do it live.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I need to get on with this show and start showing off some wonderful mods, including yours later. I believe you're in show 4. So, yeah, I'm very excited, but I'll let you get back to the mod jam. And thank you for taking the time to speak with all of us.
Thanks for hosting. Super pumped for it. Excited to see you present it later.
Well, I hope I do it justice. Ooh. And yes, you are a pirate. Yaha fiddly dee. Right, gang, we are back. Sorry. Also, sorry if the music was slightly too loud for moments there. I think my music isn't following my mixer right now, so I was turning it down on with my real life hand, and it wasn't happening on here. So apologies. Apologies. Let's hope that it I hope that's all good. Anyway, let me now present to you our first mod of the day. Let's roll the trailer. Yes, grab your Vegemite sandwiches and let's head to a land down under, as today we are introducing a mod inspired by After the End. Southern Lands takes you down under with unique cultures, faith, and features. This mod was apparently primarily a spin-off of the well-known and well-celebrated After the End, which I believe was seen earlier in this convention. But this time, instead of taking its roots in America, it's taking its roots in Australia, bringing its wackiness with it. Australian culture is often represented, and that is a skip page in my document. Australian culture is often represented as homogenized, so they've strived to represent the local minutiae of their country through cultures, languages, faith, and flavour. From the East-hating Westralians, Cornish pretenders of the Copper Triangle, to the hippies of the Northern Rivers, Australia is just as fun, colourful, and strange as After the End's Americas. Before the mod, there was a saying that in the After the End community that Australia spin-off was forever cursed to fail. When they started this project 2 years ago, they thought it would be the same way, but they've had... But what other attempts lacked, sorry, okay, I'm just gonna, small caveat here. I can't read. And I apologize to everyone right away. Other attempts seem to lack Australian spirit. They'd also like to give a shout out to the small community, has been immensely helpful in the endeavour of creating this mod. They've focused on representing First Nations of Australia, the oldest continuous cultures of the world. Over half of our 100+ cultures represent the indigenous groups with new traditions and mechanics. There are also 17 faiths representing a wide breadth of indigenous spirituality. So mates, come to the land down under where women glow and men plunder. Learn the beliefs of the world's most ancient people and conquer the country as a roaming drover, or stalk the bush as a bushranger. Or maybe just prawn out on it. Put a prawn out on the Barbie. Is it prawn? I swear the famous Come and Say Good Day trailer has put another shrimp on the Barbie. But anyway. That's that mod. Actually, I'm sat here and I'm going, oh, I really want to play that. But then again, I think I'm going to say that to most of the mods today. What does everyone in chat think? What do we all think? Also, I want a copy of that version of A Land Down Under. I want that. I want that copy right there. Let me know. And reading's half after all, especially when you're doing it in front of a live audience. Oh gosh, you should hear some of the outtakes of my own video recording. Is it prawn? It is prawn. Am I being oh gosh, am I? Nobody says Australia says shrimp. It's prawn. Yeah. I'm just trying to think of the advert though. Does come and say good day? Oh wow, am I just anyway? Everyone's looking forward to that mod. Shall we check out something very juxtaposing to Australian mods? We're now going to get a little bit, let's say, anime.
Hello, I'm Swordfish, representative of Somnia anime mods team. Today I will introduce raw content and the technique implementation of our mods. Sorry, not this one. I took wrong video. HM invention, as well as most of our content mods, are from mobile video game. The name of HMI is from game developer of Worship Girls MORE Fantastic, or Huanmeng in Pinyin. All other mods from video games keep original name like Arcanine or Blue Archive. The story of HMI is happened in Solar 3, that is the Earth. In Somnia mythology, the Worship Girls are celestial beings left on Earth of a war against the deep sea. Humans who revere them form the polytheistic Somnia religion, worshipping these angels as diving guardians against the deep sea's return. A prophecy warns that civilization will collapse if there are more than 1 billion naked apes, triggering the deep sea's resurgence. Over centuries, Worship Girls established fashions worldwide, but none endured. In 867 AD, their fate lies in the hands of capricious gods. So I will spend most time in how we implemented 2D portrait and the features of HMI. This presentation is for a series of modes. You may already notice. Which DLC are they? Yes, those are all content modes from Somnia team for now. Different from those total conversion modes. We built a modularized mode set, which I will introduce later. Our flagship mode, HMI, began as a charter mode for CK2 in 2015. Over time, it has expanded into a full universe with religions, governments, and interconnected stories across EU4, CK3, and VK3. When CK3 introduced 3D models, we faced a crisis. Converting 2D anime portrait to 3D seems impossible. Of course, finally we did it. For the consideration of religion, Paradox used a seal to replace the portrait of the prophet, which inspired us to invent the first generation of dual vector foil. By blocking vanilla models as well as accessory and importing a new model with 2D picture, we managed to import 2D portrait to CK3. We call it Paper Girls because it's really a paper. You can find the non-existent side face in the royal court. At the same time, the way is still the prophet's and frequently reported the wives dress muggles 3D clothing or have glasses on the months with other modes. I'm done with human JoJo. Leveraging the portrait group feature introduced by Black Ninja, a former Paradox staff, we managed to define wives to something not human, so they never dress clothes again, nor had the hand flying in the sky. One of us created some other anime modes then, which became the prototype of ecosystem of anime modes, sharing 2D portrait implementation and triggers, and designed to compatible with each other both in script and lore. Also, many fans want to play wife modes with other fantastic modes, but we have introduced tons of mechanisms which destroy the compatibility. For better compatibility and maintainability, I started dividing HMI, splitted the history, religion, government, and so on off to HMI expanded, so the base charter mode can use with most modes. Splitted the implementation of 2D portrait off to anime core life, so we get rid of placing those files between modes again and again. This also provided a guide and SDK for other modes, and is an effort for an ecosystem with high compatibility. For now, we have 7 charter modes and 2 expanding submodes in the team, and about 10 anime modes created by individual authors. Splitted dedicated content off, like made universalized, keeping the specificity and focus on the theme. Finally, we splitted all shared content and the change of vanilla files off to Hunjian Common Lab. Thus, there is almost no cost in maintenance of charter modes, so we can spend more time in creating more things. For example, the first version of Pretty Derby only cost me 3 days. That is all attributed to the high reusable scripts. Now, let's start with what we actually did in the game. HMI did touch everything except map and models, where we have paper girls who need models. First of all is the wife mode, so I will show wife before other contents. We keep the randomness from those Japanese-style gacha game, but leave a free chance to choose one each mode. The filter is a small trick to pick what you want from 500 charters. Also, there is a custom GUI showing which wife you'll get. 10 events in a single day is stunning. To avoid the GUI conflict, we integrated entries of custom GUI into a single trailer. We also show a wife speaking. Some have dialogue and even voice submode. The sentences depend on what are you doing and their opinion. Well, we know what is necessary. You can't view whole portrait in the window, so we need another camera. Some have many clothes, if we consider this is clothes. Want a full wife game? The ancient Roma tech is all you need. It allows 2 wives have their child and make daughters of wives also wives. We know CK3 is a go-kart Harlem game, so we have some small protection. This relationship provides legal children birth and additional safety to your bloodline. We designed an upgradation system of title MAA, so your title army becomes stronger after battle. The progress is counted in experience. HMI also have some new basic type of MAA, varies from powder cavalry to expensive toys like tank and plane. Nowadays, most of waves have some weird setting. The most plain one of our modes is full of humanoid furies, so we designed many different fake models to avoid some accident and aging. For example, equipment system of worship girls. It uses the real hairs to fit vanilla lifespan formula, but treat as immortal until death. Worship girls have unique lifestyle trees, where there are actually towers without link, but you can pick bottom ones without top ones, with some cost. Many of those perks works in action instead of simple buff. The biggest difference from vanilla is the vanilla trees always end in a trait. We trick GUI to keep both styles works well. We also create a sub-page for worship girl equipments. No. Margot can't use this. Different from normal faces with 5 holy sites. Somnia start with only 2 holy sites. The other holy sites wait for your conquer and activation by decision. At the start of game, the Somnia suffer from serious debuffs, with a temporary buff as offset. Players need decrease and revert the debuff until buff decay. At the same time, your enemies will become stronger as you conquer more land. Here we designed both GUI and decision ways in case of GUI conflicted. At the bottom of Doctrine view, there are some incidents, or you can view them as temporary doctrine in most cases. Like China in CK2 Jade Dragon DLC, there is a new force orbiting observatory. They accept artifacts, gold and some charters in exchange of armies, doctors, railway, stalking, and even nuke. Yes, stalkings. Like every post-apocalyptic world, there is stalkings. Here, stalking is a kind of economic crop. What you need is just planting them and putting your leg on. However, this causes an addiction. Without enough stalking, the Somnian follower will unhappy and cause some negative influence. We also made a spandex law, or you can say it's stalking law. You can build a trade hub in that region, selling spandex to China. It's from a meme about another game made body stalking a brand of Chinese charters, so as you may have already noticed, it's exactly same region with thick load. As for railway, you can build a railway in medieval, travel from Baghdad to Constantinople within 1 week. The railway will expand automatically from your capital once you get it from new force. There is a custom map mode to show how long your railway extended, and more information like holy sites and special buildings. You can find the construction progress of railway in country view. Somnia have unique governments, administrative, navalry, and its federal replacement for players without the road to power or lower than king. We also add many QOL changes like assigning governor type when granting title or in badge. Those governments share new domicile type and holding types. You can convert vanilla holdings to new ones. And here is the domicile, called Naval Club. Of course, they have new buildings. They also have a CK2 style law system. We are old schools. And about law, we have tons of historical worship girls with own story events, and some have special musician by decision or CB. Notice what we did. Umamusume Pretty Derby. The name Umamusume literally means horse girls based on the mobile game with same name, as we will get Norman DLC in the end of April. I picked this plan up. Norman horse girl sounds cool. The lore is Umamusume are human girls blessed by the three governors. We explained the three governors as temporary, so you can see those Norman traditions replaced by these. Umamusume have unique attributes, both for their race activity and CK3 style buffs. You can train them by picking 4 calls or lane. As for raising, I did make a small panel for raising. You can select running style and build on one of them. It also shows their position and status during the game. Tell me, what did you recall at the first sight seeing Race House in CK3? Yes, breeding. There is a breeding system, which almost same with the grinding game. Umamusume have compatibility value calculated with parents and grandparents. To my surprise, the cursed table occupied 60 MB in total, but not laggy at all. Of course, the parameters were tweaked for CK3 gameplay. After all, we modders don't have KPI. We also have Temujin replaced by Umamusume's, with some Easter egg in their cult. Greater Hoof also come back as an Umamusume. CK2 good times back. Oripasi, a fatal, incurable, infectious illness, but only a fearless Terra species charter. At the cost of lifespan, Oripasi also increased pearls. The only thing you can do is assign a specialist to slow down its progression, but never invert. Following the idea of original mobile game, we made opinion to Oripasi a group of crime doctrine, like witchcraft. For example, it's accepted in Eastern, Christ in Judaism, and Shem in Christian. Like Shara of Blue Archive, the Lotus is also a special domicile building. You can use the ground ship travel on the land. Especially, Arknights have a genetic cluster inspired by a group of Pokemon, and a reproduction isolation setting. There are basically phylogenic branch, also a Chimera Ditto group. The mythic species, student. No one knows where the teacher was. Those creatures are considered as herald of God since ancient times. Tales like Shanghai Jin recorded their story, and they accepted those tales as name of courage. With the power of their halo, it's almost impossible to kill them really. The fatal damage to mortal just causes a reviving. As time goes by, they became part of many religions, even symbols of extinct ones. PA students will stay in 80 years old forever until first pregnancy. In our world, they are almost immortal. In this mode, we introduced Pyroxene as special currency, which earned by educating children, releasing prisoners, and also valuable. The Pyroxene is necessary for recruiting students in this mode, and constructing special domicile building called Shaler. Yes, domicile, even if you are a tribal feudal ruler. This feature allows adding various buildings in domicile instead overriding holdings. You will get an estate if you can't have domicile. So you may ask, will them lose when change government? Actually, those special buildings can be kept from camp to estate or any other supported type. Of course, we also have some simple features other than complicated magics. There are tens of traditions, emphasizes difference of the original culture where students from. Most of those traditions are unlocked by having corresponding students as your courtiers or vassals. We also have a bookmark and story submode for BA. You can revive those extinct religions in another name, like Egyptian polytheism. We often joking that it's almost a new paganism flavor mode.
Wow, that was something. Wow, there's some that anime mods, everybody. So I need to break this down for a moment, because not only one, if that's your thing, awesome, that looks really intense, but just on a level of modding, to implement systems from both CK2 and CK3, implement gotcha game kind of mechanics, all in the bounds of the CK3 engine. That's wild. So what we just saw was a collection of mods. It's multiple mods. Mainly, there's 3 main ones, and they take inspiration from various existing animes, and that was honestly a round of applause for, like, again, the amount of detail that they've gone into and the level of passion, shall we say, into those mods. Hey, there's definitely an audience for that, and clearly they've done that well. I'm a little lost for words, and also big shout out to the developer there who narrated a 15-minute video in not their native language and provided us with subtitles. That is a wonderful mark, and it just shows you how passionate the modding community is, but also how understanding they are of other people's needs and everything. It was fantastic. So anyway, we got to keep this ball rolling. We've got a lot to get through in this show. So let's roll a slightly different topic, shall we? I lied to you. There was more anime. Yes, welcome to Tales of Shinobi, which is a Naruto total conversion featuring ninja clans, warfare, and a struggle for power in the Shinobi world. It is a total conversion mod set in the world of Naruto. It adapts the game's core mechanics to reflect the Shinobi era, including chakra mechanics, new lifestyles, bloodlines traits, and Shinobi duels. Hidden villages are represented with their own mechanics and internal structures, while large-scale wars between nations and villages reflect the conflicts of the setting. Players can guide their clan through the struggles of the Naruto world, completing Shinobi missions, discovering new jutsu? Is it jutsu? Jutsu, and shaping their own Shinobi path. Fun fact, the developer spent 6 months rewatching the entire Naruto and Boruto series to ensure that the mod stays true to the source material. Why did I struggle with the word Naruto that I'd already said 4 times? Look, actually, I have to say that looks, again, decent. I'm not someone who watches anime, and I feel like I'm the wrong person to present it, but I'm still sat here as a non-anime enjoyer going, might have to give that one a go. Might have to give that one a go. Dang, what is? Let's do a little bit of a recap. Friends in the established audience, what have we thought of the mod so far? Like, tell me what's going on. Like, it's been real. Like, whoa! I was really not expecting, like, I think everyone is in the CK modding community expects big things because the CK modding community has big mods. You have Realms in Exile, you have the Game of Thrones. So when getting broadsided but these, it's just kind of like, damn, the CK modders know how to throw some punches. It's quite clearly. We need a Pokemon battle style system. Oh, that would be, no, because we'd get sued by Nintendo. And speaking of sued by Nintendo, let us move on to our next mod, I think. Deja vu, more anime. Rise of Eldia is a total it's a total conversion mod, bringing Isayama's Attack on Titan series to CK3. Rise of Eldia is an ambitious total conversion for CK3. It adds the world of Attack on Titan and centers around the three centric wars, Miria, Rose, and Cena, that protect the remnants of humanity from the hordes of mindless titans, whose only aim is the consumption of human flesh. That's behind the walls. I'm sure people have seen the anime of Attack on Titan, and I don't really need to explain the concept, but basically, humans hiding from big monster people that want to eat them. That's kind of the gist, but this has a number of unique mechanics, the main ones being the 9 Titan shapeshifters, people of Eldian culture who are able to transform into titans at will, who are immensely militarily powerful thanks to titanic boons. They also have regenerative properties. The power comes at the cost of their deaths exactly 13 years after they inherit their respective titans. Before this inevitable fate, most shifters will be forcibly fed to another titan, an Eldian turned into a mindless titan, so that their titan shifting powers may be transferred to a new owner. If a shifter dies without being eaten, the shifting power will be granted to a random Eldian born after that date. Another unique mechanic are the Walls of Paradis. Is it Paradis or Paradise? I'm not sure. I don't know. Don't sue me. The 3 50-meter tall circular walls that keep the mindless titans out, which are simulated in-game for a number of forced teleports, preventing wild titans from entering them, or declaring war in the first place. These walls can be breached by anyone bearing the right titans, colossal or armored, and possessed by the Malian warrior unit, at the beginning of the game. Another very, very ambitious mod that seems to take a really, a cult classic anime and bring it into the CK world. It's very interesting to see these anime mods brought into an engine which isn't necessarily made for them, but they've been adapted adapted for that. Yes, people in chat are asking, is it go later today? It is later today after our break, but we have plenty more mods. And, talking of eating human flesh, I think it's time we got a little darker. Let's roll the trailer.
My dear apprentice, I hope this letter finds you well. I have a task for you, but first I'd like you to ponder the cities of men. Ponder their great works and institutions. What are they to us but pieces on a game board, to be used as resources for the true rulers of the night? It would behoove you to know who these rulers are. Who's out there lording over the businesses, literally bleeding them dry? Who's presiding over the faithful, casting a shadow over what used to be a source of comfort? Who's stalking the alleys, preying on those who wouldn't be missed? There's whispers, too, of even stranger things lurking in the cities of men. Were-lions, renegade souls from the afterlife, even dangerous mortals whose faith can burn us to ashes. All this is valuable knowledge. Our clan thrives on knowledge, after all, is made and unmade by knowledge. Yet there is knowledge that even we are not privy to. And so I am sending you on your greatest task yet, my dear apprentice. Pack your things, travel far to the east, report back with anything you can find, anything we can use from the night creatures of the Middle Kingdom. Their abilities, their weapons, their weaknesses. Find out what awaits us in the lands of blood and silk. What is up, Modcon? This is D from the Princess of Darkness team, and we're here today with Yoshino, who is from Amakusa, but Japan is very hard to find on this map, so I've put her here for the demo. So you might have heard that Paradox is working on a continent-sized map expansion, and that's a big deal for this mod, since it takes place in the real world, you know, the one with vampires in it. So in order to put content in this continent, we've been doing a deep dive on all the Asia Vampire the Masquerade sourcebooks we could get our hands on, all the Dark Ages sourcebooks, all the modern sourcebooks, even high-quality fan supplements. And because even that is not enough to fill all of Asia with characters, we're also writing entirely new characters with our usual level of quality. Some of these characters are heroic, some are tragic, and some are funny. I'm quite partial to the guy who just wants to go fishing, and after he died, he went to hell, escaped hell by himself, and immediately went back to fishing. That could be you. However, characters are Scythia's specialty, and she can tell you much more in our interview. I'm here to talk about Yoshino, because Yoshino is not a landed character ruling over a county, or a landless adventurer ruling over a camp, but a secret third thing. Let me show you what I mean. This is a fiefdom. When you're playing Vampire the Masquerade, the tabletop RPG, a city like this one is where your story takes place in. In fact, one of the great joys of the game is that you're encouraged to set your story in your hometown, and then you get to imagine where in your hometown all the vampires would hang out. Which institutions are they controlling from the shadows, and where are they having their mafia turf wars over territory? And now, we have the technology to represent this in Crusader Kings. We have small towns, we have big cities, we have fiefdoms that are totalitarian, we have fiefdoms that are fragmented, we have failed experiments overrun by vampire hunters, and there's other creatures of the night for you to find. All of these cities are procedurally generated, using dangerous knowledge from evil sources, or some might say, math. Now, what you're seeing here is hot code, and a lot of it is experimental and subject to change, so I'm not going to go into detail about features that may or may not make it into the final version. I don't want to mislead you like that. But what I can do today is take you on a little adventure that represents the kind of gameplay that we're aiming for. So, Yoshino owns the Red Light District, which means she gets some bonuses from the district upgrades in there. Now, these aren't like buildings. You don't get a big list of them where you just get to choose the best one every time and plop it down, no big deal. Think of these more like loot that you have to find out in the world. Yoshino also owns a tavern, and there are some free upgrade slots there, so let's go get some loot. This is what it looks like when you start exploring a different fiefdom. As you can see, you start somewhere at the edge, and all of the districts are in Fog of War. You can reveal the mortal denizens of a district just by entering it, but if you want to learn more about the supernatural side, you'll have to explore your surroundings more thoroughly. But you also have to be strategic about it, since you don't have all the time in the world. So, put yourself in a spot where you can get as many districts at once. I find this very satisfying for some reason. It's kinda like popping bubble wrap. So now Yoshino is thinking, what is something you can put in a tavern? Something that everybody likes. Some nice decoration? No, nobody wants that. How about cats? Now that's a great idea, except it's a bad idea because these cats are in a district controlled by a vampire hunter. So she can't just knock on his front door and ask for them nicely or buy the cats off of him. She would have to be sneaky. She will do a cat heist. Oh my god, I could have said cat burglar. Missed opportunity. Anyway, heists have been in the mod since last year. You've all seen those. And if you haven't seen those, go play Prince of Darkness. We have heists. Sneak around, dodge guards, have a grand old time. To make a long story short, Yoshino returns, cats in tow, and now she has cats in the tavern. Is that an upgrade? Should we have tried looking for beer instead? Maybe? Maybe you would put beer in your tavern, or maybe something else entirely. But our little demo ends here, and we hope you enjoyed this little appetizer for fiefdoms in Princess of Darkness.
Joining me now, live from a world of dark and dreary mystery, is the Princes of Darkness team. We please go ahead and introduce yourselves. But before you do that, can I just say thank you for the donation, POD team. Thank you for the donation to the World Monuments Fund. People, please donate to the World Monuments Fund. It's our selected charity for this event, and we are trying to preserve the fantastic monuments that you see in your very game with your very eyes and get to play with mechanically. But in the world, they are under threat of being lost, and so is so much of our cultural heritage as humanity. So please drop a donation if you can, please. If not, support the stream in other ways. Share the stream, share the news about the donations, and see if you know anyone who might be willing to give. But yes, please introduce whom is it I am speaking with right now?
D, I'll let you go first.
Yep. Yeah. Hey, I'm D. I do a bit of everything for Pod. Script, GUI, shaders. If you watch the Modcon demo from last year, I did the heist feature in that. And this year I'm doing fiefdoms.
And I am Scythia. I am specifically our lead portrait artist, and now with All Under Heaven coming, I'm also in charge of character writing and content writing for what we have coming up, as well as one of our primary lore specialists, as well for the World of Darkness. And then also a community manager and moderator for Princes of Darkness itself.
Awesome, awesome. So let's start off with the basics. We've just seen the Fiefdoms demo. What plans have you got going on, including that? I mean, there's a lot of expectations, a lot of things going on with a lot of mods right now because everyone's going, oh god, the map's expanding. Oh no, what are we doing? So yeah, take us through a little bit about sorry, I'm just seeing the message that's come up. Give blood at your blood donation send. Look. See, I've got a disclaimer.
Oh, that's why you got to donate to the World Monuments Funds. What are our elders without their havens?
True. I mean, I put a disclaimer on the bottom of the stream to say that vampires aren't real. I'm starting to think otherwise. But yes, tell us what's going on right now in the Princes of Darkness or mod cycle.
Yeah. So Asia is kind of a big deal for us, as I said in the video. It's kind of an inverse of the problems or benefits that our mod usually has, because normally we can just use the vanilla map. Our mod takes place on the vanilla map, and so while the other mods had to spend so much time creating a fantasy map, creating history, just doing years worth of setup, we could just skip all that and use all the vanilla setup for everything. But now it's kind of the opposite problem, because the vanilla map is expanding, and now we're scrambling to fit all of as much content as we can in there, because other DLCs can kind of be turned off. Like if a DLC adds a new government type or something, then we can just be like, okay, for the time being, we can turn it off and it's not playable in pod. We can't really turn off the map. So when they announced All Under Heaven, all hell broke loose, and right now in pod it's an all hands on deck situation, where we're cooperating on a level that we've not really done before, because our team is kind of anarchist in a way. We're all doing our own thing, and now we're trying to herd all the cats in the team and get everyone working on Asia, and we're making good progress. I think Scythia can speak a bit more on that, since she's leading the charge there.
Yes, specifically, both myself and one of our lead developers, Card, have actually been going, because World of Darkness actually does have a dedicated supernatural species native to East Asia called the Wongklei, or Hungry Dead, also known as the Thousand Demons. So specifically, we've been reading through all of their old source books as well, on top of any relevant source books we have regarding East Asia. But then specifically, there is still a lot of empty spots within the setting. And to that end, Card has tasked me, as I've done professional writing in the past, and I've done character writing. So I've actually gone and taken a lot of obscure bits of the World of Darkness and elevating them into full-out, entire realized concepts. So thus far, one big project I've been working on is the current court structure of China, where I've currently taken a bunch of single name groups and expanded them into entire groups with underlying themes to unite each other together, full characters, to actually make playing that region a lot more interesting. Because our greatest concern was we were going to run into a situation in East Asia similar to what we have in sub-Saharan Africa in the mod right now, where it's just a large blob of Libon vampires, but in this case it would be with the Hungry Dead. So we decided we didn't want to do that, so that's why Card put me to character writing. And then with other stuff, like for example, people saw in the demo that one vampire samurai. That's specifically an example of what we're doing. We've actually taken some very niche vampires from Vampire the Masquerade First Edition, and we are retooling them to bring them up to modernity, because they haven't aged well. Although, however, I have put a focus into updating them, making sure they aren't terrible, but then also fun to play. Like Miyako, one of the characters we showed off was one of those characters. Yoshino, that D showed off, is also her childer. So specifically, we want to make sure that East Asia isn't just done. It's fun to play in with fully interesting characters, because that's one of Prince of Darkness' greatest strengths, I feel, is how the characters in the world aren't just regular random yippity-doo leaders. They're actually fully realized characters that are fully interesting to play and interact with.
I suppose working with source material that is not only heavily written about, but also is a TTRPG, is a series of comics. Like the World of Darkness is a huge, almost collaboration, just in the fact that sometimes someone will have written something for their own world, and then that makes it into canon. There's much older stuff, there's newer editions, and there's a lot of information to parcel, finding out what's real, what's been role played, what's expanded upon, and trying to find your own comfortable sort of spot in between all of that, between creative freedom and working with the source material. You've got to be as true to what you're creating as possible. It must be quite difficult.
It is, yeah.
It is to an extent. Luckily, Card and Spark are both old guards of the setting. Specifically, Spark was playing when first edition released, and Card as well. So luckily, people back when Vampire was released in the 90s, we actually had lead developers that were playing it from the start, so that does kind of help. But then also, we focus on source books first. We don't particularly care about edition. If we can use it, we'll use it. Because specifically, even with all that we have, there is still a ton of space we're going to have to fill, which is what I've been doing. But then otherwise, though, luckily, me and Card had been rereading the source books specifically for this, and we also have gotten in touch with an excellent fan creator, Hisin Fan, who made the Relentless Age supplements that update the Hungry Dead into the current rule system of Vampire 20th edition, or second most recent one. 5th edition is the current edition, but the Hungry Dead haven't been brought to that. So it's a case of updating the most recent rules that they could play that we're actually using to help fill in that gaps, because we do want to collaborate with other members of the World of Darkness community in making this.
I also want to add, though, that having all the source material to pull from is both a blessing and a curse. Because, like, the World of Darkness has been around for 30 years. It went through a lot of iterations, a lot of different writers, a lot of retcons. And so there isn't, in some cases, there isn't, unified lore to pull from. Sometimes there's contradictions, and players will have to kind of pick and choose which kind of interpretations they prefer. And I think no matter what we do, we have to decide on something, and someone will be disappointed that we didn't pick their favorite edition. But, we try to pull from all the editions as much as we can and fit everything into a mostly consistent whole.
We will be taking a few questions here from chat, but before I move on to those, I have just a curiosity. Are you CK players that got into World of Darkness, or are you World of Darkness players that then got into CK?
I started with CK, and I sometimes say jokingly that I'm only in this team because this is the best mod. And if it wasn't the best mod, I'd be in a different team. But I just got pulled into the world because of all the love and care the lead developers put into it. And I think that is, if viewers can take one thing away from this interview, it's that you shouldn't be intimidated by the lore and all this content that we put into the mod. It's very welcoming. A lot of things are explained in game, and you can just dip your toes in and start playing. And I think just if you enjoy Crusader Kings, you will enjoy this mod as well. It's just Crusader Kings, but more. You do the same wars and the same intrigue, but the people you're doing intrigue against are immortal, and you have been rivals for centuries, and plots unfold over long periods of time. So I think there's a lot to like, even if you don't know the setting.
And I myself actually got into World of Darkness and Crusader Kings 3 around the same time. My tabletop group introduced it to me as I was starting to play Crusader Kings 3, and then on the workshop I saw, oh hey, here's the TTRPG I'm playing. I didn't know they had a total conversion mod. And then I specifically got really invested in it because I started as a portrait artist. That's my main thing that I've done for Prince of Darkness, where originally there was a character named Drennis that I really liked the lore of, and she didn't have a portrait. So I decided, I'll just make her a portrait and share it. And then here's where I am now writing official content for the mod. But then otherwise, and like Dee mentioned, it is an old setting, but that's not something to feel intimidated by. I like to joke I'm younger than when the setting originally ended. So specifically, and it's a case of like, even though it is big, there are definitely easy ways to get into it. Like, for example, the series Hunter the Parenting is a really good way to get into it, as well as Princes of Darkness. Both are, all things considering, very accessible ways to get into a tabletop game that is as old as Dungeons and Dragons and is critical to the genre as it is so.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I'm a CK player. I have been for many years now. And I am a TTRPG player who's sat and watched a lot of Vampire the Masquerade yet played. Haven't had a chance to play it yet. But I also haven't played the mod yet. And now I'm sat here again. It's like I was saying to you guys before the interview officially started in the green room, going, I really need to play this mod. I really do need to just sit down and play it. So I'm going to ask you, and also it might be beneficial to the audience. Can I have a suggested character to start if I'm coming to Princes of Darkness? What character should I give a go? If you could give me some suggestions.
If D doesn't have an immediate recommended character, for me, there's always one easy go-to. Is in Spain, in north central Spain, there is a character named Lucida de Aragon. Lucida is the signature character of the Lazambra and the easy go-to recommendation. She is one of our more accessible characters. She can either stay landed or go landless. She has access to the Iberian struggle, and she's easily the most content-rich character in the mod. So if you want both an accessible but yet full experience, Lucida de Aragon is the way to go.
Fair enough. D, anyone come to your mind?
I don't have any specific suggestions, but I would just give a warning that if you're playing the mod for the first time, don't go into it with expectations from CK3. Like, I see a lot of new players going, oh yeah, I always start as a one county ruler surrounded by hostile religions, and then they get their shit rocked. And yeah, Lucida is a good suggestion. Or any of the established characters in the first bookmark, like Helena. But I would agree with Lucida.
Fair enough. Well, I need to. If a Modcon staffer could tell me how I'm doing for time. In the meantime, I'll ask more questions. If there was one thing that you could add to the mod, what would it be? That's a very on the spot question. That's a very on the spot question.
No, I like the question. You know, if manpower and technical limitations weren't a thing, I would overhaul the duel system. Yeah, they're notorious for being hard to work with. That system is very hard to work with for modders, since it's basically just implemented via events, and the events have to work in multiplayer, and they have to work for the AI. And I think if we make some sacrifices in that regard, then I think we can make something a lot more special. Something that's more in line with tabletop, or that allows for group combat. That would be nice.
Group combat could be very, very interesting.
Yeah.
For me, I admittedly have something that I've always really wished for, and that would just be like you could tell I started as a portrait artist because like the thing that I would probably love the most would be just more hairstyles, like specifically for men, like longer flowing hairstyles, different medieval cuts, specifically to help distinguish characters more and more and more. Because I mean, Crusader Kings 3 is a grand strategy game, but it's also a role-playing game. So specifically, that also comes to mind with more hairstyles that are more readily accessible. Because while the DLCs usually give us great hairstyles, it's just one of those things like, well, we now have 3 that I'm going to be using or adding to my now go-to list. In this case, I always love it when we get new hair. It always feels like it's leaving me wanting for more.
Yeah, the amount of time I spend in the barbershop going, no, this doesn't look quite right. Let's
Oh yeah.
change that. Which outfit do I need for this? Especially making thumbnails. My God, it's just like I need my characters to look good. Yeah, I absolutely get that. And when a game like CK and Princess of Darkness, when it's so roleplay focused and so roleplay heavy, getting your character is right. So I can understand that being one of your wants or wishes for it. Is there any questions from chat at this point? We've probably got time for about one more question before the Modcon organizers usher me on and send these people back to the darkness whence they came, so that they can keep on modding and creating you some awesome content. But if there's anything else left on chat, or is there anything you guys wanted to ask chat? I might open it up to you, the developers. Is there any questions you have for our audience?
For the audience. Ooh. The tables have turned.
How the tables have turned.
I think I'd ask them what most excites them about our fiefdoms edition, because specifically that is what we showed off as part of this. Is the East Asia is going to be a big thing, but the fiefdoms and districts that D did, what excites them most about what's coming for there? Because that's a huge change where specifically duchy capitals are now going to get a lot more interesting. Hopefully in future updates as well, which D has done the bulk of the work on that, and I've done some writing for that. But otherwise, what excites chat about that feature?
Cool. Well, chat, that one's over to you. But their chat is asking, what are your plans for mages when they're implemented?
Oh, I knew this was coming.
Yeah.
So I made a promise to our patrons that we would have a functioning true magic system by the end of this year. Now, fiefdoms, so for those in chat who aren't familiar, who aren't vampires in real life, mages can't do anything in tabletop, and it is literally impossible to adapt in a video game, and I will try anyway, because, I make poor life decisions. But, admittedly, I've been procrastinating on it for a while, because it's not just a big design challenge, but also a programming challenge. But I have to say, after implementing fiefdoms, I'm not scared anymore.
Ooh.
So yeah, fiefdoms were very scary.
Oh, I could but from the gameplay like reveal of the trailer there, I was like, yeah, no, this is deep UI work and UX. Like this is so I can understand why you're feeling confident now because it looks good.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad people like it. So yeah, Mage is going to be yeah, that's the promise that I make, that in our patron build we will have a true magic system by the end of this year. And if I have to sacrifice fiefdoms to do it, I will. But ideally, I mean, there's people that have been waiting for Mage for like years at this point, and I don't want to let them down. So, ideally, I would like to release both fiefdoms and, that part of Mage this year, but if I can't fit in both, then I'll prioritize Mage.
Fair enough. Scythia, if you wouldn't mind taking us out, where can we find everything about Princes of Darkness?
Specifically, we have our Discord as our main place of activity, but then also on numerous modding websites, specifically on the Steam Workshop, Mod Nexus, Paradox Plaza, and several other small sites. We actually have a connection to all our socials. We have the Princes of Darkness wiki, which has a full list of links that you can get access to for download locations and the like. But then otherwise, as far as potentially communicating with developers, we're most active on Discord. But then otherwise, past that, there is also just any facet of our community. We have a rather large and dedicated one. So specifically, not even from devs, other players are actually quite responsive in helping other newer players better get into the setting as well. So specifically, any of our communities is a good place to go.
Thank you very much, guys. And thank you for your time and thank you for your submission to the convention. And again, also thank your team for the donation to the World Monuments Fund. It's been a pleasure having you here.
Thanks for having us.
You have a good rest of your day and happy nights to all.
So, that leads us on from our Princes of Darkness segment. honestly, again, such a wonderful mod, such a wonderful community. Give it a look. Before we move on to the next mod, however, I need to remind everybody, there are some Chapter 4 CK3 keys up for grabs. Yes, I have to mention that there are some giveaways happening, and they will be being drawn by the end of this show segment. So it's going to be by the time we're doing the Elf Destiny reveal a bit later, and that'll be the keys for Show 4. But there will be another chance to get yourself some keys in Show 5 later, so make sure you do stick around for that. And again, thank you so much to everyone thus far who has been donating to the World's Monuments Fund. It's been so wonderful to see your support. Alright, gang, I think it's time we moved on to another mod. Yes, Elf Destiny is returning. Elf Destiny, basically, become an Elf Lord, discover ancient secrets, and restore the greatness of elf kind. Elf Destiny is an immersive elf sandbox that integrates seamlessly into Crusader Kings 3, and fits into the base game. This is an alternative history mod that explores the question, what if elves had coexisted with humans throughout history? By the medieval era, elves teeter on the brink of extinction, having fled the world's edges, leading most to dismiss them as mere myths. Players begin as a human lord, petitioned by an archaeologist to fund an expedition to the newly discovered ancient elven ruins. There they uncover the mysteries and transform themselves into an elf, and become the new leader of elvenkind. From this pivotal moment, players will engage with the clergy of an ancient elven religion, unearth lost elven artifacts and commune with the gods, and forge a unique elven culture from a diverse array of traditions. Will this reborn elven population become the rulers or coexist with humanity? It doesn't correlate with a specific IP, but rather pulls from countless fantasy sources, and players might find references to The Lord of the Rings, Warhammer, D&D, Wheel of Time, Dune, and more. Basically, you want elves? You got elves. I recently did a full playthrough of this mod myself, and actually had a wonderful time doing so. I believe that video might even be included in the mid-show of this. Now, wonderful Modcon organizers, I believe I'm about to be told that I need to do a wheel of name here. We're gonna be pulling a winner right now. So, sorry, I'm not going to be bringing this on screen purely because I don't want to dox myself. And the way I've got the stream set up today, I didn't think I'd be doing Discord, this desktop capture. So you'll just have to believe me as I spin. You can probably hear the spinner going. Around and round it goes. Where she'll stop? Orpheus. The winner is Orpheus. I was about to say Orpheus, and Orpheus didn't win anything, if you know the story of him and Persephone. Persephone? Not Persephone. Does begin with a P. I'm forgetting my Greek myths. Help me, chat. Anyway, yeah, it's a great mod. Definitely go check it out, as are many and all of the mods that we're showcasing today. All right, with that, the organizers satiated, the gifted give away. This show is rigged? No. Why are we giving it to the orphans? Because orphans matter. If you ignore orphans, they become Batman. And we can't be dealing with Batman. Not in this crisis. Anyway, I need to find my show notes. There's my show notes. Where am I going? Last but not least, we don't have a trailer for these guys. These guys came to us today and said, yo, we don't need a trailer. We just want to talk. So please, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce to you the Godherja team. And they are going to be doing a screen share, bringing them in now. Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome.
Howdy.
How are we all doing? I'm going to have to set up your. Are you sharing a screen for me? If so,
yes.
Can I send you a link to share it through? And that way I will get it on the stream without doing a Discord share.
Fine by me.
Give me 2 moments. But while we do that, please introduce yourself, team.
All right. So we are the Godherja team. I am Lonely Knight. Are we talking to everybody right now?
Yeah, absolutely. You are
live.
Oh my
God. I am Lonely Knightess, leader of the Godherja team, proud leader. I will let everybody else talk.
I am Tog. I'm the lead coder on Godherja, and generally work on a bunch of other aspects of the mod as well.
Okay. Tog is my second in command. Next up is Happy, who used to be my second in command. Now he's the other thing.
Yeah, now I'm just a mock doing some scripting and mapping lately.
And then we have Aiden.
Yeah, hi, I'm Aiden. I primarily have been working on the Natan region and then doing some other work on Malkoys and other regions.
Awesome, awesome. Well, lovely to have you all here. And can I just cut in to say, Hellgraph Dragonhammer, thank you for the donation of $150 to the World Monument Fund. Absolutely exquisite of you. Thank you so much. Godherja, right. I've sent you in the Godherja room. I've sent you a link. Just if you can share your screen via that, that would be
I'm in it.
wonderful. I will double check if that's coming through in just a moment. And let's go to. Oh no!
I am in it, but there is no sound. It says. There's nothing sound worthy we have though.
That's
if you just
totally fine. Let's
running.
keep it muted. I don't have any music on either, so I do have a giant Godherja logo though right now covering my face, which I'm trying desperately to fix. Professional streamer, everybody. It's not like I do this for a living for not only myself but multiple other people, including Paradox. Anyway, there we go. Godherja, so take us through. What would you like to showcase today? Oh, so hang on. I'm trying to see if it's coming through. I don't know that your screen share is coming through. Make sure you hit the send button.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
You should be... Yeah.
It says standby.
Hold on. We should be able to see you in just a moment. Yes, there we go. There we go. It's coming through. Thank you.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Okay. Sorry. This was just we wanted to do a nice chiller Modcon video that we normally do.
Would you like some chill music on in the background? Would that make you feel better?
Yes, please. Oh yeah, let's like get some lo-fi beats or CK2 music. One of those.
I'll get lo-fi. Let's go with lo-fi. Really
yeah,
set
sure.
that.
But yeah, we wanted to do like a chiller thing. We always end up like burning out to the last minute getting everything in for ModCon, but we've been working on something very special, our first new bookmark, and then it ended up not being chill at all, and we ended up panicking anyway, and then you brought us into this chat like mid-panic, so
don't worry,
we're ready to go.
Too. I was panicking too. It's totally fine. But yes, if you want to showcase what's going on, I'll also be able to go full screen at moments in time if things become a little bit harder to read.
Of course, yeah, that'd probably be for the best. So we're showing off the 1298 bookmark. Godherja fans know this is not that, or people who know numbers. This is the current one, 1254, of course. Know and love it. But up here, a new world, 1298. Ooh, work in progress map. We got art coming in for that. I'm going to be saying that a lot. But yeah, here you can see the first new bookmark of 1298 for all the Godherja fans and others. It's going to be an insane amount of content. It's also going to be probably a great time to come in because we're doing a ton of stuff to polish and refine things as we go to work in this new bookmark and the old. So I'm not going to get too deep into the lore of Godherja and everything. I'm either going to assume you are a lore nerd already, or you do not care either way, in which case I will try not to get too deep into any lore stuff.
Let me just give them a little bit of a download, just so they have an expectation. That's fine. Godherja is a CK3 mod that is a total conversion and has an original dark fantasy world. It has a lot of vanilla mechanics, but also combined with some of your own, and now you're implementing a new start date, correct? That's the quick and dirty summary of it all.
Yep, that is correct. Godherja is a mod that's all about, it's like a fantasy sandbox toolbox. We want you to be able to do anything you want, or screw around, or blow up the world, or save it over and over again for centuries of gameplay. So every start date like this comes with not only tons of new characters that have their own crazy fantasy shit going on, but also new ways to blow up the world, tons of new magic schools with our spell system, new monsters, blah, blah, blah. So if you already like Godherja and you like the unique content we have, this is an effective, like, I'm not going to say doubling of the content, but, it is a huge boost. But it also adds, for 1254, if you start in our previous bookmark, this adds all of the content in this bookmark will be stuff that can naturally happen in the sandbox starting there. The characters might be different, but if you set up the exact same situation, you'll still get there. And alternate paths will have content too. So not only are we adding this new bookmark for you to play on, but it's also going to be adding like a century of content to 1298 as well. So with that, I'll show off a few of these characters.
Yeah, go ahead.
For example, if you wanted to hop onto Radyaville to open it up.
There you go. Open right up.
Yeah, and just if you launch into it from it, it's like Lonely was saying, a lot of the content that we've created in 1254 and for 1298 are going to kind of overlap and be able to dynamically occur. Some of it's also already going to be started in the 1298 start date, such as the Reformation movement within the Empiric. Now, in 1254, normally in game right now, this starts after Sinware passes away and the Stravolki preacher starts spreading his ideas throughout the newly settled lands. In 1298, this process has already started. You'll see on the map that not only has the religious makeup of the area changed overall, but there's a lot more organized faiths and new splinters from that Reformation. And so rather than having this kind of long timetable for it, it's just starting and is going to be using the specific characters that we've created to complete them in like a scripted fashion.
Very nice.
And we are in, by the way.
So
yeah, and so if sorry, you go ahead.
I was just going to ask as a general question, again, for people that might not be in the know, and also just for my own benefit here. Godherja, the world, like the world that you've created here, where did that originally come from? Like, what was the inspiration for it? I know that it's a sandbox. I know that it's based on fantasy, but was there an inciting moment? Was this like someone's D&D campaign brought back to life?
Yeah. So I just finished making Tino for Hearts Iron 4, and then I had a friend who was like, "Hey, you should consider, like, I work at Paradox. I have a friend at Paradox. Would you consider? Do you want to like do the CK3 beta and like work on your mod there?" And so I did that, and so Godherja got started back in the beta, and then we after that we came out not long after release. But that when he told me that, I had to like send them a proposal for like, this is going to be the mod I'm making. And so that day I was like driving at night somewhere in the woods, and it was sort of creepy, and like a bunch of like Ivor, like Norse sounding music came on like by Spotify.
Brilliant.
And like it just gave me like a real vibe. And then that night I sat at the hotel room and I just typed out a page of lore, and that became the inciting thing for Godherja, and all of this is just sort of built up from there. But
I had to move away from lo-fi in the soundtrack. I had to go for something a bit more fitting. So
that's perfectly fine. The lo-fi was a joke, and I'm glad it's over. So yeah, Godherja fans can see that the map looks quite a bit different. We've been doing a lot of work. You might notice, by the way, while we're showing stuff off, there'll be some little weird stuff, like a missing province here, and we got like some provinces that shouldn't be there here, and so on. That's just because we were in the middle of map work when it was going on. I had some stuff I was hoping I could show off, but we didn't quite have as much time to. But otherwise, we're pretty far ahead. Here's the religion screen. You might notice we're slowly filling it up with basically entirely new religions if you've played the mod before. Now there's some like Orange Poles, right, which are, they're already in 1254 and they can appear naturally already, but now they're dominant and the right wars and everything is starting up. You might also notice some new... Oh, what's up, Doug?
Sorry, I was just going to say, you can also open the decisions tab to show the situations.
Oh, right, yeah.
Situations active.
So the reason everything is, always pro-right is because we have this Shalvoki Reformation thing going on. Hey, you want to tell me a bit about that, Todd? It's your domain.
So in 1254, it takes a much longer time period. In 1298, it's already started. So in a couple of years after the game start, the schisms that were already kind of forming during the later migrations will start to appear on the map. This will be where you'll able to keep track of the different faiths within the Reformation. Some of them on map at the moment aren't currently in it just because they're less connected to it, but you'll later see ones such as the Corona Rite or Crown Rite, the Velasgrave Rite, a Eastern Rite for a little bit more pluralistic faith farther east, and a bunch of others that we have added for some of the other minor groups within the Empiric to just try to add this a greater diversity of religious change and upheaval that's coming with this mass migration from the continental interior to the coasts.
And so it's going to be the dominant thing. We have a lot of these situations planned. This one should actually be expired. This one's 1254, but it's all work in progress. We'll also have 1298, of course. I said it adds a whole new century of content, but it also adds tons of new content in general for 1254. Like one that's not shown here. I won't jump into the other bookmark and make us wait to do that, but it's like the Agatharia, the old dead empire here. It collapsing in 1254 now has a situation that has a ton of content, like a lot of stuff. You can also see, this is what I've been working on. I won't show them off in too much detail because they are very much not done. But we have these new faiths. We have Old Rite, Conclavian Rite. There is Mountain Sun Revivalist here. Imperial Sorrow cultists, post-imperial deviationists, East cult reformism, a lot of weird new religions. These are all the breakaway from the Adversarian faiths, because if you haven't noticed, the goal here is that basically all of the old 1254 faiths, like for the most part, like the Adversarian faiths and so on, are all gone. Like everything, 1298, the bookmark, the whole idea is it's the world is changing. Eventually we'll have 1,000 years of bookmarks of like the empire existing and things going from A to B. But this is the bookmark where it's like, all right, the world is seriously shifting. We're stepping into a new age. So everything is like sort of becoming different. So that'll also be something you can naturally have happen in 1254. All right, so we've shown that off. What else do you guys want to show off? Aiden, do you want to show off some Natman?
Sure. So if we go over to Nathan, have the game open myself so I can narrate even though I can't see the stream real time. But basically, if you recall from the previous situation back in 1254, we had our Mr. Flame of Corlaku causing some trouble in the east, and it was set up to have a big battle with the head of faith for the Natsnonic people. This war ended up being stalemated, as people could suspect potentially, and they ended up claiming 2 large kingdoms. Oh, also, you might notice this is a different map setup than what we had in the current bookmark, in the current Steam version. I've redrawn the map and added some more provinces, so now there are 4 kingdoms, with a central empty zone. I wonder what this could be. But basically, the Corlican faith expanded into a kingdom size, but then when the sun inherited a few years later in 1290, a mysterious large fire broke out in the capital and killed almost all of his house, causing vassals to break away and his grandson to inherit. And then there is the rise of the Pale Rider, who has started eating away at his border territory in the north. He serves our great Akardahama, the Undying. So he is the death cult faith that
Does that
so
religion have tenets?
Yes, it does. It does.
Yep.
There is death worship, the quest for death, and then Akadharmic rituals. They venerate the Lich King there, and it's not in necessarily yet, but the Pale Rider, part of his power will be from a special artifact he discovered. Oh no, it isn't. Okay, the Mask of the Pale Rider is in. There will be some mechanic basically planned out for if you play as him. Akadharma, it will be trying to have you do his bidding because you're wearing his mask, and you can choose to potentially resist it, cause a lot of stress and stuff, or just get more and more bonuses for doing his will in controlling all of Natanon.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's it's like, we do everything region by region, so that's like the little spiel for here, but over the next few months we'll be teasing more and more. Every little region has its own little spiel for whatever weird crisis it has going on. We want 1298 to really just feel like this climactic sort of like, the whole world is shifting over. So I see a lot of questions already. Do we want to post, I don't know how much longer we have for the showcase itself, but we are doing a Q&A after this to actually just go through the questions and like answer stuff.
Har was already putting it into the YouTube chat.
Okay, great. Okay, so that's there. So I see people asking questions in chat. Feel free to throw your questions onto that, and we'll answer them there. Till then, what else can we show off real quick?
We can show off some of those new models.
Oh, right. Yeah. Or is it on the character?
Yeah.
Thank God. So, no, wait, where is he?
The first one is he's in the landless title map south of, or west of Hamuhat.
I don't even remember where to find that. There it is. Very cool. Okay, so we have, I asked our modelers, these models aren't done, but I asked them if they could get them in just so we could show them off before we finish the textures and everything. So we have a bunch of new models coming in as well. Here's one of the new characters, the Undying Sword of the Angels, a mysterious figure that has been reportedly killed multiple times, but is still leading this big grand ritualist rebellion against the Wardenites. And they're a landless adventurer in this province. The idea here is that this is like their base camp, their ally. You don't actually play as this person. We'll probably make them like unplayable or something, perhaps. Or maybe we won't and we'll let them fuck around. But if you play as sort of the Angels, you'd be going all around just causing trouble and doing like a wide, whatever that meme thing they say in Dune is, revolt. Shahud, whatever. Yeah, something. I too watched that movie. So that's the intended gameplay. We can see very nice new model by our lovely Boris. We also have another new model, which should be on, if I could find their religion, it'd be in there, right? Where would I find the Forgotten Saint?
You'll probably have to go to the title of the Isle of Visions and then go to the title history to grab the religion since it's wiped out.
Wait, didn't we leave one like hanging out in a small island?
We are very good at preparation, so we're not going to show up that model right now, but it's a lot of work. But we will be, let's see, what else? We got this, all the situation down here. We could show off some new opening events that require opening that up. We have a new My Prolon map that I've been working on. I threw that in, completely changing this whole thing. Mind you, very work in progress, obviously.
Hang on, explain explain what that map outside of the map
is.
Oh, like what
yeah, sorry, I'm so like in Godherja mode. I'm not even thinking about the poor normies who don't know what the hell is going on.
Like me, I'm a normie. I don't know what's going on here.
So if you look here, there's these mountains, and you can see like there's like these hallway, like caves inside of it. And so this is the Maya Crata, which was like Adversary, the evil empire's shitty Hogwarts, and it has tunnels and accesses in there to let you travel down here, which is like the underground of it. And it's like this, in the current version of the map, it is this ungodly large, contentless like mess. So I've been really wanting to refine it and squeeze it down. It's like these tunnels that both span underneath the mountains, but they also stretch out across the entire world. So this is just like the top barely explored layer that like anybody ever settled. But eventually there will gradually be a few other little maps for the underground areas as you go deeper. I want to do development of each one at a time so they're all nice and polished unlike our previous iteration of it. But eventually there will also be like little access points all across the map so you could potentially end up in the underground and then move from there.
And you'll also be able to do adventure activities into the depths to find artifacts and different quote unquote dungeons, so to speak, buried beneath the earth.
Yep, it's the entire thing was planned before the adventuring update, and it was planned because when we had our idea to make our own adventuring system before Paradox, the company I work for, stole that from us and me. Please don't find it.
As another Paradox employee, I need to just doubly say that no theft actually occurred. Just to cover my own bases here. Don't get me sued.
A likely story from our boss. But I've seen the internal documents. I know it's got Godherja all the way down back there. No, but jokes aside. Yeah, so it was originally planned for our own adventuring system, and then Paradox did their own. So now it's planned for that system. So that's also, not only will you be able to run around that like a dwarf in there or whatever, you'll also be able to just go from anywhere on the map and say, I want to go into the Underdark and explore, and go down there and go to the Underdark, explore, do your thing. Yeah, I think we're into the thing now, right?
Let's start doing some Q&A. And also, I just want to say, Askil, thank you for the donation of €100 to the charity.
Askil is a team member. Godherja team claims that donation.
Okay. I mean, yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, let's head into some Q&A.
All right, so I've got our questions pulled up. Our first
I don't
one
have
is
the
going-
document, so it's you guys
can
run
send
the
it to
show
you.
here.
No worries. So the first question we got was, what mechanics are you most looking forward to adding into Godherja? I'll start just since I was reading it off, but currently I would say the ones that I'm most excited for are either going to be the aforementioned adventuring system, which I have been starting on. I just have not completed any localization for, or this like smaller thing that I've been working on for this region in Chevrolet called the Consularage, where I was setting up a smaller situation for handling a little bit of back and forth between the Republican interests there and the monarchist kind of history that's lasted beforehand.
They do a bit of
Lonely,
Reign of
how about
Terror in there.
yourself? Yeah.
Me next, what was that?
Yeah, what you are most interested in, like what mechanics are you most looking forward to adding?
Right. For me, I think the mechanic I am most interested in adding, God, there's so much stuff. I think I really like I'm the adversarial lead for the most part. I really like all of the weird little breakaway cults I've made, and I'm really excited to make it so that you can really start in 1254 and just experience this whole religion splintering and like decide what path in it you want to take and like what the future is going to look like. I think that's going to be very interesting. Oh, and I guess I'll do two because I'm special. The Undying Sword of the Angels and their whole system. Not only do they have the whole thing for like dying and coming back or whatever, however that works, but also their mechanics are. They are a character that this will spoil everything, but fuck it. They are a character that appears many times throughout the lore, like for 1,000 years or something. And so getting their mechanics in for this bookmark will be really neat because then you'll have different versions of those mechanics throughout many different bookmarks.
Mm-hmm.
Aiden, you want to do yours?
My favorite will be one of them will be the mechanical city that I alluded to over in Natanon. There will be a new ancient, very ancient structure that is there that has mechanical monstrosities that go out, and it's a great adventuring location. And there will be some interesting artifacts from bygone eras that a lot of people want to grab in 1298. It's been discovered recently. And then also the Avisarian legion stuck behind the shield in Malkois.
So I'm going to ask my own question. Screw your submission list. It's host privileges, okay? You're on my channel. I'll get to butt in when I want. Just as when you're going into Godherja as a team, how do you like decide what makes it into the mod, like lore wise, and what doesn't? Like, you guys have got a lot of your own fantasy here. Of course, there are some elements taken from various other sources. I think that's the case with all writing, but you've got a very unique looking world in terms of it's mostly archipelagos by the looks of it, and it's a lot of spines and design there. How do you go about making various cultures, kingdoms, characters for this sort of, when there's so much creative freedom to be had? How do you decide what to actually do?
So I have like editorial control as like the lead writer, basically. So I try to keep things consistent. And what happens basically, whenever we add a new region, I normally write up like a quick lore blurb and like throw in some faiths from the cool ideas I have to give a vibe and like a paragraph or two for each, whatever little things I think of. And then as we flesh it out, normally like 1 or 2 team members will like start taking charge of it. People who are trusted and been doing lore for a while, and they'll start, building things off and sharing with the team. We're very flat structure and collaborative. Like we're a commune of a team. So like everybody just starts throwing out their ideas, what they like, what's cool. People give suggestions, and then we build up. And the big thing we say when we write lore is that every time you answer a question, you should open up like 2 more. There should always be like mystery and stuff to follow. And so we always have all these hanging threads that when we add new regions or we make new lore, we can go and say, what about that character who vanished in a teleportation accident in lore here like 50 years ago? What if we made them show up in this place here that we're writing right now? Like stuff like that. Todd, did you have anything you wanted to?
Oh, I was just going to add, like, especially for history stuff, since it's all just kind of like, in a way, it's just kind of fan fiction. Often, at least the way that I try to come towards it, is it's less about over time building things out as it is excavating what was there. Especially once we have like some established history or cultures or faiths, we try not to change things as much as we can. We try to keep it consistent over time so we can always go back to old materials and reference our own like internal documents as much as possible. And often it just kind of ends up giving this feeling of this was the way that it was always meant to be. Even if maybe, certain team members or fans of the community like disagree with the direction that things from 1254 to 1298 happen, it kind of ends up just being the only way that we're able to picture it anymore.
Awesome.
All right, let's see. What other Q&As do we got? No one will understand what I'm saying, but Todd, can you make the column wider in the Q&As because I can't read it?
Yeah,
yes,
I got
please.
I just expanded
Thank
it.
you. Okay. Let's see. What are the Karzarat up to? Have they restored Karzarat's glory yet? Does anyone here like some Karzarat?
Yeah. So the Karzarads, they're primarily lonely. You can find them in Faygift and Calypsomy. They've primarily settled into this very idyllic kind of high fantasy region and have been heavily influenced by the Empiric and the migration far beyond what other groups in the migrations have had. So one thing that will almost always happen due to being scripted for 1298 is the Karzarads will form their own syncretic rite with the Shalvolki, known as the Jalmir rite. Which kind of ties the dualistic faith of the Karzarads into the structure of the rite system. There's only a handful of petty kings of the Karzarads in 1298. They haven't established their own kind of royal legitimacy or power structure yet, but they are, kind of on the cusp of that. There's room for them to grow.
All right, and if any of you have seen a question you like, feel free to pick it out. Otherwise, let's see. Be a good one to answer. I'm trying to look for like good questions that, as much as I would love to just talk about lore forever, I imagine you probably want to ask a question that'd be more.
I've got another one for you, if necessary, which is I'm someone who hasn't played Godherja, but it's one that's been on my radar for a while, and I'm sure people seeing the game as well now might be going, "Oh, this looks really, really cool." As a newbie, where would you recommend we play? Like, especially with this new start date, where do you think we will be good for us to like jump into to get a real feel of the mod?
For the new start date specifically, we'll have like a recommended bookmark for it. And at least personally, I'm going to recommend starting with any of the characters on that list, both because they'll be very centrally located in the history and the dynamics that we've tried to set up. And they'll have enough connections to the world around them that if you don't know a lot about the Godherja setting, if you don't know a lot about how the mod works, you are going to be easily able to hop in and experience a wide kind of spectrum of the world without needing a lot of that background knowledge. a lot of fan favorite characters can kind of require a little bit more meta knowledge about the game, especially some like Ace Crace from the 1254 start date.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Right. But we do try, and we've been trying to do it more and more over time, of adding as much tutorialization, game lessons, game concepts, and things of that nature, so that it's easier for people who don't want to spend all the time reading lore and just want to play to just hop in and not necessarily need to dive too deep into how much we've written. If
We
they
even
don't,
have, as I can show here, recently on our team members Max added our entire lore primer, our document, into the mod itself. So you
Whoa,
can just
awesome.
click it here at any time you want. It even has like all the nice little game concepts, so you can see references to whatever you're looking at.
I love the custom
And we
UI
want to
work
sort of
on that.
expand this sort of thing, and so we want to make it so you could get the lore and everything that you could possibly get out of it without having to actually leave it. And we also want to make it so that you can just drop in and just ignore the lore and still get a gist and just enjoy it. Like the Godherja is made to be a CK3 mod first and like a fun lore thing second. So everything has to be everything would ideally just be good gameplay, right? Like nothing you'd require lore for.
and similarly, important characters in the setting, like very important historical figures, will often now have biographies attached to them, so you can read a little bit more about them without having to open a second menu. It would just be there on their character UI.
Ooh,
Which
I
I'm
like
showing
that.
now.
I really
And we
like that.
also have certain key provinces now are getting glossary entries about some important history or regional knowledge about them also. That more depends on certain regions, like in Oedipezia and Calypsomi and stuff, but yeah.
Yep, as always, we have our little system of being able to see like little lore for different locations, which is suddenly not working in this version, so I'm backing out of that. But it works in the version you can play, so that's cool. So is this available now? This bookmark is not available now, but it will be soon. We've been talking about, we're hoping to get something. Okay, every time we say something to ModCon, it ends up multiplying by like 7, but we're hoping in like 2 or 3 months we can get like a playable version out to our Patreons for testing, and then after that we'll see. All right,
I did see another question from the QA. In the current build, several situations from 1298 generally seem impossible without player intervention. Are the respective events rolling out alongside 1298? Yeah.
You cut off, my friend.
Yeah. Just fully
We got a good
internet
yes, and
died.
it echoed.
You broke Discord's noise gating.
Oh, jeez. Did you hear the full question at least?
No,
we just got
yes, we heard the question.
Okay.
That's not the answer.
Yeah.
So
the
my answer is going to be yes. Our goal is for these events to be dynamic from 1254 into 1298. They won't necessarily be guaranteed to happen. Like yes, the Shivolki Reformation will happen from 1254 to 1298. It just won't necessarily happen exactly the same way. Figures such as the Lich invasion invading into Chevrolet, maybe it gets farther than it does in 1298. Perhaps the Undying Angel appears at a separate time than from when it does in the bookmark. We never want the world from 1254 and the world from 1298 to feel disconnected, but really want you to be able to experience them just kind of back to back, so to speak.
Let's grab another. We have time. How much longer do we have,
You
Midge?
make this your last question before I need to start rounding things out.
Oh boy.
Probably.
Got it.
And
right.
yeah.
Somebody fill for time for 5 seconds while I find a really good question.
Well, okay, yeah, I can fill the time, which is by simply saying, where will people find your mod, and how can people support you?
We will have the mod available on both Steam and ModDB, and then we will also use Patreon to help fund artists and efforts to create art for the mod. If you're interested in joining, we are also always recruiting.
Yes.
Desperately. I believe somebody on Modcon once said, like, please God, please give us modelers or something to that effect.
We
on
need
day one. Same TBH, as they say. So please apply. We're also going to be paying a lot of people for like art commissions and stuff. We really want to do like an art blowout and really start competing with some of these other mods because everyone's got these beautiful models we really want to start matching up with. So that's coming soon.
Absolutely. Well, do you have that final question?
Yes, it is this question that I am currently looking at right now. The question goes as such. I have no idea. These are all lore questions. I'm sorry. How did Senware die in canon lore? Old age. There you go. That's the question.
Well, thank you, Godherja team. It's been wonderful to have you guys here, and thank you for this insight into your mod and what's coming and what you guys are working on. It's really cool to see. Yeah, and good luck with not having your dev cycle expanded by ×8 by showing it on Modcon. That sounds like a really important factor for you guys.
Well, Modcon is over, so we can feel happiness for the first time in many months.
It's over for you, but for everybody else, it's still ongoing, and some people, it's just beginning. So
and we'll be watching and loving it alongside the community. These amazing mods, yay!
Yeah, absolutely. But thank you so much, and I'm gonna go round out this segment.
Yeah, thank you.
Peace.
So, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Discord. How'd it go? Well, as you can see, there's something that I need to put on my screen here. Apparently, I need to break it down for you, and I need to stop the music. We don't deserve happy medieval music. I got shouted at. I got shouted out for not having the wheel on screen. So here you have the tiniest piece of my monitor that I can show right now, without doing. I'm going to spin the wheel, because apparently I need to spin it 2 more times in the show before we head in over to show 5 and our big midpoint break. Midpoint break. There we go. My brain broke for a moment, gang. So I'm going to spin this wheel. We're going to have 2 more opportunities here of people winning themselves a Chapter 4 CK3 key. And we have... Koshebika, you have also become a winner. And then finally, drum roll, please. Imperial Brad. Imperial_Brad. Congratulations. If you missed out on that giveaway, don't worry. There is going to be another giveaway in the upcoming show, the second half of this broadcast. To go through what we're going to be doing in show 5, we've got Radiation Kings, Battle for Agatharia. We have the CK3 Modjam playthrough that has been going on throughout this event. We have the Orthographic Perspective, Battle Graphics, Catholic Trinity, and then the moment that many of you have been waiting for. A Game of Thrones with a live interview, and I think I'm going to be playing some of it. They haven't really told me what's going on with the Game of Thrones. They just expect me to know, and we can all blame Uber for that. But for now, gang, we are going to be going into what I love to call the midpoint break. Basically, I'm about to run outside, do a load of singing and dancing, and I'll come back. But what we're going to do in that time is, 1, you are going to support the World Monuments Fund by getting your donations in, and we're going to review every mod, bar one, that has been showcased so far. There is one mod that won't be in this cycle, and that's because they put some copyrighted music in their video, and I am angry at them for that. So every mod showcase we've had so far on this event, plus 2 of my videos to kind of extend the time out, and then if I'm not back in time, it's just going to loop. But I'll give you a timer. I will see you guys soon. Have a wonderful time enjoying this, and I will be back in a moment. Let's bring in the midpoint break.
History is the beginning and end of all things. Every action has a cause and effect, and so too does inaction. Each living creature must make a choice, and then learn to live with the consequences. DAESH has seen its fair share of consequences, has it not? Oh, pardon my poor manners. I am known as Brother Genitivi. My role is that of a humble Chantry scholar, though some of you knew that already. Alas, I know why each of you are here. You wish to learn about the Glory Age, a time when the Second Blight had just come to an end. When Ferelden had neither king nor queen. Before the Dells were brought to ruin. When Orlais warred with her own people. To the southeast of Thedas and beyond the Frostback Mountains lies the land of the ancient Alamari. At this time, an ambitious man by the name of Tern Kedman declared himself king of Ferelden, which prompted civil war between himself and the other Terns and Arls of the land. Even those of Avar and Chastened descent seek to rise to glory by laying claim to the title of king or queen of Ferelden. Yes, this part of Thedas has never been left wanting for conflict, yet it continues to prove resourceful and strong even in the present. War is in their blood, such is the nature of the Dog Lords. Those that know the tale of the elves understand it to be a tragic one. They lost the last vestiges of their empire to the Tevinter Imperium, eventually earning themselves a new home in the Dells. Southwest of Thedas, and beyond the Frostback Mountains, the remaining Elven reside in their home near Orlais. When the Second Blight ravaged the land, decimating much of the Orlesian Empire, the elves chose to stay behind their walls. Right or wrong, the human neighbors would not forget their inaction. This only fed the tensions between the humans and elves, which would eventually reach a breaking point at Red Crossing. This massacre led to the War of the Dells, and shortly after, the Exalted March. Orlais managed to weather the Second Blight, but not without scars. With the Orlesian Empire in disarray, it would appear that those in the Nahashan marshes believe they no longer require an emperor. Historically, scholars believe that Cordelis Dracon II was unable to escape his father's long shadow, which led some of his vassals to question his legitimacy as a ruler. For one Rue Marchette, a local lord in Nahashan of considerable popularity, enough was enough. While not much is known of Rue, it is said that he began the rebellion against the Orlesian Empire to secure the independence of the marshes. By the Maker, look at the hour. Hopefully you've learned something from this doddering old fool. Now, I need to get going, but I'm sure we'll see one another again, won't we? If you require an incentive, I suppose I could be convinced to spoil just a smidgen. Our next lesson will be about the strange arid jewel of Navarra, a place where both the living and dead toil for the betterment of society, and dragons dare not land. Until then, may the Maker watch over you, my friend. Our Thedas gives as much as she takes, but the question is, are you prepared to pay her price?
May I tell you a story, my prince? In the days before the Great Cataclysm and the divine sundering of the world, the empire of the Golden Sun, the empire of your forefathers, stood on the brink of collapse. Their sworn enemy, the elven host of the Volokar, held an all but absolute power over the world of men. Kings fell to their might. Rebel sons knelt before their new elven emperor. Even our own imperial forces could not stop them from razing our capital. On the eve of our final defeat by the Volokar, and as if prompted by nothing but their own heavenly design, the gods fell on our world with a violent passion. A ruinous war for the heavens broke out upon Iona, shattering the old order into 1,000 pieces. For 13 years, the gods' terrible power raged. Continents were vitrified, great islands sunk. And when God killed God, the very earth would weep in awe. When the last god fell, a new world was born from their holy ashes, and a new age began. An age of ruin, and an age of blood and bonds. An age of godlessness, and an age of woe.
The wheel of time turns, and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. Legend fades to myth, and even myth is long forgotten when the age that gave it birth comes again. In one age, called the Third Age by some, an age yet to come, an age long past, a wind rose. The wind was not the beginning. There are neither beginnings nor endings to the turning of the wheel of time. But it was a beginning. Experience firsthand the world of Robert Jordan's famous book series through Crusader Kings 3, The Wheel of Time. Take control of characters from the novels and guide them through their destinies. Stick to the story as written by the author, or diverge from the narrative to create your own path. Navigate the vibrant world of the Westerns, from the Dragon Wall to the Arith Ocean, and rise to power over nations through unique systems directly from the source material. Push back the wilderness that has overtaken the lands once held by mankind, and resurrect the fallen kingdoms of the world. Take up arms as a Borderlander, repel Shadowspawn invasions, take the fight to Sheol Ghul, and halt the relentless advance of the Blight. Or die trying. If you want to keep up with the development and eventual release of Crusader Kings 3, The Wheel of Time, join our Discord server.
Welcome, everybody, to a brief preview of the ongoing work in Lord of the Rings Realms in Exile. As CK3 grows older, and so does the team, we have grown and learned, refining our processes and vision. We have now split our development into 3 major tracks. First, map expansions, where we continue to expand the map geographically. Second, start dates, where we add new dates to explore. And third, mechanic expansions. And here we have the most specifically referred to and long-awaited addition to the mod, the Fellowship of the Ring. In the realm of map expansion, we continue to explore and expand into lands all but untouched by Tolkien. Those at the far east and south, which do not enter into the tellings of the west. Our next map expansion focuses on the Bay of Ormal. This inner sea, rumored to be the spot where the great primordial lamp once fell, it is home to new nations, cultures, and religions to discover. The lands of Serain, on the bay's west, are varied in creed and polity, ebbing and flowing, rising and falling, but the shadow has begun to once more sink its talons into this vibrant land, turning its people hostile. To the north of the bay stands the Empire of Kai, its inhabitants sun worshippers. standing as the greatest success of the many efforts of the Blue Wizards, who will not be coming in this map expansion, we must stress, but soon. Turning to our ongoing bookmark work, traveling back in time almost 1700 years, the current bookmark under construction starts in the earlier Third Age of 1349, the Rise of Angmar. Here there will be a great northern war between the kingdoms of Arnor, ruled by the ancestors of Aragorn, and Angmar, ruled by the Witch King, greatest of Sauron's servants, chief of the Nazgul. For 6 centuries these kingdoms would fight until both were brought to ruin, but perhaps in the hands of a skilled player this might be changed. Meanwhile, to the south, Gondor has waxed in power and pride alike, but pride may yet beget ruin, as happened historically, for the looming kinstrife shall end many a line and deplete much of the splendor of Gondor. Our final and most complicated work lies in the realm of mechanical expansion. Foremost of these which are being worked on is the long-awaited Fellowship of the Ring and the Ring Quest. While still in early stages, coding-wise, after much discussion, we have come to a general design philosophy for how we want the mechanics to work, and the Fellowship as a whole to function. We hope to share with you as we continue to progress in implementing the Fellowship. Other mechanical expansions are also being worked on, such as the long-awaited, and some would argue mythical, sorcery rework, as well as possible revisions to elven gameplay and/or orcish successions. We thank you for sticking with us thus far, and hope you'll be joining us for when Realms in Exile 4.3 releases in the near future.
You're gonna love this! You are not prepared!
Hello, my name is Stefan. I'm a modder on the Fallen Eagle team. Today, we want to go over what we have done in the past year and also give you a preview of our future content. Since last year's Modcon, we've worked hard to integrate many new features from the DLCs and free updates into the Fallen Eagle. For instance, the Roman Empire now uses the administrative government introduced with the Roads to Power DLC. but we've retained aspects of our old Roman government, such as the Senate and the Latin government, so you still get a flavor of late antique. More recently, we've integrated Vanilla's nomadic government and Great Steppe situation to replace our existing nomad mechanics, as well as the new tributary system. We've also added a lot of new content this past year, such as our Egypt and Nubia flavor pack, called After the Pharaohs. We added plenty of new immersive features based on meticulous research into the history of the Nile River, such as a new doctrine for Kemetic faiths to unlock different patron gods, and a pilgrimage to the Aswan temples we integrated from the Rise mod, among other things. The update also added a new bookmark in 361 AD with interesting characters like Amani Pilade, the last known ruler of the Kingdom of Kush. Besides this, we've made some map and terrain adjustments, added new cultures and faiths, fixed a lot of bugs, and much more.
Greetings, Sir Thomas Payne, scholar on the Fallen Eagle team. I'm here to talk to you about what's coming next for the Fallen Eagle. The Fallen Eagle team has been hard at work on our Rise of Islam update, which features a new start date in the 632 bookmark. Many of us were busy in real life over the past few years, so while we can't show you much yet, rest assured we're working hard on setting up different realms, faiths, and cultures, collecting a list of historical figures and family trees, and developing new mechanics. We want to give you a sneak peek at some of our conceptual plans. Please note, they're much so a work in progress. The final product might be very different. One cannot talk about the Rise of Islam bookmark without Arabia, which would be an interesting place to play in 632. The most powerful realm is obviously the Rashidun Caliphate, but in the aftermath of the Prophet's death, the Caliphate will have to deal with other warlords in Arabia, such as the false prophet Musaylima, or the tribes who are the lackeys of the Roman or Persian empires. The year 632 is also an interesting time for the Sassanid Empire. After the Roman Emperor Heraclius defeated the Sassanids, the King of Kings Khosrau II was killed in 628, leading to an ongoing civil war. Can he reunite Persia before the Caliphate begins its attack? Although the focus of the 632 start date be on the Caliphate in the Persian and Roman empires, we're also doing what we can for the rest of the map too, including regions of the world whose history is often underappreciated. For instance, we are working on an accurate setup for North and West Africa. Alrighty friends, that concludes the Fallen Eagle showcase for this year's Modcon. We thank you fans of the past half decade who have supported us and shared with us a love for the underrated world of the late antiquity. We're happy to see you enjoy our new content from the past year and are excited to share more with you about the 632 start date as development continues. Until then, have a great day and enjoy the rest of Modcon.
Good morning. I'm Sabrix Khan, creator of Viet and Rice mods and a member of the Fallen Eagle team. In the past year, I've been very busy with real life and haven't modded as much for Rice as I wanted. Despite this, Rice has grown greatly from its fourth struggle, the Sicilian Frontier, to successful collaborations with mods like the Fallen Eagle, Rajas of Asia, Oriental Empires, Eclipsed Crown, Dharma Chakra, Baptism of Rus, Muslim Enhancements, and many more. If you're watching this live at ModCon, you likely just saw the reveal trailer for Rice's next flavor pack, Nubia, Heirs of Kush. Today, this video will give you a preview of the Nubia update. We'll talk about the two new situations for Nubia and Egypt, and what situations even are in the first place. Before I start, I want to mention that everything in this video is a work in progress, even more so than videos I did for previous ModCons. I've been busy with the Oblivion remaster, so I haven't finished as much for this ModCon as I wanted. There will be missing text and art, and some things just won't work. Still, hopefully I can give you a taste of what's to come for Rice. So now, without further ado, let's get started. The Nubia flavor pack will be Rice's first flavor pack using the new situations mechanic added by the Paradox devs with the Cons of the Steppe DLC. But what are situations? Some of you might be familiar with struggles, whether in vanilla or Rice. If you don't know, struggles are a mechanic allowing for special gameplay in a region to give it a narrative focus. Situations are like struggles, creating a strong thematic narrative for a region, but with greater flexibility. For instance, unlike a struggle, you can make rulers outside the situation region be involved in it. Now that we know what situations are, let's take a look at the two coming with the Nubia flavor pack. The first situation we'll take a look at is the Nile River. If you played Rice before in Egypt, you might have interacted with my old Nile flood mechanic, where counties along the Nile get different modifiers every year depending on if the flood is good or bad. The Nile River situation is an evolution of that old system I added years ago, with a sleek new interface and additional features. For instance, instead of modifiers, different kinds of floods are now represented as phases that change every year. Here on the screen, I've shortened the phases to a few days to demonstrate how the Nile flooding can change randomly, but in the final version it'll obviously be every year. The Nile situation also now covers all of the Nile, including Nubia, so it's not just in Egypt. Just like the previous system, there are different activities and decisions to let you interact with the Nile in different ways. The old ones for Egypt, like the activity to pray for a better Nile flood, still remain, but as a Nubian ruler, you'll have access to different mechanics than the Egyptians. Through the Heirs of Kush tradition, you can take a decision to engage in Nubian agricultural practices, with 4 options that give different bonuses to your counties: expand irrigation networks, maintain hafirs, import cattle, and breed cattle. The second situation coming with this update, and the more complex one, is the Bakht. It's named after a treaty supposedly agreed to by the Muslim Caliphate and the Christian rulers of Nubia in the 7th century after they fought each other. The Bakht situation is divided into 2 regions, Nubia and Egypt. Contrary to its portrayal in pop history as an enduring peace, the treaty was often broken by both sides. The Bakht's phases of stability, incapacity, and ascendancy reflect how both sides interpreted the Bakht differently over the centuries. Sometimes it was an equal exchange, and other times it was more unequal. The key feature of the Bakht situation are 3 new character interactions Nubian and Egyptian rulers can do with each other to exchange trade goods and get a truce. Nubian rulers can provide 6 types of goods. Egyptian rulers can provide 6 other types of goods. All have different bonuses. The 3 interactions are to propose an equal exchange, demand payment from the other side, or to offer them a gift. Depending on the personalities and skill of both parties and the current phases of the Bakht in each region, rulers might be more or less willing to accept these interactions or prefer certain goods. For instance, if Nubia is in the ascendancy phase, an Egyptian ruler will likely not be able to demand a Bakht payment from them. Besides the 2 new situations, the Nubia update adds plenty of other content you can expect from a large flagship flavor pack for Rice, like decisions, activities, events, historical characters, cultures, faiths, and more. For instance, there is a new local pilgrimage activity to the church at Baganarti, a medieval Nubian center pilgrimage. It was so popular, we even have an inscription there by a visitor from France in the Catalan language. Who knows how this guy ended up there? One new decision is to get a religious tattoo, which I originally created for the Fallen Eagle mod, thanks to research by members of the Fallen Eagle mod team. It's a simple event and modifier, but adds a bit of immersion as an East African or Egyptian Coptic ruler. Even today, tattoos are an important part of the religious culture for some groups in this region. Some new content has been also integrated with permission from a couple great mods that have always been fully compatible with Rice. One of them is Ibn Battuta's Legacy, which improves the map while still keeping Vanilla's feel. Like me, its creator Elvain is something of a boomer and old man in the modding community, as he and I have been modding Crusader Kings, the series, for more than a decade, and we were even two of the founding members of the hip collection of mods for Crusader Kings 2. Elvain knows a lot about Africa, which shows in his mod work. The other mod I want to give a shout out to is Africa Plus, a carefully researched African flavor mod originally made by Black Emperor, but is currently being maintained by eFrunks. A team of modders is also working on reviving the mod and adding new content for it, so be sure to be on the lookout for that. That concludes our preview of the Nubia Flavor Pack and its two new situations, the Nile River and the Bakht. I want to thank all of you who are still watching this far. Like many kids who are into history, I went through an Egypt phase as a child, but I never grew out of it, and even as a child, I was fascinated by Nubia as well. There was something enthralling about a civilization at the crossroads of the Mediterranean, Middle East, and Africa. Due to the recent tragic history of Sudan, a lot of us forget that at one time this was a prosperous land. One 10th century Muslim geographer praised the great gardens, fountains, and gilded churches of the city of Soba in southern Nubia, for instance. I hope this update will shed light on the underrated and underappreciated history of Nubia. While what you saw in this video is very much a work in progress, as I mentioned earlier, I will put out a few dev diaries in the coming weeks to elaborate on the Nubia Flavor Pack in more detail. Until then, that's all for now. Have a great day and enjoy the rest of Modcon.
What is this? Some sort of gift of the Nile?
In 1836, the United States of America stands as a beacon of liberal democracy, but its future has yet to be determined. Setting forth from the East Coast, the Americans are intent on expanding from sea to shining sea, but how far this manifest destiny will take them remains unclear. With an expansionist president and the population whipped up with colonial fervor, there is little to stop the United States from conquering all of North America, showing no mercy to anyone in their path. But contrary to its name, the United States is a divided country. In the South, the slave power reigns supreme over a great underclass of enslaved African Americans, while in the North, support for total abolition continues to build. Westward expansion will stretch this conflict to the breaking point, forcing the United States to answer the question of slavery one way or another. Even if the Confederates are crushed, it will be a long road to Reconstruction. The forces of white supremacy will rally and attempt to claw back every shred of power they can grab a hold of. As the economy turns towards an industrial future and railroads cross the continent, the American robber barons become the wealthiest individuals ever to walk the earth. In this Gilded Age, corruption runs rampant, businesses boom and bust, all while mass migrations swell the population with new faces and new cultures. In the face of these pressures, the progressive movement brings forth new ideas of social reform and improvement. Women organize for their rights across the country, and charismatic leaders champion the cause of a square deal for every American. Even so, more revolutionary ideas continue to find fertile soil in the mines and factories of the United States, as fundamental questions of ideals and identity remain unanswered. Shall American gunboats plant Old Glory on distant shores? Who gets to be an American, exactly? What will become of this great and turbulent land? In Hail Columbia, the dawn of the American century is yours to shape.
Poor Mexico, so far from God, so close to the United States.
Long ago, the gods were banished beyond the stars. In their absence, mortals inherited the world. Kingdoms arose, empires sprawled, and from broken faiths, new orders were born. Yet the balance was never certain. Beneath banners and treaties, unrest simmered. Now, the old powers stare. Magic returns, wild, untamed, and hungry. The world twists in its grasp. What once was firm, now fractures. Thrones fall, truths unravel, and what was known is no longer safe. Mortals reach higher still, wielding steel and spell, machine, myth. This is not a world waiting to be saved. It is a world already in motion. You will not halt what comes, but you may shape what follows.
Hello everyone, this is Alexadishi, and welcome to the presentation for the Gates of the Bosporus flavor mod for Victoria 3. Formerly known as Greece, Byzantium, and the Balkans flavor, this is a mod that aims to add historical and cultural flavor to the countries of the Balkans and the Ottoman Empire. This mod aims to provide a deep but vanilla-like experience to playing these nations with content designed to remain in line with content found in base Victoria 3 and its DLCs, while still being fun and sometimes a little goofy to play. And without further ado, we'll get started with the Ottoman Empire. In the 1800s, the Ottoman Empire is in a precarious position. After centuries of military defeats, the Sultan and his court have realized the empire is stagnant, and while not yet doomed to fall, will inevitably fail unless they take decisive action. The struggle is represented by a trio of journals that replace and expand on the Sickman journal found in the base game. The first of these, the Sickman of Europe, represents the geopolitical struggle of the Ottoman Empire. players are challenged to both prevent the further loss of territory and to regain control of the lands the Empire held at its apex. The base game Syria and Egypt journals have been integrated into this system with additional journals for Crete and the Caucasus. The second journal and group of journals relate to the Tanzimat, which represent the immense struggle for bureaucratic reform in the empire. Led by Sultan Mahmud II and his son Abdulmajid, the Tanzimat is the culmination of a full century of reformist movements that seek to prevent the empire from being torn apart by nationalism. Following the death of Mahmud II, players will be able to declare the start of the Tanzimat. The last of these journals, The Rise of Nationalism, is a major rework and expansion of the Eastern Question journal. This system represents the struggle of the Balkan peoples for independence and behaves in a manner similar to the struggles from Crusader Kings III. The Balkan nationalism situation will progress through various phases, each worsening in severity until the outbreak of the hostility phase, which will see riots and revolts break out across the Balkans. Alongside these journals are several historical events, buildings, characters, and ideologies that serve to bring the Ottoman story to life. Libya, better known as Tripolitania during this time, is little more than a series of Ottoman outposts along the southern Mediterranean. In 1836, Constantinople has only just restored control over the region and has charged the Bey with securing stable rule over Libya. This mandate is represented by the Centralization Journal, which challenges players to develop Libya from a small Ottoman outpost into a proper province of the empire. Meanwhile, to the south of Benghazi, a threat is developing in the form of the Senussi movement. This movement is comprised of the followers of Muhammad al-Senussi, who reject the primacy of the Sultan over Libya and are willing to fight for an independent Libya. Players are left to decide how to engage with the Senussi, either by tolerating their gradual spread into Tripolitania, or by taking the fight to them and claiming control over the sands of the Libyan desert. Should the player reject the Senussi, the Turkish aristocracy will remain entrenched. However, should the player embrace al-Senussi, they will be given the chance to welcome the House of Senussi to the throne of Libya. In 1836, Tunis exists on the margins of the Ottoman Empire. The heir to the regency, Ahmad I, holds a grand vision for the development of a modern Tunisian state, and players will be able to realize his inspirational journey to the French court in Paris. Being adjacent to Libya, Tunis can also encounter its own branch of the Senussi movement should it grow strong enough in Libya. Content for Tunisia is currently in an early state, with more journals and events planned for the future. Greece, and the Greek cultures in general, have received large expansions to their content, and the Greek culture has been split into 3 subcultures: the Hellenes, the Romaios, and the Urums of Crimea. In the Hellenic space, we have Greece, the Ionian Islands, and the Principality of Samos. Greece has received a major rework and expansion to all of its content. The Bavarocracy, the journal signifying Otto Wittelsbach's struggle to hold the throne, has been expanded to account for an absolutist outcome and for the player to have the choice to eject Otto early and elect a native king. The Ionian Islands have the Xenocracy Journal, which represents the British Empire's desire to reform the islands into an ideal colony as a means of justifying their colonial missions elsewhere. On Samos, the Ottomans seek to assert control over the rebellious island, which officially never surrendered to the Porte, but rather acknowledged its submission. Complementing these journals is a reworked Greek nationalism journal. This journal represents the debate over the definition of Greekness in the years following the Greek Revolution. By taking actions such as excavating sites or declaring a national dialect, players will be able to guide their version of the Greek state into embracing an identity based on either the ancient Greek, the Greco-Roman Byzantine Empire, or a hybrid identity emphasizing an unbroken continuity from the Bronze Age to the Industrial Age. Within the Ottoman Empire, 3 new countries have been added which can be selected from the objectives menu: Trabzon, Cappadocia, and Theodoro. Each of these represent the entrenched Greek populations of Pontus, Cappadocia, and Crimea, each of which operated with a large degree of autonomy from their imperial overlords. These communities lack a connection to the Hellenic identity that has gained traction in Attica and Thessaly, and this is reflected in their variants of the Greek journal entries. The latest update to Gates of the Bosphorus has also brought some substantial changes to the Western Balkans. The Eyalet of Hersek, or modern-day Herzegovina, is a new addition in the latest patch. This region was the personal fiefdom of the Ottoman warlord Ali Pasha Rizvan Begovic. In 1836, Ali Pasha is in the midst of his plans to secure hereditary rule over Herzegovina with the eventual aim of becoming a sultan himself. The Tanzimat, once declared by the Ottomans, poses an existential threat to Ali Pasha, as one of its aims is to abolish regimes such as his within the empire. Along with this, the Pasha aims to settle his long-standing rivalry with Peter II, the Prince Bishop of Montenegro. Montenegro's events have been updated to reflect the addition of Hersek. Montenegro has also received a unique monument representing the complex road networks through the Montenegrin mountains. For Serbia, the dynastic rivalry and Načrtanje journals have been rebalanced and their scripting improved. Further improvements will be made as more information is released regarding National Awakening. In 1836, Romania is split between the Turkish overseen principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia, while the lands of Transylvania are under Austrian rule. The principalities are governed by the Regulamentul Organic. This is represented by a journal entry that charges the player with carrying out the process of reforming the principalities into modern nation-states. As the revolutions of 1848 spread across Western Europe, Romanian players will encounter the Romanian liberalism journals. These journals represent the events of 1848 within the principalities, which saw the near overthrow of the Regulamentul. Additionally, after forming a united Romania, players will be presented with the Romanian Nationalism Journal. This journal represents the back-and-forth struggle between various movements to lay claim to the Romanian identity and its origins. Finally, with the permission of the developer, Gates of the Bosphorus will begin integrating content from Arise the Romanian later this year. With Update 3.0, Gates of the Bosphorus includes a unique way to start playing in 1836 as the precursors to the Bulgarian and Albanian states. Both of these options are available from the objectives page. The Eyalet of Silistra consists of the Ottoman provinces that were home to a Bulgarian majority population in the 1800s, and provides players with a path to form the Bulgarian state. Further south in the Balkans is the Sanjak of Yanya. The small sub-province controls the small capital of the old Albanian Eyalet. Players are able to take charge of this small region and can take up the mantle of Albanian independence. Overall, Gates of the Bosphorus aims to provide cultural and historical context to the Balkans and the Ottoman Empire. Please feel free to follow development and make suggestions for content both on the Gates of the Bosphorus Discord or on its channel in the Modding Co-op. Hello everyone, this is Alexadeshi. I am a contributor to the Community Mod Framework, and I'll be talking about a few aspects of this community resource, primarily UI related. My goal is to give a brief summary of these features, and a more detailed guide is available on the GitHub page. The first thing I'll be talking about is the community mod triggers. This was the starting point of the community framework and consists of a series of scripted triggers that are meant to allow mods to detect each other without having to pass around variables. This is done by stacking a series of scripted triggers in the community mod framework, which are set to evaluate to false. Each mod then adds their own scripted trigger file that will override this to true if that mod is present. For example, here I have the default setting in the community mod framework for Gates of the Bosphorus, which is then overridden by Gates of the Bosphorus if it's loaded. Next is the Objectives GUI framework. This modifies the Objectives UI to allow for custom objectives. This accomplishes this by adding a scroll bar to the Objectives window. Without this, custom objectives will end up stacked up on the right side of the UI and will be unclickable. And next is the modded DLC framework. This is a modification to the main menu screen that adds a visual divider between the true Paradox DLC icons and DLC icons that have been added by player mods. This also provides a visual disclaimer advising players which icons are from DLCs and which have been added by mods. One of the largest elements of the community mod framework is the alternative event windows. These are modded event windows that are available simply by loading CMF and can be passed by using the GUI window argument. For anybody familiar with using the character windows from vanilla, you'll know that you can just pass this by using the GUI window argument and the key of your event window. For ease of use, modded windows use a similar scheme for inputting your scopes into the event windows. So for example, left icon and right icon are still used. If the event has 3 characters, we instead also pass in center icon. And lastly, another feature included in the community mod framework is functionality for a unified sidebar. Shortly after Paradox gave us scripted widgets, we noticed that several mods were fighting with each other for real estate on the bottom left corner of the screen, which could result in buttons either overlapping or running off the screen. These work by calling a dummy ideology, which is added into a global list, and an SGUI that shares the name of that ideology. When you click the button, it sets a variable into the GUI variable system and fires any scripted events you have set to that button. A full guide for this is available on the GitHub. Please read this guide before using it. Obviously, any questions, feel free to reach out on the Discord. If you encounter any problems or just confused how to do something, please look through the README. It's really quite detailed about what you need to do to use each and every one of our features. Also, if you're stumped beyond that, want to see a feature added, or just have questions in general, we're all available on the Victoria 3 Modding Co-op. Most of us are pretty good about answering questions, and we're always interested in new ideas for either new features or fixes, or just to help people figure this out.
I can't wait to play as Japan. They are great. They have like samurais and the whole Meiji restoration. It will be great. Let's take a look at our people. Oh, this shogun looks really nice. What about the samurais? I think they have like samurais. Wait a second, this samurai doesn't look like a samurai. What about our generals? Let's look at them. They also don't look like Japanese generals, like they wear clothing. Shouldn't they wear armor? Okay, but I'm sure the soldiers will look great. No? Ah, what about the officers? Please. Ah, they look also like that. Maybe the workshop has something. Japanese uniforms. Let's see. Ooh, this looks promising. Let's install it.
Yeah, boy.
Yo, this map kinda fire. Archon Domini hopes to translate the greatest game you couldn't recommend at gunpoint into Victoria Free, coming in 2 versions on release, one for the fully canon map as it appears in game, and another a speculative approximation of all of Tevat, starting with patch 0.7, as far above so far below, including special content for Mondstadt, the nation which remembers, United Tribes, and the Abyss. There will likely be content for Fort Furdagan as well, assuming I can shove a slot machine into Victoria Free, and a rudimentary version of Leeway's main mechanic. However, as it is very consequential for the game at large, it may require more time in the oven. Universal content available for every nation will also come on the first release, including a number of event chains, and many intentionally busted technologies, partially to make resources more accessible in an environment not really built for traditional conquest, and of course to better fit the world of Genshin. On the community side of things, a secondary YouTube channel for updates on the mod's development, alongside with the Classic Humble Discord server, are already set up by the time you're watching this. The main feature of the server, outside of watching me crash out over the most basic coding problem in real time, will be voting for the next nation to receive an update. Whichever nation gets the most and/or funniest set of votes will be given priority in the development queue. Propaganda is highly encouraged. Hope this has piqued your interest, and see you when you run out of resin.
Fire. Air. Water. Earth. Qin the Conqueror is dead, by my hands. The world sighs in relief, the remnants of his empire quarrel. The chroniclers write his history. But what made Qin rise never went away. Even he did not satisfy the wish that is whispered across the four nations. The seas, the sand, the fire, and the wind all beg for the same. Change. The Earth Kingdom is still deeply wounded by the warlord's wake. The charred red banners now wash on its shores. Messenger hawks follow. The proud Fire Nation is entering a state of turmoil that could be more devastating than that of Qin. Little clears up as I get closer. The nation is shattered, and the loyalties are scattered, but blame for the situation is in surplus and evenly assigned. I cannot intervene without the certainty that my fists will strike true and build something better. I first need to investigate. What broke the Fire Nation?
Oh, I didn't expect you here, Avatar. Thank you for lending your hand once again.
Fire Lord, it's been a while.
Yes, 26 years since we've dealt with the clans.
Since I did your job, I took care of your enemies and left you a Fire Nation united. Your place secured. And what did you do with it?
Nothing, I swear. I've been every bit as righteous and benevolent as my predecessors. Just more vigilant than them, that's all.
Vigilant?
I'll show you then. Then you can set it right again. In fact, I'll explain the whole thing from the top, including who is truly responsible for this hiccup in Emperor Throne authority.
I have some idea.
Oh, don't you imply I'm the one responsible? It is like last time. We were this close to chaos. You helped me there. I'll admit, you tackled my brother and his mother. Those two made noise when I was fresh on the throne. But your bending and my statecraft wrapped it up all nicely. But the underlying problem was the class of rotten men who reigned far from the Caldera, and who beg for special treatment on account of their ancestors. The entire aristocracy. They've been clogging up the gears of the Fire Nation ever since it was unified. And when they don't get what they want, they plunge us into war. And as you can see, now they've done it again. For instance, my very own cousin, the blood of my mother, Lord of Shuhan by my grace, was one of the first to abandon his oath. And the Lord of Kazuyama, for years I supported him in any way I could, despite his obsession for petty vengeance, and he now hates me because it didn't work out in his favor. Most curiously, my good Lord Cohen, my loyal subject, stopped paying heed to my commands as well. The moment he believed my flame to falter, he began conniving with those savages who now think they have spirits on their side. They dare call themselves kings amassed at our borders. Half of these traitors have now sworn fealty to my knees. They rally behind an infant, a mere infant, to place their puppet on my throne? After all my hard work, making this beautiful nation perfect, they're tearing it all apart. But now that you're here, we can patch it back together and punish those responsible. Just like so.
You explain everything and nothing. And how have the negotiations gone?
Oh yes, I've traded everything. I've offered Lord Cohen a generous amount of gold, valuable lands under his governance. Do you know what he responded with?
I would assume...
Abdication. He offers his tentative support if I just abandon my title. What spirit did I offend to have such hog monkeys for vassals?
You might want to consider it. Show that you care more about the Fire Nation than yourself.
and revert our society to feudal chaos? They haven't a clue what they're asking for. I must remain empowered and protect them from themselves. Some of them even demand that I convert to their pagan ways. There's just no reasoning with them. All they really want is to humiliate me.
I think I'll take a look for myself.
I expect you back in a fortnight.
We'll see. I think I'll pay a visit to the supporters of your niece.
If we don't help Kazuyama, the war is over!
Forget him. We need Lord Geico more.
Can Jito even speak Bonti yet?
Did Shijin teach that girl nothing? This war
Which one of you is spying
we
for
let
Zoya?
Kazuyama get over it.
All
I can't been with us or not. I'm right.
Hey there, you must be Jito.
Wow, you're even bigger than the drill master.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm okay, I guess.
Okay, you can be honest with me. I'm the Avatar. I'm here for you.
I mean, there's lessons about walking, lessons about talking, many lessons about when to shut up. So I don't even know why they're teaching me to talk like a Fire Lord.
That's what they want with you. To be a tamed figurehead, to sit on the throne and let them act like it's empty.
I know, I understand, and I really want to make them happy. I do. But they make me sit through a tea ceremony right after I've had bending training.
You don't like bending?
No, not anymore. I mean, it's wicked, right? Doesn't it look awesome? You punch real hard and boom, everything is on fire. But it stopped being fun when they wanted me to get good at it. Or at least look good at it. Every morning I'm running laps, lifting stones and heating them until they glow. And they're giving me lectures about my chi and how to breathe and stuff. So I work, and then I can't even pant right. And there's like a bazillion moves. Like the fire saw, the one that goes boom. Or the fire whip. They tell me about how they work. And then I have to keep trying and trying until I've mastered them. But some are really hard. I just don't get the fire daggers while the other kids do. Maybe they actually like playing with knives. At least there's other moves. The library is full of scrolls. I can read them all. And maybe when I'm good enough, I could write my own. I just first have to do enough stupid work to get there.
Sounds to me like you dislike training, not bending.
Yeah, who even likes training?
Well, not all training involves lectures and castles. I went on an adventure myself.
An adventure?
People say I'm reckless, but I think there's really no better way to get in closer connection with your body, with your chi, than to depend on it out in the wilds. You could go on a long journey where you seek out fights to learn how to handle yourself, and sights to gain understanding of all bending has to offer, at the cost of a few scars.
Can I go on an adventure now?
Well, not now. When you're a little older.
How old?
Let's say 16?
9!
Okay, 14.
11.
13. Lowest I can go.
But that's 4 more years! And what will I even do when I get there? I'll be a Fire Lord by then. What use is a fire whip to me?
Well, you might get into some sticky situations. And that's not even considering the Agni Kai.
The Agni what now?
Oh, that's when you get into a fight with another firebender. You defeat him by knowing the right moves and using them when you should. You must keep the right distance, watch the changing terrain, and keep an eye on your opponent's exact stance to know how to defend against his attacks, and retaliate with your own. But no, you're way too young for that.
No, I'm not! I want it! I want it and I want it now!
That'll be some Fire Lord they're getting.
Hail, Avatar. Have you come to our aid?
I haven't decided yet.
Oh, but the child is fine, isn't she? We've made every effort to shape her into the ideal young Fire Lord. Our cause is surely more sympathetic than the likes of Gan Min.
And who would that be?
Oh, he's the most zealous chieftain of the Sun People. They're proud enough of their own little culture to want the entire Fire Nation destroyed.
Hail, Lord what is that awful smell?
I sold my soap to buy steel for my soldiers.
That's, unfortunate. But I mean, it's such a mess. Don't you have housekeeping?
Of course, I have an 87-year-old maid. She's off at the training field.
What? Why?
Do not dismiss her prowess. She defeated 3 in Agnikai this summer.
What are you doing?
We are preparing for war. The struggle of 100 lifetimes may be resolved in but one.
But what is the purpose of destroying the Fire Nation?
What purpose is there in keeping it around? Avatar Kyoshi, I know that war is not the glorious thing that young firebenders throwing their first bolts make it out to be. War is sacrifice. You need to give up the comforts of your hearth, invest your nation's youth, wealth, pride, and burn it all up to feed the war engine. War demands that you debase your morals in order to gain needed support. And I have done it. I have abandoned my true love. I have made false promises to do false deeds. But my conscience cannot be the cause of more deaths among the people of the sun. We need this war to be quick and victorious.
What is your point? Why do you do this?
Faith. The thing keeping the people of this world together is what separates them from each other. And it is only getting stronger and stranger. We used to simply put faith in the local patron spirit and in our sages to interpret their whims. Well, that has led to the occasional altercation. Spirits can be whimsical and ireful, and our sages incompetent or corrupt. You're not always around, Avatar, so we've had to make do. Some of us take different paths. Up north, those sun warriors, they fight not, sacrificing justice on the altar of pacifism. They live long and sageous lives, doing absolutely nothing in the face of creeping darkness. For the darkness will not come from spirit, but from man. I've studied enough history to know the trajectory of the nobles as they boil up in their caldera. Those people have sat on their throne for 1,000 years, and with every ritual they do to their phoenix in our lands, every one of our temples they tear down, they are spreading and ordaining their culture and their ideas and suppressing ours. We are dying. Death by 1,000 cuts to our identity. And I've seen where it's all headed. A time where hatred of the unfamiliar becomes not a byproduct of the faith, but its very purpose. Every successive Fire Lord has become more acclaimed and more revered, and soon we will have worship of the state be the ideology of the Fire Nation. The Fire Lord will determine what the nation and its people say, what they believe, what they think, what they are. We will go extinct, and we will be forgotten the next day.
You make all these predictions because he's your enemy.
And who will be his next? It's only a matter of time before this nationalized fury turns overseas. And what of your role then, Avatar? When the world needs you the most, will you be there? My conquest is one thing. One swath of land that our ancestors called home. Fertile land, enough for our population to grow. Or rather, stop dying. And, if I can have it, an end to the existence of the Fire Nation. This state is a disease upon the land, and my conquest may cure it.
Is that really all you want? A spot in the sun for your people? Not glorious conquest, an empire of your own?
Taking some land is all we can do, Avatar. Now that we have an inkling of a chance of saving our people from endless darkness, we'll take it. And if we lose, it will be in valor.
Marching songs are in the air, and red banners crenellate the horizon. I have only met 3 factions, but there is already no chance of compromise between them. 2 fight to sit on the throne, 1 fights to destroy it. That is, if I can even trust what any of them have claimed. And there's still more people, and peoples making use of this mess, who are just trying to weather the storm. All of them must be cared for. The air merchants in the Jeddah Valley, air nomads who left their temple to trade with luxury goods, and with their identity. The Ozawa province, Avatar Zeto's perfect little administration, where, a few centuries hence, rice is bought with blood. The Yogan people, who bend lava, the blood of the earth, if they can maintain their ways, as thousands of refugees of the Qin wars are driven their way. The Utari, whose heritage is drowned under industry, and who united to retake their lands. The Valley of Shanli, a wellspring of living spirit mist that judges every soul. Its people have adapted, and are ruthless in protecting their home. There's zealots of the bow, and zealots of the healing hand, and the road, crowded by refugees, still has wanderers of their own purposes. They live outside the law, as I once did, and seem minded to make the same impact. There is no end to the complexities of the Fire Nation. There is no end to injustice. No end to the duties of the Avatar. Which is why there must be no end to my vigilance. I must keep traveling this land for as long as they need me to, intervening where necessary. I must stave off the worst crimes, save those who are in my reach. I must never let up, never take a pause from duty, until this dark time has passed. But the future of the Fire Nation? I cannot decide that for them. I cannot set the course of their destiny. It will all have to be laid out.
Hello, I'm Swordfish, representative of Somnia Anime Mods team. Today I will introduce raw content and technique implementation of our mods. Sorry, not this one. I took wrong video. HM invention, as well as most of our content mods, are from mobile video game. The name of HMI is from game developer of Worship Girls MORE Fantastic, or Huanmeng in Pinyin. All other mods from video games keep original name like Arcanine or Blue Archive. The story of HMI is happened in Solar 3, that is the Earth. In Somnia mythology, the Worship Girls are celestial beings left on Earth of a war against the deep sea. Humans who revere them form the polytheistic Somnia religion, worshipping these angels as diving guardians against the deep sea's return. A prophecy warns that civilization will collapse if there are more than 1 billion naked apes, triggering the deep sea's resurgence. Over centuries, Worship Girls established fashions worldwide, but none endured. In 867 AD, their fate lies in the hands of capricious gods. So I will spend most time in how we implemented 2D portrait and the features of HMI. This presentation is for a series of mods. You may already notice. Which DLC are they? Yes, those are all content mods from Somnia team for now. Different from those total conversion mods. We built a modularized mod sets, which I will introduce later. Our flagship mode, HMI, began as a charter mode for CK2 in 2015. Over time, it has expanded into a full universe with religions, governments, and interconnected stories across EU4, CK3, and VK3. When CK3 introduced 3D models, we faced a crisis. Converting 2D anime portrait to 3D seems impossible. Of course, finally we did it. For the consideration of religion, Paradox used a seal to replace the portrait of the prophet, which inspired us to invent the first generation of dual vector foil. By blocking vanilla models as well as accessory and importing a new model with 2D picture, we managed to import 2D portrait to CK3. We call it Paper Girls because it's really a paper. You can find the non-existent side face in the royal court. At the same time, the way is still the prophet's and frequently reported wives dress muggles 3D clothing or have glasses on the mouth with other modes. I'm done with human JoJo. Leveraging the portrait group feature introduced by Black Ninja, a former Paradox staff, we managed to define wives to something not human, so they never dress 3D clothes again, nor had the hand flying in the sky. One of us created some other anime modes then, which became the prototype of ecosystem of anime modes, sharing 2D portrait implementation and triggers, and designed to compatible with each other both in script and lore. Also, many fans want to play wife modes with other fantastic modes, but we have introduced tons of mechanisms which destroy the compatibility. For better compatibility and maintainability, I started dividing HMI, splitted the history, religion, government, and so on off to HMI expanded, so the base charter mode can use with most modes. Splitted the implementation of 2D portrait off to anime core life, so we get rid of placing those files between modes again and again. This also provided a guide and SDK for other modes, and is an effort for an ecosystem with high compatibility. For now, we have 7 charter modes and 2 expanding submodes in the team, and about 10 anime modes created by individual authors, splitted dedicated content off, like made universalized, keeping the specificity and focus on the theme. Finally, we splitted all shared content and change of vanilla files off to Hunjian Common Lab. Thus, there is almost no cost in maintenance of charter modes, so we can spend more time in creating more things. For example, the first version of Pretty Derby only cost me 3 days. That is all attributed to the high reusable scripts. Now, let's start with what we actually did in the game. HMI did touch everything except map and models, where we have paper girls who need models. First of all is the wife mode, so I will show wife before other contents. We keep the randomness from those Japanese-style gacha game, but leave a free chance to choose one each mode. The filter is a small trick to pick what you want from 500 charters. Also, there is a custom GUI showing which wife you'll get. 10 events in a single day is stunning. To avoid the GUI conflict, we integrated entries of custom GUI into a single trailer. We also show a wife speaking. Some have dialogue and even voice submode. The sentences depend on what are you doing and their opinion. Well, we know what is necessary. You can't view whole portrait in the window, so we need another camera. Some have many clothes, if we consider Lizzie's clothes. Want a full wife game? The ancient Roma tech is what you need. It allows 2 wives have their child and make daughters of wives also wives. We know CK3 is a go-kart harem game, so we have some small protection. This relationship provides legal children birth and additional safety to your bloodline. We designed an upgradation system of title MAA, so your title army becomes stronger after battle. The progress is counted in experience. HMI also have some new basic type of MAA, various from powder cavalry, to expensive toys like tank and plane. Nowadays, most of waves have some weird setting. The most plain one of our modes is full of humanoid furries, so we designed many different fake models to avoid some accident and aging. For example, equipment system of worship girls. It uses the real hairs to fit vanilla lifespan formula, but treat as immortal until death. Worship girls have unique lifestyle trees, where there are actually towers without link, but you can pick bottom ones without top ones, with some cost. Many of those perks works in action instead of simple buff. The biggest difference from vanilla is the vanilla trees always end in a trait. We trick GUI to keep both style works well. We also create a sub-page for worship girl equipments. No. Margot can't use this. Different from normal faces with 5 holy sites. Somnia start with only 2 holy sites. The other holy sites wait for your conquer and activation by decision. At the start of game, the Somnia suffer from serious debuffs, with a temporary buff as offset. Players need decrease and revert the debuff until buff decay. At the same time, your enemies will become stronger as you conquer more land. Here we designed both GUI and decision ways in case of GUI conflicted. At the bottom of Doctrine view, there are some incidents, or you can view them as temporary doctrine in most cases. Like China in CK2 Jade Dragon DLC, there is a new force orbiting observatory. They accept artifacts, gold and some charters in exchange of armies, doctors, railway, stalking, and even nuke. Yes, stalkings. Like every post-apocalyptic world, there is stalkings. Here, stalking is a kind of economic crop. What you need is just planting them and putting your leg on. However, this causes an addiction. Without enough stalking, the Somnia follower will unhappy and cause some negative influence. We also made a spandex law, or you can say it's stalking law. You can build a trade hub in that region, selling spandex to China. It's from a meme about another game made body stalking a brand of Chinese charters. So as you may have already noticed, it's exactly same region with Sikh law. As for railway, you can build a railway in medieval, travel from Baghdad to Constantinople within 1 week. The railway will expand automatically from your capital once you get it from New Force. There is a custom map mode to show how long your railway extended, and more information like holy sites and special buildings. You can find construction progress of railway in country view. Somnia have unique governments, administrative Nevertree, and its federal replacement for players without the road to power or lower than king. We also add many QoL changes like assigning governor type when granting title or in badge. Those governments share new domicile type and holding types. You can convert vanilla holdings to new ones. And here is the domicile called Never Club. Of course, they have new buildings. They also have a CK2 style law system. We are old schools. And about law, we have tons of historical worship girls with own story events, and some have special musician by decision or CB. Notice what we did. Uma Musume Pretty Derby. The name Uma Musume literally means horse girls, based on the mobile game with same name. As we will get Norman DLC in the end of April, I picked this plan up. Norman horse girl sounds cool. The lore is Uma Musume are human girls blessed by the 3 governors. We explained the 3 governors as temporary, so you can see those Norman tradition replaced by this. Uma Musume have unique attributes both for their race activity and CK3 style buffs. You can training them by picking for calls or lane. As for racing, I did make a small panel for racing. You can select running style and build on one of them. It also shows their position and status during the game. Tell me, what did you recall at the first sight seeing race house in CK3? Yes, breeding. There is a breeding system, which almost same with the grinding game. Uma Musume have compatibility value calculated with parents and grandparents. To my surprise, the cursed table occupied 60 MB in total, but not laggy at all. Of course, the parameters were tweaked for CK3 gameplay. After all, we modders don't have KPI. We also have Temujin replaced by Uma Musumes, with some Easter egg in their cult. Greater Hoof also come back as an Uma Musume. CK2 good times back. Oripasi, a fatal, incurable, infectious illness, but only affect those Terra species charter. At the cost of lifespan, Oripasi also increased problems. The only thing you can do is assign a specialist to slow down its progression, but never invert. Following the idea of original mobile game, we made opinion to Oripasi a group of crime doctrine, like witchcraft. For example, it's accepted in Eastern, Christ in Judaism, and Shem in Christian. Like Shara of Blue Archive, the Lotus is also a special domicile building. You can use the ground ship travel on the land. Especially, Arknights have a genetic cluster inspired by a group of Pokemon and a reproduction isolation setting. There are basically phylogenic branch, also a Chimera Ditto group, a mythic species, student. No one knows where the teacher was. Those creatures are considered as herald of God since ancient times. Tales like Shanghai Jin recorded their story, and they accepted those tales as name of courage. With the power of their halo, it's almost impossible to kill them really. The fatal damage to mortal just causes reviving. As time goes by, they became part of many religions, even symbols of extinct ones. BA students will stay in 80 years old forever until first pregnancy. In our world, they are almost immortal. In this mode, we introduced Pyroxene as a special currency, which earned by educating children, releasing prisoners, and also valuable. The Pyroxene is necessary for recruiting students in this mode, and constructing special domicile building called Shala. Yes, domicile, even if you are a tribal feudal ruler. This feature allows adding various buildings in domicile instead overriding holdings. You will get an estate if you can't have domicile. So you may ask, will them lost when change government? Actually, those special buildings can be kept from camp to estate or any other supported type. Of course, we also have some simple features other than complicated magics. There are tens of traditions, emphasizes difference of the original culture where students from. Most of those traditions are unlocked by having corresponding students as your courtiers or vassals. We also have a bookmark and story submode for BA. You can revive those extinct religions in another name, like Egyptian polytheism. We often joking that it's almost a new paganism flavor mode.
My dear apprentice, I hope this letter finds you well. I have a task for you, but first I'd like you to ponder the cities of men. Ponder their great works and institutions. What are they to us but pieces on a game board, to be used as resources for the true rulers of the night? It would behoove you to know who these rulers are. Who's out there lording over the businesses, literally bleeding them dry? Who's presiding over the faithful, casting a shadow over what used to be a source of comfort? Who's stalking the alleys, preying on those who wouldn't be missed? There's whispers, too, of even stranger things lurking in the cities of men. Were-lions, renegade souls from the afterlife, even dangerous mortals whose faith can burn us to ashes. All this is valuable knowledge. Our clan thrives on knowledge, after all, is made and unmade by knowledge. Yet there is knowledge that even we are not privy to. And so I am sending you on your greatest task yet, my dear apprentice. Pack your things, travel far to the east, report back with anything you can find, anything we can use from the night creatures of the Middle Kingdom. Their abilities, their weapons, their weaknesses. Find out what awaits us in the lands of blood and silk. What is up, Modcon? This is D from the Princess of Darkness team, and we're here today with Yoshino, who is from Amakusa, but Japan is very hard to find on this map, so I've put her here for the demo. So you might have heard that Paradox is working on a continent-sized map expansion, and that's a big deal for this mod, since it takes place in the real world, you know, the one with vampires in it. So in order to put content in this continent, we've been doing a deep dive on all the Asia Vampire the Masquerade sourcebooks we could get our hands on, all the Dark Ages sourcebooks, all the modern sourcebooks, even high-quality fan supplements. And because even that is not enough to fill all of Asia with characters, we're also writing entirely new characters with our usual level of quality. Some of these characters are heroic, some are tragic, and some are funny. I'm quite partial to the guy who just wants to go fishing, and after he died, he went to hell, escaped hell by himself, and immediately went back to fishing. That could be you. However, characters are Scythia's specialty, and she can tell you much more in our interview. I'm here to talk about Yoshino, because Yoshino is not a landed character ruling over a county, or a landless adventurer ruling over a camp, but a secret third thing. Let me show you what I mean. This is a fiefdom. When you're playing Vampire the Masquerade, the tabletop RPG, a city like this one is where your story takes place in. In fact, one of the great joys of the game is that you're encouraged to set your story in your hometown, and then you get to imagine where in your hometown all the vampires would hang out. Which institutions are they controlling from the shadows, and where are they having their mafia turf wars over territory? And now, we have the technology to represent this in Crusader Kings. We have small towns, we have big cities, we have fiefdoms that are totalitarian, we have fiefdoms that are fragmented, we have failed experiments overrun by vampire hunters, and there's other creatures of the night for you to find. All of these cities are procedurally generated, using dangerous knowledge from evil sources, or some might say, math. Now, What you're seeing here is hot code, and a lot of it is experimental and subject to change, so I'm not going to go into detail about features that may or may not make it into the final version. I don't want to mislead you like that. But what I can do today is take you on a little adventure that represents the kind of gameplay that we're aiming for. So, Yoshino owns the Red Light District, which means she gets some bonuses from the district upgrades in there. Now, these aren't like buildings. You don't get a big list of them where you just get to choose the best one every time and plop it down, no big deal. Think of these more like loot that you have to find out in the world. Yoshino also owns a tavern, and there are some free upgrade slots there, so let's go get some loot. This is what it looks like when you start exploring a different fiefdom. As you can see, you start somewhere at the edge, and all of the districts are in Fog of War. You can reveal the mortal denizens of a district just by entering it, but if you want to learn more about the supernatural side, you'll have to explore your surroundings more thoroughly. But you also have to be strategic about it, since you don't have all the time in the world. So, put yourself in a spot where you can get as many districts at once. I find this very satisfying for some reason. It's kinda like popping bubble wrap. So now Yoshino is thinking, what is something you can put in a tavern? Something that everybody likes. Some nice decoration? No, nobody wants that. How about cats? Now that's a great idea, except it's a bad idea because these cats are in a district controlled by a vampire hunter. So she can't just knock on his front door and ask for them nicely or buy the cats off of him. She would have to be sneaky. She will do a cat heist. Oh my god, I could have said cat burglar. Missed opportunity. Anyway, heists have been in the mod since last year. You've all seen those. And if you haven't seen those, go play Prince of Darkness. We have heists. Sneak around, dodge guards, have a grand old time. To make a long story short, Yoshino returns, cats in tow, and now she has cats in the tavern. Is that an upgrade? Should we have tried looking for beer instead? Maybe? Maybe you would put beer in your tavern, or maybe something else entirely. But our little demo ends here, and we hope you enjoyed this little appetizer for fiefdoms in Princess of Darkness.
can we become the most powerful family in Westeros by being a pub landlord. When people think of Crusader Kings 3, a Game of Thrones, they think of creating a dynasty that lasts forever. Massive wars with dragons soaring overhead and ruling over the Iron Throne. In our timeline, however, we will replace the monarchy in the hearts of our people with the faithful local. The king as head of state is now the king's head, leaving you in a state. So with that logic, what if we can play a Game of Thrones with booze on our side? Meet Lord Lambert of Heatherspoon, a skilled diplomat and soon-to-be pub landlord to an empire of pubs across Westeros. That's right, we're going to try and create a totally legally distinct pub empire across Westeros. The Heatherspoons Empire. If you're familiar with UK law, you know what a Wetherspoons pub is, and if you're not, give it a quick Google. Also, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe, and I'll pour you a nice cold pint. And if you leave a comment, there might even be another one ready to go for you. Anyway, Lord Lambert of Heatherspoon, a fantastic diplomat and certified in-training party animal. They want to own all of the special inns throughout Westeros, specifically the Inn of the Kneeling Man, the Inn at the Crossroads, and the Bow and Apple Cidery. But that cannot be done without money. And how do you make money, you ask? That's right, partying. By any means necessary, we're going to build inns, hold feasts, and create friends all over the kingdom so we can have our fingers in multiple pints. You know, the joke pie sounds like pints. We only have a few small issues to start with. One being, we don't have a wife. Two being, that I have a crappy son. Would be a shame if something happened to him. And lastly, we don't have many friends in high places, so we can't really grow from where we currently are without doing some serious changes. Right, let's get to work. Let me introduce to you the lovely Lady Roanne, a beautiful Reachman, fertile, and now our beautiful wife. Straight away, we'll set her to court politics so that she can buff our diplomacy even more. Also, while seducing our new wife, we're going to be learning Valyrian. But I could already hear you muttering that learning Valyrian isn't very party animal-like. But what you don't realize is that it's what all the rich people speak. Unlike you poor peasants, they party hard. So by learning it, we can get in with them and find out where that good money is. Also, by becoming a party animal, I could become a reveler, which will help us become more popular amongst the rich, and maybe it will even give us a chance to do some sneaky schemes to further our plans too. Basically, we're becoming the life of the party, by any means. But to earn this trait, we're going to need to host feasts, and there's no bigger family with more influence in this area than the Lannisters. So guess who's going to get a nice little invite in the post? No, it's not you. It's the Lannisters. And when the Lannisters rock up to the party, get it? Lord Lambert gets the social juices flowing, quickly befriending Lord Lannister, gaining some new neat boons to the province, all thanks to high diplomacy. Now, onto our first, or maybe second, setback. I'm not sure if this is a conflict with the submods we're using, or I just haven't played a character this low in stature in so long, but currently, we do not have the ability to give courtier positions to unlanded peasants. And being a lowly count, we don't have subordinate lords, which means I'm starting this run without councillors. Talking of submods, I should mention here how we're going to build the inns. There's a submod that adds some neat extra buildings to provinces that can be built, including coach houses. Coach houses adds to the holding a place for travelers to shelter, relax, and find the finest refreshments. They're basically what we will refer to as pubs, as they're basically an inn chain of buildings. So, with us building one in Heatherfield, this adds the first official Heatherspoons establishment to the map. But this is only beginning. I want an empire of them. Assumedly, after this long night of partying, Lord Lambert's 57-year-old bones were surely jumped, and now his lovely Roanne is pregnant, meaning we're one step closer to ridding ourselves of the disappointment. I'm just looking forward to having an heir who I can place some faith in, you know? Meaning in no time at all, we had our potential new heir, Baby J. So all I can now pray to the seven who are one for is an heir who isn't a pathetic waste of space. Joffrey, you sicken me. But let's keep hunting for friends. So it's Operation Befriend the Targs. After all, who's in charge of the liquor licenses in Westeros? That's right, the king, who's a Targaryen. Come on, man, keep up. So after a rigorous and foolproof plan of apparently talking about the weather and some other very exciting topics, the plan failed. Anyway, I'm apparently too boring to befriend him. I guess we'll have to start slightly smaller than the Emperor on the Iron Throne. As you may have noticed earlier, Lord Lambert was already quite at an old age, being 57, and he just gained the infirm trait. He's probably not going to be long for this world anyway, so probably not a bad idea to get the last will written up, so that when he does go to the big brewery in the sky, at least the correct heir will get their dues. And also wanting to set our heir off to a best foot, we managed to accidentally hide some assets for a little tasty bit of extra domain tax. Damn. Such a shame that those assets just disappeared, am I right? Sometimes, though, diplomacy and partying can only get you so far. In these rare cases, the only solution is a crushing and brutal war to take over the neighbouring county and gain some courtiers. The neighbouring county of Hattersley looked very enticing for that exact reason, and with a quick fight, a short siege, and a nice cold pint, Hattersley fell under the reign of the Heatherspoons. But after the war for Hattersley, the end of Lord Lambert arrived. The first Heatherspoon of our dynasty was dead. The dynasty now fell to our better son, Jay. Plenty of nights partying through uni, he did finally graduate and come of age as a pretty decent diplomat. Now that we're finally fully in charge of the family, it's time to do some work. Most notably, we need to find a wife. With Marianne, a low-born Riverlander, looking like a good candidate. She's got pretty great intrigue, which will be very, very handy for what I have in my plans. So let's celebrate the newlyweds with our first party with Jay. What a delightful night of frivolity and merriment. Wait, Marianne is already pregnant? You two move quickly. Thus, JD was born. Anyway, recently the Lannisters came into the ownership of a duchy that's next to us. Perhaps if we own enough land, they might be nice enough to give it to us if we ask. So, I guess I have to grab some more territory with some more forceful diplomacy. Thus, we attack Stingrock. And with a very quick siege, we impose our peaceful party nature onto them with an iron fist. This gave us the claim for the duchy, and what do you know, the Lannisters, assumedly seeing us being close to having a tantrum, gave us the duchy. Heading back to the actual diplomacy, we proposed an alliance with Castamere so that we could have a bit more security, and then started digging up dirt on the others just in case said security might be compromised. Around this time too, Jay and Marianne had been getting busy with their 6 children. We had more than them. What the hell is that? Jay, you really need to stop drinking so much. Oh, what's this? New king. Old Jahiris, who found Lord Lambert boring, died, and a new potential drinking buddy has arrived in the form of the new King Aemon. That's going into the to-do pile. We've also been granted Round Towers, which happen to be a capital, so we can build a new inn, and with it, a new part of our pub empire. What an exciting turn of events. In an effort to improve our party lifestyle, which had been somewhat lacking recently, we sent Lord J back to university to get a degree in being a mad lad. Do some keg stands, some shots, proper mad lad behavior. This time also gave us the opportunity to start fabricating some hooks on our first big tavern's lord, as well as getting wine production up at our vineyard in the new duchy. Slight Targaryen tangent here. Daemon just stole the throne and Viserys has no kids in this timeline, so we might just be about to see a very new and different Dance with the Dragons. Oh, we're being dragged into the dance? I haven't even learnt to tango yet. In a vague effort to hope we survive, let's switch our focus to prowess, which also gives us promising prospects, which will be very handy in future here. The war was brutal and bloody, to the point where even the famous dragon Dreamfire was killed by Meleys, the Red Queen. The dance ended with Daemon victoriously taking the throne after the last true Targaryen line all died out. And to top it off, we then died of marching sickness. Marching sickness? Wait, that's not good. Well, the young Lord JD then held a funeral for his late father, I guess. I hadn't mentioned it yet as it didn't seem necessary, but we married off young Lord JD earlier, who we're now playing as. So that's all well and good. Wait. Lord Tymond tried to elope with my wife and she was into it? He's ancient! Well, that sure is interesting. Maybe we can both agree to a feudal contract change. How does that sound, fella? In a fit of anger and definitely not any premeditated reason, I may have slightly schemed to murder one of the Brackens. As I said, this was definitely no reason, and the reason definitely won't become clear soon. But I did get caught. Whoopsie daisy, that's a small price to pay for the family. But my master plan was foiled, as the Brackens must have realized what I was doing. So they divorced my sister and remarried, meaning it wouldn't be a little bit harder to get that sweet in. It is at this point we had enough renown to take our first dynastic legacy bonus, the Golden Stool, which is a lovely little Westerlander bonus and is definitely going to help our income. Income is looking really good. Good old JD has been great at just developing the realm more than anything. With this time of prosperity, it also gave me time to take part in my favorite pastime, embezzlement, which, you know, also greatly increased our revenue, as long as we don't get caught. With our newfound legitimate wealth, I thought it was worth creating a new culture that would promote our new festive-based lifestyle, referred to as the Spooner culture. Spooner culture is all about partying and will hopefully make our feasts even more profitable. It also means that when you're done partying, you have a tendency to waste away alone in a dark pub, questioning where it all went wrong. Also, in an effort to marry into the Crossroads, we did a big nut. In that, we married into House Nut. What do you think I was talking about? But yes, this should add some legitimacy to owning the Crossroads very shortly. I think it's time for our first ever hostile takeover of the inn at the Crossroads. It's going to be a tough fight, but luckily, due to the time I spent marrying and befriending, we have some great allies to help with this push. Also, there's a chance I'll get the Lordship of the Riverlands through this war too, which is cool, I guess. But let's focus on the main prize, shall we? Surprisingly, even though we're really good at partying, we're also really good at slaughtering soldiers. Stack wipe here, crushing siege there, and before we know it, the Crossroads are now under new management. In the midst of the celebrations of the takeover of the new pub, we received some awful news. Our main son and heir died. Anyway, here's Artois, our other son, whose nut wife is in line for the entire duchy. So in preparation for him taking over, as old JD was getting a little old at this point, we cleaned up the region around Heatherfield and borrowed Lannisport, just as JD predictably died of old age. He's in the tavern in the sky now. Meaning this was the perfect time for Artois to rename his children's names to something more Heatherspoon appropriate. Perfect. Now that we are Lord Artois, we have some new opportunities open to us, including a claim for some land through a cousin. This led to a long and grueling war, stuff that legends would be told about, with countless bloody battles, and then she left the court and the war was invalidated. She left the court and the war was invalidated? Oh wait, nope, that was definitely a dream. So we successfully pressed the claim and took the land. Oh, and gained claim onto Tyrosh. That's a nice bonus. Time to expand the business, I think. Now that we have our first brewery, it's time to get the others. And we're not going to waste any time, so we're going straight for the cider brewery over in the Reach. I was expecting this war to be a bit more brutal, honestly, but due to a little bit of luck, we organized our forces quicker and caught some of the smaller armies with our bigger one. So we just walked over to the Bow and Apple Cidery and politely told them this belonged to us now. The under new management sign was up before they could even ask if we wanted Thatchers or Strongbow. So we began building a victory palace just to really commemorate how great we are. There comes a time in any good Crusader Kings 3 Game of Thrones run where you eventually accidentally break the economy of the game, and this was no exception. After carefully developing the new holdings, we just started to make more money than we knew what to do with. I had time to try and figure out how to become immortal. This also led to a drunken story, unlocking a casus belli for Liss. Honestly, there is literally no downside to drinking right now. Alcohol truly solves all problems. This led me to a quick war for Liss that ultimately failed, mainly because good Artois died of the plague. So we moved on to our next member of the Heatherspoons, Jack Daniels. Bit more on the nose, I know, but he is already ancient, so honestly I'm not expecting great things from him, frankly. Before we could really think about how this was going to screw us shortly, the entire realm just exploded into a mega war. Wait, no, this is an independence war, and the king doesn't want sovereignty over our realm anymore, meaning the map now looks like this, and it also means that Jack Daniels is now king of Eldom. Eldom grew and grew, quicker and quicker, and at this point exponential growth had been so high that we just monopolized alcohol in all forms. Eldom then carried on growing forevermore, bringing joy and happiness to everyone for the rest of time. Or at least until they gave everyone liver failure anyway. Maybe not joy and happiness. Yeah, mostly horrendous illnesses. And so with that, we must call last orders on this video. And as we ring that final bell and force you to down your pint, you can ring a bell of your own by hitting the notifications button, hitting subscribe, liking this video, and joining me for more videos in the future. I'm doing a massive push to try and get to 100,000 subscribers by next September. We've got a long way to go, but so many people that watch these videos don't subscribe. Make sure you subscribe today. I've been Midgeman. Now come on, drink up, grab your coat, get in the Uber. We're going to the next video. Sibylla d'Anjou, the historical successor of the Baldwins and last queen of High Jerusalem. She manipulated the courts of the Holy Land and bent them to her will. She oversaw the final defenses of the Holy City, and she stole our hearts when played by Eva Green. But what if we could empower her in ways that the Crusader Further could never? What if the world wasn't as it seemed? What if elves were real? And what if Sibylla found the key to ruling the known world in ancient technology? Hello, my name is Midgeman, and today we're checking out Elf Destiny to see what's more powerful, a horde of holy armies from the Levant, or a bunch of forest twinks led by one of the coolest queens in history. Remember to like and subscribe, and let's jump right in. Hello everybody and welcome back. Today we're going to be looking at Elf Destiny, and that brings us to this. What is an archaeologist? Your steward approaches you, a concerned look on their face. My lady, an odd woman has arrived seeking an audience with you. She calls herself Julia Melwood. She claims that she is a trained archaeologist, but I'm fairly sure that's a made-up title. You both glance over as the self-proclaimed expert knocks over a vase. Your steward shakes their head and continues. She apparently found a great discovery relating to the elves. As far as I'm concerned, they're nothing more than a children's fairy tale, but seeing as how insistent she is, I thought it was best to bring her to you. What shall I tell her? I would know the truth of this. See her in. Yes, today we are playing as Princess Sibylla of Jerusalem. And today we're going to see if we can use elf magic to save the Holy Land. The expedition to the Elven Ruins. The young woman walks up to you as your steward waves them over. My lady, I am Julia Melwood, one of the best archaeologists. Okay, this is the pop-ups are killing me. You're killing me, pop-up. That's not the scroll wheel. My lady, I am Julia Melwood, one of the best archaeologists in my field. If I may be so bold. You spare a glance over to your steward, who looks clearly unimpressed. She sets a rolled parchment on the table and lays it flat. You notice a strange script lining the borders, perhaps some dialect of Arabic? I strive to discover clues that our ancestors left behind, and my specialty is the study of mysterious elven people. The few artifacts found tell us that they were a highly advanced civilization, perhaps more so than ourselves, and seem to have survived several hundreds or perhaps even thousands of years. This map is covered in an elven script that I can't decipher, but it appears to show several locations for the fortress tomb of the last elf emperor. If real, it may contain great treasure forgotten to time. I would mount an expedition to investigate, but I am in need of funding. Will you help me? An adventure? Yeah, you have my support. This sounds wild. Okay, before we forget as well, we have to set up Princess Sibylla here just a little bit. I'm going to be going diplomacy lifestyle. Despite my very, very low stat in it, I am actually a charismatic negotiator. She must have she has a base of 0. She is gregarious and charismatic, and then has a negative of 2 from callous. Those numbers don't add up. So Sibylla is actually a random stat line character, despite the fact that she is a important character to one of the start dates. So this is an interesting start we've been handed. I am going to go for foreign affairs focused and try and go a diplomatic route. We're also not married. I'm holding off on that. I mean, Guy de Lusignan is here. I could marry him, but I'm going to hold off on that. So we now have the host an expedition. It's going to cost us gold, but we may gain elven artifacts or discover a new cultural tradition. Oh, and there are several locations we can go to. Belazuna in... What's that? Belazuna in... What is that? The Alps. Svanti in Georgia. Simbling, Diane, Harkonnen, Akdapame, and Intata. Do we reckon we want to go up? Is it going to be safer for me to go down into the Coptic region or up into Georgia. I think it's probably going to be safer for me to cross up into Georgia. Oh boy, the dangers here are wild. Let's see if we can get those travel options down a little bit. Okay, that's a little bit better. How much money do I have? Ooh. We'll explore the ruins. I want to explore the ruins for a lot, but let's take 5 adventurers. I guess we start this expedition, waste all of our money on an expedition. Let's go. Let's hope our brother Baldwin the Leper doesn't lose the throne in the time that we're not here. Also, Lebanon just burst. Oh, no, okay. I thought Lebanon just gained its independence. It didn't. Yes, I'm gonna raise my son to be an Anjou rather than his father. I want an heir. Oh, did I just gain rough terrain expert? I did. I'm also out of money, though. Someone just stole my money. Filthy thief! You think you can steal from me? Our journey continues. A language barrier. Okay, we got lost again. Oh, I have a bodyguard. Setting up base camp for the expedition. Your party has arrived at the entrance to the Elven ruins. You need to set up an adequate base of operations before beginning. Massive stone doors stand in your way, engraved with ancient runes and lined with silver accents. It possesses a level of craftsmanship that most artisans would struggle to replicate. Julia runs her finger over the ancient writings and mutters to herself and scribbling in her notebook. After a few minutes, she looks up at you. Milady, I believe it to be a riddle left by the elves. It is clear we must solve it to proceed further. Very well, what does it say? When I'm alive, I do not speak. Anyone who wants to takes me captive and cuts off my head. They bite my bare body. I do no harm to anyone unless they cut me first. Then I soon make them cry. This is either a statue, a tree, a snake, or the only option we can click, an onion. Because onions, like elves and ogres, have layers. You come upon a large chamber, perhaps once used as a grand hall by the lords of old. Large pillars line the room, holding up a majestic ceiling that stretches high above you. In the center of the room sits a long-dead king, his throne, his final resting place. What a discovery, Julia shouts, scampering over to inspect the corpse. Look at this, she says, pointing at a radiant amulet hanging around the king's neck. You feel a strange pull towards the gem. You have to fight the urge to draw closer. Well, milady, says a gleaming Julia, what are you waiting for? Reach out and grab the gem. You gain Sigil of the Realm Lord artifact. Upon touching the gem, a brilliant blinding light envelops you and Julia. Suddenly you can't read that because of the transparency on the text. Feeling like a rowboat caught in a raging hurricane, your only solace being the knowledge that you are not alone. It isn't Julia, you realize. No, it's a vast and incomprehensible presence that dwarfs you, the tomb, and the planet you reside on. It both comforts and terrifies you, shielding you from the light while examining every fiber of your being with a piercing gaze. The experience elevates your senses, allowing you to examine your body in a way that you never thought you could before. You feel a heartbeat, your lungs breathe, your blood flow, your mind think. You feel your body as a whole and witness your soul tremble. Is this death? All of your expedition party members have been transformed into elves. Amidst the blinding lights, the presence fills your mind with images of the past. You see now the great elves of old live. You see how the great elves of old lived and are filled with a plethora of emotions that they felt. You know you could keep pulling on this thread and adopt their hopes and beliefs as your own. Do you convert to elf culture and start afresh? Well, I'm currently French, so anything to get rid of that. I will take on the elven culture as my own. The light eventually fades and the world comes back into focus. You feel different. Looking at Julia, your eyes widened at her newly elongated ears. Upon seeing your own shocked face, you reach up and feel the tips of your pointy ears with your fingers. My lady, it looks like we've been transformed into elves, the legendary people of old. I need time to write down what we saw, she says hurriedly, scampering off to find something to write on. You look at the gem, still clutched in your hand in wonder. What does this change mean for you and for your people? We should head home and reflect on this. Okay, your party stumbles upon a long-forgotten armory. Hanging on a rack, you find a suit of ancient elven armor in serviceable condition. How fortunate. Oh, nice. We also have the Sigil of the Realm Lord, which is learning lifestyle experience. Heck yeah, okay. You spent the entire day scouring the ruins for any sign of treasure or ancient knowledge, but you found nothing of interest. Okay, let's time to head home. Let's finish our expedition. Jerusalem isn't at war yet, which is decent. Good for us. Oh, I say that. Liege goes to war. He's currently fighting Rashid al-Din. What, is this an aggressive war? This is an aggressive war. Go on, Baldwin. So I'm an elf now. Let's take a look at the elven heritage. So elf heritage, we're spiritual, martial men only, high elven language, elven aesthetic. We have the old ways, can recruit fey archers as men-at-arms. Characters gain herbalist traits more often. Herbalist, wise man, and the wise man traits have additional bonuses. Okay, we don't have any other cultural innovations. Elven adaptability. Maximum number of cultural traditions plus 100? Okay, that's wild. That's wildly wild. Mayor Payan of Ascalon is spark gifted. Okay. Did my kid become an elf? He is elven. It's very good. Okay, so we now 1 year on and we're an elf. We need this culture to spread locally. So let's try and make Elven Gaza. Choice of dreams. Ooh, hello. You're in the middle of a hard-earned slumber when you feel a familiar presence. It's the same feeling you had when you grabbed at that amulet in the Elven tomb. It does not say anything to you, but instead projects a single idea into your mind. And you do. Thousands of lifetimes flash behind your eyes, threatening to overwhelm your every sense. Great wars between elves and humans in vast empires, built on the backs of human slaves, but also grand feasts shared in friendship between human and elf kings. You begin to understand the intention of the presence as it conveys another idea. Either I've got to choose humans and elves will live together in friendship, elves stand above humans. Any other notion is ridiculous, elven superiority tradition, or open-hearted. Humans will be open to marriage of elves of this culture, regardless of their religion. Ooh. Let's treat everyone equally. Crimson visitors. As you begin to settle down for the night, you hear a frantic knocking on your door. Outside, you hear some kind of grand commotion. As you wearily climb out of your bed trying to clear your head, one of your servants explains the situations. Sisters of the Aurelian Order, known as the Red Witches by the common folk, have somehow learned of your latest expedition and are demanding your presence. I'll hear them in the council chambers. Send them in. You enter the council room to find two Aurelian sisters awaiting your arrival. Their embroidered dresses and ageless beauty render you speechless for a moment. Your consternation only interrupted by the apparent junior of the two clearing her throat. My lady, my name is Calmera. You have been granted the privilege of standing before Mistress Elandra, High Matriarch of the Aurelian Weavers. On cue, the other woman steps forward and meets your eyes, moving with an effortless grace. Her youthful face somehow projecting wisdom and sagesy. My lady, I know our arrival is unexpected, but we come to discuss a matter of great importance. I felt the release of divine energy a short time ago, and finding you, an elf in the human lands, confirms my suspicion. I know you have found the sigil of the Realm Lord. How do you know this? I'm not here to take it from you, the matriarch continues, her song-like voice drawing closer to you. The sigil only reacts to those that it finds worthy. Another hand has touched the beacon! Possessing masks you the undisputed elf lord of this world. In ancient times, elves and humans came to the world through a great portal. Countless empires have risen and fallen. At one point, the very elven emperor whose sigil you have found was overthrown in a massive rebellion. The most elves were either slain or forced to flee back through the portal, leaving this world behind. A small population did remain, sticking to the far wilds where they could live in peace after the Great Exodus. Vital components of the portal were destroyed by the rebels, and our gateway to the other realms were lost. My lady, the sigil choosing you at this time is no coincidence. It is a confirmation that the divine spark, the great creator of all things, is making its will known. It is time to restore the grand portal back and welcome the great elven people back to this world. A momentous and worthy undertaking. How do I explain this to all the Catholic crusaders around me? It is indeed. You will need to find the replacements for the destroyed portal components. I have learned such things were rare but still available in the days of old. You must continue your expeditions of ancient elven sites and find parts we need. She finishes, motioning the younger sister to lay a map on the table. We have brought maps with us. They detail some newly discovered elven ruins for you to investigate. Elandra looks deep into your eyes. The world's fate lies in your hands. I do not say that lightly. Before we make the long journey back to our sanctum in the north, I have only one additional matter to discuss with you. It is customary of all elven lords across the realm to accept the divine spark as the true guiding force of the universe. And furthermore, the Sisters of Aurelian Weavers will be seen as its shepherds of its will. I implore you to accept the order into your lands and advise you further on interests of the Divine Spark. I would be honored to welcome the Sisters into the realm. A wise decision, Realm Lord. Together we will usher in a new age of elven prosperity. One last matter. When a new Realm Lord is chosen by the Divine Spark, it has long been customary for the Aurelian Order to grant a new Lord some control of how the Sisters administrate the faith in the realm. First, you must prove you are worthy of that honor. Go, explore the ancient places of our people until you discover sites of great resonance in the Divine Spark. You will find these places most holy to us and the Sisterhood, and we will defer to your judgment. I will hunt down the lost holy sites of the elves. Okay. Oh, I have a new council spot. The Aurelian Order will send you a new advisor. Okay. So the mayor of Ascalon here is a little bit spark gifted, so maybe I should marry him. But we've got a lot of people who have converted to the elven ways as well. Okay. I have Galadria. I think she's coming as my elven advisor. She's a magi. Aurelian sister, spark gifted, Midas touched. Okay. A champion arrives. A wave of excitement has swept your court. A tournament champion is rumored to be staying in town. It is none other than Caladron, a renowned vocalist and rising star of the recital contests. He is a real crowd favorite. Little is known about his background except rumors he is of a truly old and noble elf lineage. Such an individual will make a fine addition to any lord or lady's court. Ooh, hello, he's got 46 diplomacy. He has the bloodline of House Thrandrail. Damn. I will seek him out. We found Caladron down at the local tavern surrounded by a crowd of adoring onlookers. After some brief introductions, you ask if you'd like to share a drink with you. A few mugs later, you're down to business and express your interest in Caladron joining your court. You're in luck, he says. My last lord could not afford my sponsorship and has released me from his service. I'd be honored to serve a noble elven lady like yourself, but I warn you, I am no common courtier and my services do not come cheap. 100? Sure, I'll go into debt for this guy. Acquire the services of a famous elven champion. 46 diplomacy is insane. Let's assign him as a chancellor. Let's make everybody like me if we can. Currently, everybody hates me because we're considered evil to all of these Catholics. Tee-hee. My brother doesn't like me anymore because I'm not a Catholic. Okay. So my liege now obviously has reasons to hate me. I'm going to sway him if I can. He has reasons to kind of deal with me as well. Maybe if I offer to... Can I offer to join his war? No, I can't. Okay, this is going to be a little bit tough. Oh yeah, what does our religion has? Pure blood, purer blood, purest blood. Like pregnancy. Divine marriage. Oh, close familial blood. We're going a little bit high Valyrian with this. The Aurelian sisters. Aurelian magi. Oh, that's a cool piece of art. I would like Aurelian magi. Can I create those as men-at-arms? I cannot. Damn it. Not that I have the money to anyway. My liege has had war declared on him. Okay. This is a holy war for the Kingdom of Jerusalem. It's Saladin versus Salah al-Din. Why can't I say Saladin? Saladin is attacking Jerusalem. Good, this will be interesting. Maybe I can raise my warriors. Oh, I can't because he's not defending my faith anymore. Interesting. Let's try the befriend scheme, maybe. We shall see. The arrival. There's been a commotion in your holding this morning, and you confirm your suspicion upon entering your council chambers. A woman dressed in red stares before you. It would seem your new red sister has arrived. My lady, she says, I am Sister Galadria. I was sent here by the command of the High Matriarch to serve you as both your new advisor and your voice for the Aurelian Order. In recent weeks, I've learned much about you and your family. I'm sure with proper guiding, together we will build a bright future for all elves. Welcome. Matter of land. Your red sister seeks you out to discuss a matter of importance. Milady, we have yet to discuss when my order shall be headquarters in your realm. As you know, it is expected of a liege to provide a red sister with land to build a temple and oversee the Aurelian Order vassals. You may either provide me an existing temple, or my order will be willing to sponsor the construction of a new temple as a gift to your people and honor the realm's embrace of the sisterhood. Yes, I don't actually have land that I can give as a temple because it's all built upon here unless I can I revoke a title? No, I need better than limited crown authority. Well, I can probably see to that. Can I convert? I know there's a way to convert holdings, right? Can I go like that and then can I think I saw a decision to convert a holding. Yes, but I need money. Okay. In the meantime, Baldwin just got captured. Oh, the once and former countess. Foul, ignominious defeat. The wretched holy war has taken everything from me. Oh no. One day I will reclaim my lands. We are now a wandering noble. I wonder, can I do research as a wandering noble? Interesting. Okay, well, I'm going to have a think on this one. So even as an explorer, you can still go on expeditions. So that's what we're doing. We're now exploring ruins in Avignon, a trial of prowess. As you pass through the wide hallway, you admire the grand statues of long dead elven warriors lining it. About halfway through the hall, one of the statues creaks to life, its stiff stone joints grinding against each other. It moves to block your path. Each step, it takes faster and more smooth. You find the statue standing firm, saying no words and staring stoically. His drawn weapon communication enough of his challenge. Who will fight this trial? I have a 19. Gisberto has a 17. Gisberto, go for it. Your party is victorious. The stone statue gives one last nod of approval and crumbles to dust, succumbing to the will of time. The way is clear. The stone statue knight dies. Oh, it only had an 8 prowess. Okay, maybe we should have checked that. You rummage through what looks like an old shrine of some kind. In a back room, you find a dusty chest. Opening it, you stare with glee. It is a portal capacitor crystal. This is just what we need to restore the grand portal. One step closer to the ultimate goal. Oh, it adds 5 to my learning? Hell yeah. Your party has triggered a trap. Spikes fly from the walls. Some members of your party get hit. Not me though. You spend the entire day scavenging the ruins and find nothing. You also find nothing again. Your party stumbles upon the sleeping quarters of some long-forgotten elf. Inside an old wooden dresser, you find a pair of worn yet still serviceable pair of wooden elven boots. How fortunate. Ooh, travel speed bonuses. Fan of those. Okay, time to head home. I like the artwork as well. Nice bit of elven boots. So, I have no player error, and the reason for that is my son is now the Count of Monferrato for some reason. But secondly, Jerusalem fell, so I can no longer be a camp legitimists. So we've switched to scholars, and we are on another expedition. I need a husband as well. I need to marry someone, so I'm going to go for probably my caravan master in second, unless I can find an elf to marry, which I might need to do through the elf finder. Wait, did Guy de Lusignan become an elf? No, but his kid's an elf. His kid has elf blood. Julian Millwood. Oh, Caldon's still around. I don't think I can wait for... Where is Caldon right now? Countess Stephanie Stewart. He's still in the Holy Land. Maybe I'll make a run for him. I'm 30 though. Actually, I can't wait. I just need to find inheritable traits. Okay, I'm just going to have to marry one of my Gisberto. For now, anyway. I'm worried about my fertility. A woman is on a clock, you know. Your ancient scholars have left behind a trial for those who were dead trespass on their former lands. You must answer the given riddle to prove your wisdom and witness what lies ahead. Highest learning adventurers, Aki. I am prepared. What is it that given one, you'll have either 2 or none? It's got to be a choice. You'll either have no choice or you'll have a choice. You sort through an old storeroom of complicated steel contraptions covered in cobwebs. Among the junk you spot a true prize, a navigation relay, part of the grand portal. Nice. One step closer to the ultimate goal. Yes, I know about your land. I'm sorry, sister, you'll get one. Also, I have a spark crystal, apparently. Your party finds what appears to be a well-furnished laboratory of some kind. Against the back wall is a long table covered with worn parchment filled with unintelligible notes. On the table, your eyes are immediately drawn to the well-decorated hinged box of some kind of ornate wood. Upon opening the lid, you are amazed to find a beautiful spark crystal, glittering with an unnatural brightness. A grand find indeed. Oh no, spike trap. Oh, some wealth. Another spike trap. Bloody elves and their spike traps. Well, seems like my son was landed again, and he's coming back to a camp. He's also a human, technically. Okay, fair enough. And I'm no longer a wanderer. I just inherited a random county. Oh, because it was still owned by Baldwin. Shoot, I should have rejected inheritance. Well, at least I kept a load of my elves. Let me try and conquer some land, perhaps. I think I'll have to do it in a bit. So, we've had our first elven child. What a wonderful day. Let's call her Celestia. Celestia de Anjou. Yes, I like that. So as the only independent person in a tiny little area here. Wait, could I? I'm tempted to kowtow myself to the Ayyubids, but also actually just looking at the fact that the Byzantines exploded and there's a Latin emperor. Maybe there's some chances there. I'm also romancing my husband. Okay, so I finally managed to convert a region into a temple, meaning I've given the Red Sisters land, and they've just given me Magi? Aurelian War Mage. Is that something I can make, or are they just... Okay, no, they are retinues that I randomly get. Okay, fair enough. Crete just took land. Crete has many more allies. Okay, maybe we don't get involved over here. Maybe we leave the Latin Empire as it is. Okay, I'm swearing fealty with religious taxation, and I'm gonna be in here now, and hopefully be able to grow from the inside out. First things first, though, I want to try and adjust my vassal contract to allow war declaration. Upon entering the grand chamber, you spot a statue of fine white marble across from you. It depicts a fine elven maiden overlooking what appears to be a game board. You notice some carvings of a variety of figures embedded into the tiles. It seems as though you need to play a game of some sort in order to pass this trial. As you step forward, the maiden's sudden movements cause you to jump back. She flashes you a pretty smile that conveys a clear message: your move. Most intrigued character is Isabelle d'Anjou. From her expression, it's clear she's going to choose the priestess. How do I play? Trial of Cunning. The winner of the trial is whoever wins 4 out of 7 rounds. A piece of a higher rank beats of a lower rank, except peasant beats the king. Your advisor may try to guess the next move of the marble maiden from her body language, but they can be wrong. The higher your advisor's skill, the more likely they will be able to guess correctly. Now it says she's going to be the knight. Before she said the priestess. Let's play noble and place it safe. Your opponent won that round. Okay, they said priestess in the end. Their remaining pieces are the king, queen, noble, knight, bandit, and peasant. She's going to play the peasant. Then I will play my... I've already played my knight, right? No, I've played my noble. It's been taken from the list. I'm going to play my knight. Okay, I've won that round. She's going to choose the noble. They chose the peasant, so I can safely play the king here. She's going to choose the knight, then I choose the queen. She's going to choose the queen, then I place the... I'm going to lose this round by playing bandit. She's going to choose the king. I'm going to play my peasant. And I won. There we go. Bait and switch. Your party stumbles upon a long-forgotten supply room. Inside you find some gold. How fortunate. Yay. You enter a room filled with ancient curiosities. Feeling that the divine spark's presence thick in the air. As you look around, you find a peculiar artifact that you can feel pulse deeply with the spark. You are the Realm Lord, and you know instinctively that this oddity holds ancient knowledge that could help facilitate the return of the elven people. The Royal Menageries Beastry and Husbandry Guide, 3rd edition, which is we can gain Wolf Riders and Mosswood Dragoons. Damn, those are deer riding people. We can gain the Warg trait. Okay. Portraits of proud men and women holding treasures and trophies. Adventurers Guild gains the Adventurer trait. Unlocks Varangian Adventure Casus Belli. Allows the become Adventurer decision. Fair enough. A bow of unknown lumber impressive by a craftsman. Bow of the people. Upon coming of age, elves of this culture gain the first bow trait path level of the Horse of... Oh, okay. We gain Hostel Order and we gain Ranger High Guard. Okay. A collection of intricate metal tools, perhaps from a smithy. Gain Elven Craftsman. Let's gain the beastry. Let's get the deer riding men. That sounds real fun. Deer riding men from the desert. We gained Wolf Riders, which 94, 65 pursuit is insane. Mosswood Dragoons as well. The screen, 60 screen. Oh, they're a horse archer. Oh wow. Okay, let's get rid of those knights and let's grab ourselves some Mosswood Dragoons. Okay, those are sick. My son! I've had an elven son! He's ugly! Name him after my husband. Oh no, my husband died. Both of those mental breaks are real bad. Let's go for melancholic. Hopefully we can get over it. And my son, Baldwin, has managed to marry himself an elven wife, by the way. And she was an Aurelian sister. And I now have a granddaughter. Okay, so my legion's in a war, but I've been working to get claims on all of this duchy. So I'm going to declare this now. Raise my men here and see what I can do. I do have these spark wielders, and I'm excited to see what kind of damage they're going to do. Okay, my spark wielders that I just got annihilated. There is a lot going on right now. Why don't I go down here and deal with this army and see what happens. I have apparently had a fatherless wild oat because I was clicking through menus in a panic state whilst fighting a battle, and I'm going to name him after one of my channel members. If you want to become a character within the games, make sure you have a channel membership. Anyway, Anthor, you are an elven wild oat. The burden we must bear. Enjoy your little self. Boom. Victory. Okay, so we've managed to make the Duchy of Homs obviously after that war. Now we're going for the Duchy of Aleppo because we apparently have that title or enough land to grab that title. So I'm going to do some de jure claims. We do heavily lose a lot of money every time our army is raised, though, which is a bit of a problem. Seraphina, yeah, you can keep diligent. Okay, so we're on another elven adventure, and we can gain another curiosity of cultural importance here. We can get a grand mural depicting scholars arguing in public square, which gives Fey Agoras, which is gaining shrewd and sagacious, either way, learning 15 and 20, which is good. Woodland Bounty can build farms in target provinces. Elven Craftsmanship, which is the artisan one we saw before. The bow. We'll leave this place. I'm going to go for a grand mural depicting scholars arguing in a public square. That sounds fun. Another spike trap. Anyway, let's take out Aleppo if we can. So there's a new crusade for Jerusalem going on, and it was like middle of my Aleppo war, and suddenly a load of crusaders landed. And who the heck are the majestic bulls, and why are they attacking me? Okay. Oh, and there's some peasants. Very good. Majestic Bulls are a mercenary company that have joined in one of the wars. Okay. I think I'm going to pick up the Adventurer Guilds this time, because I just noticed here, adventurers may encounter 2 trials per expedition, which means we might get more traits per expedition. So overall, that's great. There we go. And we've just found another trial. The more there is, the less you see. What is it on this? People of the bow. Okay, cool. Our elven culture is looking pretty cool now. Right, now we're going to try for a war on Jerusalem. Jerusalem is where we want to try and center our power for this new elven realm. They've got a lot of troops, though. I don't know if raising just my men-at-arms here will be enough, but we'll see. How are my elves doing? Not great. Cataphracts archers are kind of dominating. That's their pikeman is apparently countering. They've just got a few more men-at-arms countering. Didn't do too badly. Okay. Also, I need to be able to fabricate some hooks. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to spend some money as well on some mercenaries. I don't want to go for levies. I just want mercs, I think. Let's go for Cretians. Let's take a fight from here. Yeah, much better. And that was a stack. Okay, no, it wasn't a stack wipe. I thought I was a stack wipe for a moment. Let's make sure my sons are in charge. Oh, also, yeah, been married off my sons. And Thor turned out okay. He's now married to a Aurelian sister. And yeah, and that quite simply is Jerusalem taken. Boom. This I want to be my capital, but I've moved it already once. Even so, I've just been declared war on by the Lord of Lebanon. Very frustrating, honestly. But that's my minute. Let's raise these and raise the Cretians as well. Hopefully take a fight nice and quickly. Trying to get them on flat ground as well. I don't really want to fight them in the mountains. On my land there, works perfectly. I've got a lot of cavalry, so I want to take them on flat ground. Oh, we love to see it. Oh, we love to see it. And I've just had a daughter because I married a new elf, by the way. I invited an elf with my prestige, and he's turned out really cool, Caladon. And apparently I can still have children at 70. Oh, and the war invalidated. Right, we're going after Tripoli, and now I'm going for the provinces I started with in this campaign. Jaffa and Gaza. Now we will move the portal of Elfkind to Jaffa, and we will start rebuilding it at once. Very careful. All the giant stone pieces of the Grand Portal are loaded onto massive wagons and begin their pilgrimage to your capital. A new age will begin there. This is only the first step. The elves will be great once more. Jaffa now has the ancient portal ruins. Very nice. A wonder of our age. I have learned a great truth of man's history. By collecting ancient components, rediscovering lost knowledge, and hunting down the lost seal of a long-dead king, I can reforge the Grand Portal and restore our connection to the stars, our ancestors, and the unfathomable dangers of the unknown. I should not take this decision lightly. I have acquired a portal capacitor, I have a navigation relay, and I have the sigil of the Realm Lord. I will restore the Grand Portal. Relics of old collected, and my worthiness questionable. Unquestionable. Not questionable. There are many who will condemn me. I now possess the means to re-establish the bond between the worlds and establish myself as a true Realm Lord. But there are many who will condemn me and would move to halt this great work by any means. Am I ready for this undertaking? We will break ground at once. The portal is complete. After many trials and great personal cost, the Grand Portal is finally restored. Once more, the gateway between this world and the countless realms of the galaxy is open. Will this bring limitless prosperity or great dangers to your realm? Who and what will come through the gate? New allies or powerful foes? These questions and many more will soon be answered. You can feel the thread of destiny pulling. You are truly a Realm Lord now, and it's time to make your mark on history. The time of the elves comes again. A new age is upon us. Oh, that's all the story content so far for this? More construction is on the way. Visit our Discord to keep with updates. Oh, thank you. Thank you, devs. Give me a free blessing. I can entrance people. Interesting. Endless Lord. Firstborn heirs, the rulers of this cultural wars, be the exact genetic copy of their parent, their lord parent. Yeah, that sounds cool. Well, I guess I've got one thing left, and that's to form up the rest of the Holy Land. Time to go after Antioch, after we've grabbed Acre and Tiberias. Oh, the collapsed the Great Khanate. Bye, Mongols. I didn't even see them. Ooh, strange reports. Apparently I've got more story content. Yay! As you enter the council hall, your counselors inform you of a strange occurrence in the portal gate. My lady, it seems something or someone has caused a significant disruption to the portal gate. No doubt it was some unruly children. My lady, children cannot cause such destruction. Besides, this is sacrilege. As Realm Lady, it is your duty to protect the sacred place. We must find the beast. Okay. Large claw marks, tufts of fur. Odd. Okay. Oh, Khmer the Old died at 202. She was burned to death. Okay, we now have a new high matriarch. Direwolf sighted. A direwolf, my lady. Some peasants were ambushed by it in the forest. Soldiers sent to investigate. A direwolf in the desert? It's a really bad location for it to be. Okay, spread the word. Deal with the direwolf. Call my knights. It's time for a hunt. The standoff. Charge with me. There's a 35% that direwolf kills me here. Oh, thank gosh, we beat it. I gain direwolf slayer for 15 years. Nice. And we found a den. Oh, direwolf cubs. Yes. I'll take the direwolf cub. Give me a pet direwolf. That sounds very fun. It's all of Antioch. Let's invite an elf. Oh, yes. Golden Song. We're going to be Antioch eventually. Eldia Golden Song. Think I found myself a new spy master. Seduce. Attack for Beirut. Ooh. My daughter is a trained magi, and I just had twins. So I just completed another expedition, and it made Alexandria a holy site for the elves. So now we have two. One of which is the portal ruin, which is all the way up here. But the portal ruin isn't there, it's down here now. Can I make Jerusalem a holy site? Another thing. Either way, I now have enough prestige to claim the Sultanate of Syria, which I have done. I wonder if I can now... I can train for a tournament. Oh, can I petition him for... Oh yeah, grant claimed title. Yes. Let's go see if he'll give me the kingdom level. Oh, he did! Nice! Awesome! Let them see their new matriarch. I want to move the realm capital. I can't. Still, for some reason. But what I can do is give out titles now. So now that I have 3 holy sites, I can reform the faith. Let's try this. Also, there's currently a Catholic crusade for Egypt, and I'm looking forward to seeing the aftermath because this might be my chance to gain independence. Oh, we have a Liberty War faction. This is going to be a good chance for me to deal with the random vassals I was granted. All before the big war. Alleluia. A new child of the spark. Ayubid. Interesting. There goes the victorious crusade. No, I'm not independent, but boy, that's a big old chunk right there. Ooh. As I prepare to ascend, I'm doing the ritual of ascension. I recall the spark crystal in my possession. I could tap into the power of the spark captured to drastically increase the power of the ritual. Ooh, I'll do this one alone. My elf trait has now evolved. I'm now a high elf. I've become more. Awesome. Okay. Wow, increased my life expectancy by 50 years. Awesome. No, my direwolf died. At least it was peacefully in its sleep. Do you ever just zoom out in CK and go, what on earth has happened to the world? Anyway, the Mongols are back again, and I think it is time we declared our independence. It says we are out of our depth. I don't think we're going to be. I'm going to just try and use only my men-at-arms. And Sicily here for... They're part of the Arabian Empire claim war. Okay. Get out of Jerusalem! 20,000 men used to be here. Now it's a ghost town. Now our men-at-arms aren't great in the mountains. Well, some of them. Others, very good. Fortunately, we're suffering with consumption right now. It's important that we fight this battle. Oh, we can do another ritual of ascension. I am now a Fae. I don't even know where the capital is. Oh, it's up here. Oh, that's amazing. Off we go. Let's take over that siege. 97%. I lost my consumption, which is really nice. And there's 100%. That is our freedom. Oh, yes. That looks so good. Everybody out. I'm actually over on my theology focuses. It is finally time for us to reform the faith. Boom. And we can take a new dynastic legacy and consecrate our bloodline. Fantastic. We've now ascended all the way to Fae Radiant. And look at the bonuses we have. Queen Sibylla the Wolf Slayer is going to live for a long time. And you know what reforming the faith means? It means we can do holy wars. Also, I redid. We are now Jerusalem. Jerusalem. Oh god, I've misspelled it, but it's Jerusalem. It should be Jerusalem. Either way, now it's Uwusalem. Anyway, I really dig the flag I made. I'm kind of here for the cross going on. Here we go. Should be a good battle. Good, clean battle there. And that's the war for the Sultanate of Egypt. God, we got a lot of land to clean out. Okay, yeah, fun. This is a holy site, so we'll be doing stuff here, but okay, be back in a moment. I don't know that it's our final ascension because there's levels of Fae past Celestial tier all the way to Altar. And I think, however, I'm going to join with the Spark Crystal and see what this does. You join your hands with the crystal and you meditate to form a connection. You feel the spark inside the crystal. With your thoughts together, you reach out and release it. Your ritual resonates with the divine spark as you become more aligned. You have ascended. We're a seraphic celestial. Elves that have reached a near angelic state of being. We have plus 20 learning, plus 20 prowess. No prowess lost from aging. Only negative 45% fertility. A medium health boost. Life expectancy plus infinite. Years fertility. Infinite. Attraction opinion only plus 17. Anyway, I think that's where we're going to leave Elf Destiny here and the Anjou dynasty and Jerusalem, which has made a huge mark on the map. This is a fun mod. I really want more of the story elements to come on in. And yeah, let me know if you'd like to see more Fae Destiny, if you would like anything else. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. I've been Midgeman, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye for now.
A new hand touches the beacon.
History is the beginning and end of all things. Every action has a cause and effect, and so too does inaction. Each living creature must make a choice, and then learn to live with the consequences. DAESH has seen its fair share of consequences, has it not? Oh, pardon my poor manners. I am known as Brother Genitivi. My role is that of a humble Chantry scholar, though some of you knew that already. Alas, I know why each of you are here. You wish to learn about the Glory Age, a time when the Second Blight had just come to an end. When Ferelden had neither king nor queen. Before the Dells were brought to ruin. When Orlais warred with her own people. To the southeast of DAESH and beyond the Frostback Mountains lies the land of the ancient Alamari. At this time, an ambitious man by the name of Tern Kedman declared himself king of Ferelden, which prompted civil war between himself and the other Terns and Arls of the land. Even those of Avar and Chastened descent seek to rise to glory by laying claim to the title of king or queen of Ferelden. Yes, this part of DAESH has never been left wanting for conflict, yet it continues to prove resourceful and strong even in the present. War is in their blood, such is the nature of the Dog Lords. Those that know the tale of the elves understand it to be a tragic one. They lost the last vestiges of their empire to the Tevinter Imperium, eventually earning themselves a new home in the Dells. Southwest of DAESH and beyond the Frostback Mountains, the remaining Elven reside in their home near Orlais. When the Second Blight ravaged the land, decimating much of the Orlesian Empire, the elves chose to stay behind their walls. Right or wrong, the human neighbors would not forget their inaction. This only fed the tensions between the humans and elves, which would eventually reach a breaking point at Red Crossing. This massacre led to the War of the Dells, and shortly after, the Exalted March. Orlais managed to weather the Second Blight, but not without scars. With the Orlesian Empire in disarray, it would appear that those in the Nahashian marshes believe they no longer require an emperor. Historically, scholars believe that Cordelis Dracon II was unable to escape his father's long shadow, which led some of his vassals to question his legitimacy as a ruler. For one, Rue Marchette, a local lord in Nahashian of considerable popularity, Enough was enough. While not much is known of Ru, it is said that he began the rebellion against the Orlesian Empire to secure the independence of the Marshes. By the Maker, look at the hour. Hopefully you've learned something from this doddering old fool. Now, I need to get going, but I'm sure we'll see one another again, won't we? If you require an incentive, I suppose I could be convinced to spoil just a smidgen. Our next lesson will be about the strange arid jewel of Navarra, a place where both the living and dead toil for the betterment of society, and dragons dare not land. Until then, may the Maker watch over you, my friend. Our Thetis gives as much as she takes, but the question is, are you prepared to pay her price?
May I tell you a story, my prince? In the days before the great cataclysm and the divine sundering of the world, the empire of the Golden Sun, the empire of your forefathers, stood on the brink of collapse. Their sworn enemy, the elven host of the Volokar, held an all but absolute power over the world of men. Kings fell to their might. Rebel sons knelt before their new elven emperor. Even our own imperial forces could not stop them from razing our capital. On the eve of our final defeat by the Volokar, and as if prompted by nothing but their own heavenly design, the gods fell on our world with a violent passion. A ruinous war for the heavens broke out upon Iona, shattering the old order into 1,000 pieces. For 13 years, the gods' terrible power raged. Continents were vitrified, great islands sunk. And when God killed God, the very earth would weep in awe. When the last god fell, a new world was born from their holy ashes, and a new age began. An age of ruin, and an age of blood and bonds. An age of godlessness, and an age of woe.
The wheel of time turns, and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. Legend fades to myth, and even myth is long forgotten when the age that gave it birth comes again. In one age, called the Third Age by some, an age yet to come, an age long past, a wind rose. The wind was not the beginning. There are neither beginnings nor endings to the turning of the wheel of time. But it was a beginning. Experience firsthand the world of Robert Jordan's famous book series through Crusader Kings 3, The Wheel of Time. Take control of characters from the novels and guide them through their destinies. Stick to the story as written by the author, or diverge from the narrative to create your own path. Navigate the vibrant world of the Westerns, from the Dragon Wall to the Arith Ocean, and rise to power over nations through unique systems directly from the source material. Push back the wilderness that has overtaken the lands once held by mankind, and resurrect the fallen kingdoms of the world. Take up arms as a borderlander, repel shadow spawn invasions, take the fight to Sheol Ghul, and halt the relentless advance of the Blight. Or die trying. If you want to keep up with the development and eventual release of Crusader Kings 3: The Wheel of Time, join our Discord server.
Welcome, everybody, to a brief preview of the ongoing work in Lord of the Rings: Realms in Exile. As CK3 grows older, and so does the team, we have grown and learned, refining our processes and vision. We have now split our development into 3 major tracks. First, map expansions, where we continue to expand the map geographically. Second, start dates, where we add new dates to explore. And third, mechanic expansions. And here we have the most specifically referred to and a long-awaited addition to the mod, the Fellowship of the Ring. In the realm of map expansion, we continue to explore and expand into lands all but untouched by Tolkien. Those at the far east and south, which do not enter into the tellings of the west. Our next map expansion focuses on the Bay of Ormal. This inner sea, rumored to be the spot where the great primordial lamp once fell, it is home to new nations, cultures, and religions to discover. The lands of Serain, on the bay's west, are varied in creed and polity, ebbing and flowing, rising and falling, but the shadow has begun to once more sink its talons into this vibrant land, turning its people hostile. To the north of the bay stands the Empire of Kai, its inhabitants sun worshippers, standing as the greatest success of the many efforts of the Blue Wizards, who will not be coming in this map expansion, we must stress, but soon. Turning to our ongoing bookmark work, traveling back in time almost 1700 years, the current bookmark under construction starts in the earlier Third Age of 1349, the Rise of Angmar. Here there will be a great northern war between the kingdoms of Arnor, ruled by the ancestors of Aragorn, and Angmar, ruled by the Witch King, greatest of Sauron's servants, chief of the Nazgûl. For 6 centuries these kingdoms would fight until both were brought to ruin, but perhaps in the hands of a skilled player this might be changed. Meanwhile, to the south, Gondor has waxed in power and pride alike, but pride may yet beget ruin, as happened historically, for the looming kinstrife shall end many a line and deplete much of the splendor of Gondor. Our final and most complicated work lies in the realm of mechanical expansion. Foremost of these which are being worked on is the long-awaited Fellowship of the Ring and the Ring Quest. While still in early stages, coding-wise, after much discussion, we have come to a general design philosophy for how we want the mechanics to work, and the Fellowship as a whole to function. We hope to share with you as we continue to progress in implementing the Fellowship. Other mechanical expansions are also being worked on, such as the long-awaited, and some would argue mythical, sorcery rework, as well as possible revisions to elven gameplay and/or orcish successions. We thank you for sticking with us thus far, and hope you'll be joining us for when Realms in Exile 4.3 releases in the near future.
You're gonna love this!
Hello, my name is Stefan. I'm a modder on the Fallen Eagle team. Today, we want to go over what we have done in the past year and also give you a preview of our future content. Since last year's Modcon, we've worked hard to integrate many new features from the DLCs and free updates into the Fallen Eagle. For instance, the Roman Empire now uses the administrative government introduced with the Roads to Power DLC. But we've retained aspects of our old Roman government, such as the Senate and the Latin government, so you still get a flavor of late antique. More recently, we've integrated Vanilla's nomadic government and Great Steppe situation to replace our existing nomad mechanics, as well as the new tributary system. We've also added a lot of new content this past year, such as our Egypt and Nubia flavor pack, called After the Pharaohs. We added plenty of new immersive features based on meticulous research into the history of the Nile River, such as a new doctrine for Kemetic faiths to unlock different patron gods, and a pilgrimage to the Aswan temples we integrated from the Rise mod, among other things. The update also added a new bookmark in 361 AD with interesting characters like Amanipilade, the last known ruler of the Kingdom of Kush. Besides this, we've made some map and terrain adjustments, added new cultures and faiths, fixed a lot of bugs, and much more.
Greetings, Sir Thomas Payne, scholar on the Fallen Eagle team. I'm here to talk to you about what's coming next for the Fallen Eagle. The Fallen Eagle team has been hard at work on our Rise of Islam update, which features a new start date in 632 bookmark. Many of us were busy in real life over the past few years, so while we can't show you much yet, rest assured we're working hard on setting up different realms, faiths, and cultures, collecting a list of historical figures and family trees, and developing new mechanics. We want to give you a sneak peek at some of our conceptual plans. Please note, they're much so a work in progress. The final product might be very different. One cannot talk about the Rise of Islam bookmark without Arabia, which would be an interesting place to play in 632. The most powerful realm is obviously the Rashidun Caliphate, but in the aftermath of the Prophet's death, the Caliphate will have to deal with other warlords in Arabia, such as the false prophet Musaylima, or the tribes who are the lackeys of the Roman or Persian empires. The year 632 is also an interesting time for the Sassanid Empire. After the Roman Emperor Heraclius defeated the Sassanids, the King of Kings Khosrau II was killed in 628, leading to an ongoing civil war. Can he reunite Persia before the Caliphate begins its attack? Although the focus of the 632 start date be on the Caliphate in the Persian and Roman empires, we're also doing what we can for the rest of the map too, including regions of the world whose history is often underappreciated. For instance, we are working on an accurate setup for North and West Africa. Alrighty friends, that concludes the Fallen Eagle showcase for this year's Modcon. We thank you fans of the past half decade who have supported us and shared with us a love for the underrated world of the late antiquity. We're happy to see you enjoy our new content from the past year and are excited to share more with you about the 632 start date as development continues. Until then, have a great day and enjoy the rest of Modcon.
Good morning. I'm Sabrix Khan, creator of Viet and Rice mods and a member of the Fallen Eagle team. In the past year, I've been very busy with real life and haven't modded as much for Rice as I wanted. Despite this, Rice has grown greatly from its fourth struggle, the Sicilian Frontier, to successful collaborations with mods like the Fallen Eagle, Rajas of Asia, Oriental Empires, Eclipsed Crown, Dharma Chakra, Baptism of Rus, Muslim Enhancements, and many more. If you're watching this live at ModCon, you likely just saw the reveal trailer for Rice's next flavor pack, Nubia, Heirs of Kush. Today, this video will give you a preview of the Nubia update. We'll talk about the two new situations for Nubia and Egypt, and what situations even are in the first place. Before I start, I want to mention that everything in this video is a work in progress, even more so than videos I did for previous ModCons. I've been busy with the Oblivion remaster, so I haven't finished as much for this ModCon as I wanted. There will be missing text and art, and some things just won't work. Still, hopefully I can give you a taste of what's to come for Rice. So now, without further ado, let's get started. The Nubia flavor pack will be Rice's first flavor pack using the new situations mechanic added by the Paradox devs with the Cons of the Steppe DLC. But what are situations? Some of you might be familiar with struggles, whether in vanilla or Rice. If you don't know, struggles are a mechanic allowing for special gameplay in a region to give it a narrative focus. Situations are like struggles, creating a strong thematic narrative for a region, but with greater flexibility. For instance, unlike a struggle, you can make rulers outside the situation region be involved in it. Now that we know what situations are, let's take a look at the two coming with the Nubia flavor pack. The first situation we'll take a look at is the Nile River. If you played Rice before in Egypt, you might have interacted with my old Nile flood mechanic, where counties along the Nile get different modifiers every year depending on if the flood is good or bad. The Nile River situation is an evolution of that old system I added years ago, with a sleek new interface and additional features. For instance, instead of modifiers, different kinds of floods are now represented as phases that change every year. Here on the screen, I've shortened the phases to a few days to demonstrate how the Nile flooding can change randomly, but in the final version it'll obviously be every year. The Nile situation also now covers all of the Nile, including Nubia, so it's not just in Egypt. Just like the previous system, there are different activities and decisions to let you interact with the Nile in different ways. The old ones for Egypt, like the activity to pray for a better Nile flood, still remain, but as a Nubian ruler, you'll have access to different mechanics than the Egyptians. Through the Heirs of Kush tradition, you can take a decision to engage in Nubian agricultural practices, with 4 options that give different bonuses to your counties: expand irrigation networks, maintain hafirs, import cattle, and breed cattle. The second situation coming with this update, and the more complex one, is the Bakht. It's named after a treaty supposedly agreed to by the Muslim Caliphate and the Christian rulers of Nubia in the 7th century after they fought each other. The Bakht situation is divided into 2 regions, Nubia and Egypt. Contrary to its portrayal in pop history as an enduring peace, the treaty was often broken by both sides. The Bakht's phases of stability, incapacity, and ascendancy reflect how both sides interpreted the Bakht differently over the centuries. Sometimes it was an equal exchange, and other times it was more unequal. The key feature of the Bakht situation are 3 new character interactions Nubian and Egyptian rulers can do with each other to exchange trade goods and get a truce. Nubian rulers can provide 6 types of goods. Egyptian rulers can provide 6 other types of goods. All have different bonuses. The 3 interactions are to propose an equal exchange, demand payment from the other side, or to offer them a gift. Depending on the personalities and skill of both parties and the current phases of the Bakht in each region, rulers might be more or less willing to accept these interactions or prefer certain goods. For instance, if Nubia is in the ascendancy phase, an Egyptian ruler will likely not be able to demand a Bakht payment from them. Besides the 2 new situations, the Nubia update adds plenty of other content you can expect from a large flagship flavor pack for Rice, like decisions, activities, events, historical characters, cultures, faiths, and more. For instance, there is a new local pilgrimage activity to the church at Banganarti, a medieval Nubian center pilgrimage. It was so popular, we even have an inscription there by a visitor from France in the Catalan language. Who knows how this guy ended up there? One new decision is to get a religious tattoo, which I originally created for the Fallen Eagle mod, thanks to research by members of the Fallen Eagle mod team. It's a simple event and modifier, but adds a bit of immersion as an East African or Egyptian Coptic ruler. Even today, tattoos are an important part of the religious culture for some groups in this region. Some new content has been also integrated with permission from a couple great mods that have always been fully compatible with Rice. One of them is Ibn Battuta's Legacy, which improves the map while still keeping Vanilla's feel. Like me, its creator Elvain is something of a boomer and old man in the modding community, as he and I have been modding Crusader Kings, the series, for more than a decade, and we were even two of the founding members of the hip collection of mods for Crusader Kings 2. Elvain knows a lot about Africa, which shows in his mod work. The other mod I want to give a shout out to is Africa Plus, a carefully researched African flavor mod originally made by Black Emperor, but is currently being maintained by Eve Runks. A team of modders is also working on reviving the mod and adding new content for it, so be sure to be on the lookout for that. That concludes our preview of the Nubia flavor pack and its two new situations, the Nile River and the Bakht. I want to thank all of you who are still watching this far.
I do apologize, everybody.
Like many kids who are
My
in history,
AC
I went
got
through
cut
an
in
Egypt
there.
phase as a child.
We're 50
but I never
seconds
grew
out.
of it, and even as a child, I was
Where
fascinated
I'm
by
going to have to
Nubia
cut
as well.
this
There
video
was something
short.
enthralling
But for the
about
next 45
civilization
seconds,
at the crossroads
enjoy.
of the Mediterranean, Middle East, and Africa.
I think this is rice.
Due to the recent tragic history of Sudan, a lot of us forget that at one time this was a prosperous land. One 10th century Muslim geographer praised the great gardens, fountains, and gilded churches of the city of Silba in southern Nubia, for instance. I hope this update will shed light on the underrated and underappreciated history of Nubia. While what you saw in this video is very much a work in progress, as I mentioned earlier, I will put out a few dev diaries in the coming weeks to elaborate on the Nubia flavor pack in more detail. Until then, that's all for now. Have a great day and enjoy the rest of VodCon.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Flavor Pack. Oh, this is the Nubia Flavor Pack Heirs of the Kush. Good evening. Hello. Sorry, music cut. Scratch disc. Sorry, just record scratch. It's I'm back. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pre-Modcon little discussion with me, Midgeman. How's everyone enjoying the show? How is everybody enjoying the convention? The reason I'm back, one, is I got my time slightly wrong and I'm early. But it's really good that I'm early. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why it's good that I'm early? I'm going to have to make you wait. Hello, if you haven't seen this. Hello, my name is Midgeman. I'm your host for today, the final day of ModCon, and we're about to get into ModCon Show 5. The very, very final. We've got some awesome things coming up. Radiation Kings, battle graphics, a Game of Thrones mod rounding us out. But I've just been told that there's 2 extra mods that aren't on the schedule. So I'm going to have to quickly do some switcheroo setting up. Because there is, one, I have an insight from the Rajas team. They're sending me some stuff over. And then after that, I get to do something really, really awesome. Which is I get to reveal a never seen before mod. A never seen before mod. And after previewing it, it's hype. It's so hype. Plot twist, another record scratch. ModCon just got bigger. And ModCon just got better. But how is everybody in chat? People in chat. Also, if there are any moderators, I've been gone for a couple of hours. I'm a little bit all over the place right now. So give me a moment to get back in gear. Also, people in chat, give me a 1 in chat. Or if you would like to see a dog. Because I have a pooch who is lounging on the floor. And yeah, you can see the reflections of my screen in my glasses. That is a video folder, and that is my thing. I'm gonna take them off. I just don't want to leak anything from EU5, which is definitely on my computer. I'm kidding. I would never. Anyway, you guys want to see the dog? Okay. Give me 2 moments then. Let me set up the secret. I need the video. Modcon organizers, if you could really quickly link me the video again so I can download it quickly. I have the Raja stuff set up, I think. Where's my show notes? It has been added to the show notes. Hello. You want the dog? Okay. He's gonna jump because he's deaf, bless him. So I'm gonna make him jump by doing this. Say hello to Ham, which is short for Hamlet. He is a very happy boy. His breath smells though. There you go. Go back now. He's gonna want me to play with him now. Instantly he's grabbed his toy. Sadly, can't play with him and also set up the secrets. Verify it's me! No, that's the wrong account! Ugh. Download anyway. I'm sure the Modcon organizers wouldn't have just sent me a Trojan horse. Anyway, very much. Bring back the dog! We do have a dog bed, but he's not using it tonight. It's too hot for the bed. There's also a cat floating around, but he's downstairs. We're keeping them separate right now, and I'm not going on an animal hunt and leaving you guys in the quiet. So, I think I can officially kick back into gear with Modcon. So, hello everybody. My name is Midgeman. Welcome back to Modcon 2025, Show 5, the final show time. This Modcon is in aid of a wonderful charity this year. We are helping raise funds for the World Monuments Fund. If you don't know what the World Monuments Fund is, it is a charity that's been going for about 60 years and works in about 110-ish countries. It is a charity dedicated to restoring and supporting our cultural heritage sites across the world, whether that's making immaculate gardens in the Palace of Versailles or helping with sustainability in Khmer and around the Khmer temples, or rebuilding the Yazidi shrines that were destroyed by conflict. They do so much to preserve what we as humanity have created over the years. These are monuments that you will see in our games and in the games that we play and the stories we tell. So every piece of money you give will go greatly. It also could someone in the Modcon organization team tell me what we're at totals wise right now? I don't have an updated total, but either way, to donate you should see a big old donate button under the stream. There will also be links to the charity if you want more information in chat floating around now. The other thing is that Paradox Interactive, hello my employers. Thank you for giving Modcon some keys to give away. Yes, we've got some CK3 Chapter 4 keys that we are going to be giving away. I believe we've got two or three. It is a number between 2 and 3 that we will be giving away. We're at 5,013. That's amazing. $5,013. Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. So we're going to be giving away some Chapter 3 keys. And just because I haven't done it yet, please consider subscribing to me, Midgeman. I've been on a massive race this year. It's my 10th year as a content creator in various forms as of September this year. and I'm trying to reach 100k by that time. I've missed that mark massively. Various reasons, but I'm still going. And if you wouldn't mind showing your support to me, I don't need donations, I don't need channel memberships, but a little subscriber would go a long way. Plus, I play a lot of CK, I play a lot of Paradox games, I do guides, I do playthroughs, I do all sorts of things. And yeah, it'd be wonderful if you subscribed. Right. First things first, I need to talk about our first new mod. We're going to be looking at the Rajas mod. So give me 2 moments. No, that needs to go. Wrong monitor. No, sorry. Give me, no, that one, no, that one. No, this must be that one. And then, oh no, why is it cropped so weirdly? Technical difficulties. Oh my god, oh my. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to remove that display capture and add a new one because, oh god, you guys can't see any of this. So I sound like a rambling madman. Joke's on you, I am. There we go. Lovely. All right, there we go. Let me get on to the Rajas mod. All under heaven rejoice. Rajas of Asia is back and updated for version 1.16 and the Council of Step DLC. Yes, you heard us right, all under heaven. While some other Asia map expansion mods have chosen to end service with the All Under Heaven DLC, Rajas of Asia will be continuing as a flavor and immersion mod. While the transition might be rocky, Rajas will always be committed to depth and breadth. The latest update includes something that's been worked on for over a year, a total overhaul of the Caucasus region. Can I bonk? That's China. Caucasus region. They gave me these images in the wrong order. Rajas has added hundreds of new in-game provinces, dozens of historically accurate faiths and cultures, and while an entire struggle to end for the region of Armenia. In a land of high mountains and haughty raiders, where ancient Zabazi and Adat traditions meet the encroaching Christian and Islamic empires, who will prevail? This is the moment in the script that I go, I'm so sorry, everybody from an international culture that I screw the pronunciation of. I'm British. We're not good at learning other people's things. It's one of our fatal flaws, that and putting flags in other people's nations. Anyway, that's not all. The new update adds a variety of other major game improvements. They're adding a whole region of the map northwest of Siberia, frozen home to the Ninets and the Komi, in collaboration with Rice. The mod now includes Mingjiao, a Chinese form of Manichaeism. Oh, this is the Siberia region. Cool, Siberia region. This looks to be the struggle for Armenia. So I'm going backwards. I need to go backwards. Aha! The images are in the reverse order. Well done. That's not all. A Chinese form of Manichaeism and new landless rulers of that faith. Cheng Pingshang and a variety of new fictitious Romani landless rulers have been placed along the historical route of the Romani diaspora in each start date. Besides the new content, our mod continues to offer a host of new features available to you to play right now. Rajas of Asia includes a 936 start date, an EU4 converter, really? A complete rework of the steppe cultures and religions, and new forms of government like Mandala and Stateless, and more. Download the mod and hop into the Discord to learn more. Thank you, Rajas team, for giving us that extra step. Now, let me just double check I've set it up correctly, because I think it's time. It's always nice to see extra mods being thrown into my show at last minute. I don't mean that sarcastically. I'm here for this. Modcon is nothing without mods and our modding community. And if you feel like becoming a modder, the modding co-ops for whatever game you like playing, first port of call. There will be people there that will want to help out. I'm sure many of these mod teams are hiring. If you've got skills, if you want to try your hand, I'm sure there are ways to get involved. It's really simple to make a mod. For example, on the EU4 YouTube channel for Paradox, there is now a 5-part series to get you started on modding. I'm not sure if CK has that. I know Hoy does. So if you're looking to become a modder, maybe give it a go. Right. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just waiting to confirm that everything has been pinged and that people are ready for this announcement, the secret announcement, the secret bonus announcement. It's big. I can tell you this is big. And I saw this and I was like, no way. No way. I didn't know what show it was in. I'm so glad I didn't download it earlier because I was like, ooh, and accidentally leak it in my midpoint. But this is going to be pretty insane. Okay. Let me see hype in the chat if you're hyped. Just give me, I want to see, spam hype if you're ready. Give me that hype. I want to see a hype train. Okay. I think we're ready for the secret. Let's go. I'm going to make a noise here just in case this piece of music is copyright. Ruining the hype effects, but covering myself for copyright right now. Yes. Are we ready? I think the video is actually broken, everybody. Let's hear it for the video. I think it's in the wrong render format. I think they've sent it in Navy 1. Give me a moment. I need to change which video player uses. Hello, this is freaking hilarious. Give me a moment. Actually, I have a piece of music that's ready for this. Give me a moment. This, everybody, is a soundtrack of my own production. This is from the Elendor Chronicles of Ilium 1, and this is a piece of music that is royalty free and people can use it wherever they want. This is Zorp's Emporium. This is perfect for while I do this setup. Let's see if this works. Okay, now I need to make noise over the copyrighted music again. Maybe I'll just mute the music and put my own soundtrack. Oh, yeah, look. Bono! You know what would be funnier? There you go. I need to cover myself just in case there's a copyright. I'm so sorry to the developers of this. I'm so sorry for ruining your trailer. I think this song is copyright. Yes, Crisis of the Confederation, a total overhaul mod for CK3 is on its way. So that there, everybody, is the hype. The very, very hype. We're here. There we go. I mean, I'm excited. I'm very, very, very excited. Like the fact that they've visually made CK3 look like space. Insane. Absolutely insane. Just yeah, I look forward to seeing that. Now, let's, before we get on, go over our schedule and our regularly scheduled programming, because we've now finished the bonus stuff. Let's go back to what we're going to be seeing. Yes, today in Show 5, the final show, we've got Radiation Kings, followed by Battle of Agatharia. Then we're going to be taking a look at the CK3 Modjam that has been going on throughout the Modcon 2025. I'm going to be giving it a play. We're going to be playing a pirate mod made by so many wonderful people who have already submitted their other mods to this show. They're the people you've been watching the creations of, and they've been spending 3 days trying to make up pirates working in CK3. Then we're going to go to Orthographics, Battle Graphics, the Catholic Trinity, and then we're going to end with a Game of Thrones. And I've seen the Game of Thrones videos. You're gonna be so excited. Right. Now, without further ado, let me introduce to you the wonderful people over at Radiation Kings.
The elders have spoken. The village is dying. You must go. You're walking a long road, and it's paved with bones. South. Always south. That's where the old world burned the brightest. You fight for those who can't. You survive where others fall. So many dead. And for what? You see a world of faded hope. All that's left is rust, radiation, and memory. Maybe someday things will be different. But as they say, war never changes.
When the skies turned red and the sirens cried, we found each other in the world's last light. Through the ashes and the ruins, you're my star. My darling, my sweetheart, no matter how far.
Is every mod in Show 5 trying to get me done for
The
copyright?
Geiger count is ticking, but I love you so. In this wasteland of dreams, we'll make it through. With a bottle of Nuka and a kiss or two. You're my atomic love in a world so wild. Through the rads and the ruins, you make me smile. Though the bombs may fall and the world's in strife, you're my one true joy, my post-apocalyptic life. The jukebox is broken, but I'll sing for you. Underneath the cracked stars, we'll build something new. Darling, hold me close, let's forget the fear. Even in this wasteland, with you I'm near. Gone crazy, but my heart is sane. With your hand in mine, I can take the pain. Through the fallout storms, we'll find our way. As long as we're together, come what may. You're my atomic love in a world so wild. Through the rads and the ruins, you make me smile. Though though the bombs may fall and the world's in strife, you're my one true joy, my post-apocalyptic life. So let's dance, my darling, to the end of time, underneath the glow of that old neon sign, with you by my side. There's no place I'd rather be. In this broken world, you're my eternity.
Hey, YouTube chat. Hey, Modcon. Where you going, smooth skins? Yes, it's time to crawl out through some Fallout and reveal my face again. There we go. It's time to crawl out through some Fallout and put on some jingling spurs and play some Fallout. Yes, Radiation Kings is a total overhaul that takes you into the world of Fallout, 7 years after the events of Fallout 2 and 33 years before Fallout New Vegas. Oh god, I just coughed. President Tandy of the NCR is dead, leaving her Vice President, Jonah Tibbett, to take the reins while she ushers in a new era of prosperity. Or will this democracy crumble into ruin? Meanwhile, the followers of the apocalypse send a young Edward Salo to the east to learn from the tribes. What they didn't expect, that was the tribes would learn from him. A new nation would arise from old world blues. Radiation Kings is in early production and plans to offer 7 attributes and unique lifestyle trees, modelled after the special system, because after all, you're special. And events that reference the fallout of old and new. They're looking for scripters, 3D modelers, 2D artists and writers. You can learn more by going to YouTube/@RadiationKings or Reddit/ so we r/Radiation Kings to keep up to date and join the Discord. So yeah, Radiation Kings, I'll definitely be checking on that. And if I had more time to offer myself as a writer, I absolutely would, because I love the Fallout universe. I love the Fallout lore. I don't do enough with it. I legitimately, before I did Paradox Games, if you would have asked me what YouTube channel I would make, I would have been a Fallout YouTube channel way back in the day. But also, Bethesda are extremely litigious when it comes to the Fallout soundtrack, so you would never make any bloody money. Anyway, awesome work. I look forward to seeing that in full flesh. Now, let's take a look at Battle for Agatharia.
Welcome to Battle for Agatharia, a total conversion mod for Crusader Kings 3, created by a single developer. Set in a unique, low-fantasy setting, Battle for Agatharia introduces a lived-in world map with narrative story cycles and engaging gameplay. Some story cycles are designed for co-op play, allowing for new ways to experience CK3. The dynamic duchy transfer system allows for proper simulation of the tumultuous nature of kingdom building in the early medieval period. With the latest update, the mod scope has spread across the sea to the despotic and zealous land of Danae. Danae has been ravaged by continuous war for as long as anyone can remember. For centuries, the Danaelings fought to claim this fractured land from the wild Tananjutes and ancient Dalwadane, sparking brutal holy wars for control. Peace has never lasted in Danae. Roving bands of raiders blight the countryside, and the formerly prestigious crown lies asunder, split between 2 rival dynasties, the Roselings and the Christiansens. King Valdemar Roseling seeks to unite the kingdom, but lords rebel, faith wavers, and even his family threatens to undo him. The rival monarch is Queen Dorothea Christiansen, brilliant but misunderstood. Soon her life will be upended by cruel powers beyond her control. What's more, the formerly downtrodden savages to the north are stirring. No longer content with exile to the edge of the world, the Tananjutes are uniting, and are preparing for a great march southwards. But hope cannot be so easily quashed. The land is teetering on a knife edge, and the zealous piety, or superstition, of the Danaanlands is reaching its zenith. The most enigmatic prophecy of all, the return of a troll-slaying princess, is about to be fulfilled. The future of Danaan lies in your hands.
Did I just read that right? Did that say the sword in the soil? Is that meant to be like an Excalibur? Is that what that is? I hope I'm not wrong. But anyway, I also apologize to that mod, Battle for... I think it's Battle for Agatharia. I think I got the name wrong. I apologize, modders. Looks like awesome work. Anyway, it's a tiny total conversion by a single developer in a fantasy world inspired by the Viking invasion of England. I can definitely tell the English lifeblood running through that mod, and it looks really cool. It's also probably a really good mod for small group multiplayer, where you don't want an entire world map to deal with. Just you, a couple of friends, a nice evening. Go check it out today. Okay, right. Oh, actually, I've got more. I thought I only had a tiny bit of description there. No, I just turned the page on my notes. Let's read more, everybody. It takes place in a fictional hard fantasy early medieval world of the developer's own making, inspired by various parts of history, but mostly the Viking invasion of England. The solo development is a solo... Oh, yep, there we go. The word vomits back, everybody. It's a solo developer, hence the small size, but they've done their best to ensure a consistent and high quality game, paying close attention to the cultures, faiths, men-at-arms, and unique decisions of the event. They started developing this on a ship in the middle of the ocean. For much of the development, they didn't have a stable internet connection, so they needed to do a lot of trial and error to get things to work. That's so cool! Round of applause for the developer of I'm going to say BFA now, because I don't want to keep butchering their nation. There are 8 story cycles, 4 to be designed to be played as co-op. What did I say? I should have read the document. I've recently included the functionality for single-player versions of the co-op story cycles. Each story cycle character has their own decisions, flavors, and events. The Duchy transfer system will allow for different representation of early medieval kingdom building when things were not yet set in stone. It works through decisions enabled via majority control of a duchy. If the player has control, then in the new year, the decision to change the de jure ruler of the duchy becomes available. Because it's just me, the developer, I can kind of pick and choose what I want to do next, meaning that I have an agile development style and can implement community suggestions pretty easily. Already, there are lots of suggestions for in-game characters. Awesome. Everybody go check out this mod and support this developer. It's a really cool little project. Anyway, next up, we're going to have the Modjam playthrough, if I'm correct. But what I would like to remind everybody is there's a giveaway happening. Make sure you answer the giveaway question. Get yourself entered into the giveaway if you want the chance to win some CK3 Chapter 4 DLC keys. That is every DLC that came out in Chapter 4 in one key code. That's exactly what that is. Right. Yaha Fiddly D. I think I've got some pirates waiting for me. Hello? Is I need to go grab myself some pirates. Yo ho, a pirate's life for me. Yo ho, yo. Anyone gonna join it? No. Okay. Hello, Modjam players. How are we doing? Windows connection. You are live on the stream. Yeah. Do not swear unless I fucking tell you to. Anyway.
Hey, I was Giga Chad.
Anyway.
Hey.
Oh, hey, Tarkus. Sorry, I've got crushed names, so all I saw was the Jabba symbol and T, and I didn't put 2 and 2 together for some reason. Nice. Anyway, Modjam's been going on, and apparently you guys have got a working build for me to play?
We do. We sure do.
Mm-hmm. Somehow managed to get it last minute.
Just barely.
Okay. Would you mind sending me link to it?
Sure, I'll send it in our little organization chat.
Oh yeah,
Do you know? Yeah, that'd be
great
perfect.
thing.
Yeah,
that would be perfect indeed.
there you go.
Um,
It's called Corsair Kings.
Of course it is. So, what has changed since I took a little look in with East Pointed earlier? They gave me a little bit of a lowdown, a rundown of what's been happening. Does anyone else want to give me quickly give me a rundown of what the
Sure. May I step in and give the rundown? Would that be acceptable?
Go for it.
Okay, so it's a mod all about pirating. Now, we were starting off really ambitious and then slowly kind of worked things back. Basically, it's a unique government type where you get to play as a pirate, you get a cool pirate trait, and you have this domicile, but instead of a camp or a yurt or an estate, it's a pirate ship. So you put buildings onto it just like you would with any other domicile-like feature, and you travel around the map raiding. It took us a lot of work to unlock raiding for a landless entity and to make it work. And in fact, it doesn't quite work how we wanted it to quite yet, but we're getting there, okay? But basically, it's just like a bunch of flavor where you can visit ports, you can hunt for treasure, you can just raid and capture people, and there's of course lots of flavor events. Well, I say lots of, at least a handful of working flavor events to give you some sense of being a pirate on the high seas.
Nice. Sorry, give me. I'm trying to log into my Steam on my browser so that I
Sure.
can then hit subscribe, and then it will appear in my.
Oh yeah, fair.
Because
Yeah, Steam on browser definitely sucks. I understand your pain.
it's also not copying this Steam Guard code. There we go. For some reason.
If you want to, I can send you the URL for like the in the Steam browser link, and then you can like open it in the Steam browser.
I'm there now.
Okay, cool. Cool.
Right, let's make sure it downloads.
While it's downloading, I guess we can make a plug for the donation stuff, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, take over my job, all of you, please, while I scratch my head and cry. Oh, that's why. Okay, I'm glad.
I mean, considering I was already a Modcon host, you know, you guys should recognize my voice. Okay, you should know. You got to give all of your money, every bit of money that you have. Doesn't matter what obligations you have in life. It all goes to the World Monument Fund now. It's over for you. You're going to be homeless. You're going to have no car. Doesn't go to me. Well, if you want to give it to me, I'll just give it to the World Monuments Fund. So that works for me. Of course, I'll take a 10% off the top. I'm joking. But please donate whatever you can. That'd be really appreciated. We're looking to always, of course, outdo last year's ModCon. So, you know, got to give more money so we can be the winners. It's all about competition. It's all about being better than last year. It's not about charity. I'm joking.
That's our reasoning. But for you and everybody at home, it's helping keep our culture alive. Right, I should be booting CK.
Excellent.
In the meantime, yes. Why don't we go through everyone who's in... Apparently, my brain has stopped working. I know who Targus is. I know who Targus is here. But let's go through everyone who has joined us in VC. Just so you can run me through who you are, what mods you work on, if you work on a mod, or if this is your first mod jam, or if you're a veteran.
Yeah, I'm John.
Go, John. You go.
Get him.
It's my first ModCon. I've done very casual modding in the past, more like just doing mods for my own personal needs and not necessarily publishing them. But I did release a mod with a ton of new schemes recently, and just said I'll join the ModCon and see what the big guys can do. And it's been a great experience, great learning experience. Sure.
I'll knock myself out. I was here earlier. I'm East Pointed. Worked on the Elf Destiny mod. It's my pretty much my one only baby. My only other experience would be the Mod Jam last year, and again, this was a great year. Can't wait for next year.
Who's next?
I guess I'll go next. So I'm Sabrix Khan. I was also involved. I've actually been involved in, I think maybe every mod jam since ModCon started. I'm the For those who don't know, I'm the creator of Viet and Rice mods. I've also done modding for Stellaris, Crusader Kings 2. I've been modding Crusader Kings 2 since 2012, so I'm a bit of a boomer here. I've been modding even before that, other games, but this is probably the 4th time I've done Modjam now. So every year, there's always been very cool stuff with Modjam. Just a bunch of nerds somehow get together and figure out something out of nowhere within a matter of days, and it's really a credit to a lot of the modders, like how talented they are. Honestly, more than me, because I'm just good at writing random nonsense, but some of these people, they have to figure out entire mechanics out of nowhere. So it's pretty cool working on these past few years, and hopefully the next ones will also be just as cool.
So while we continue to go for the last person before we do that, can I just cut in and ask, who should I be playing as? Who's the best person to grab?
Aston, please.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
He's kind of our ideal pirate.
Aston for the memes.
God.
Yeah. That, and he's got a quick start, because obviously we want you to get into the content right away. He's got money. He's got a good position. He's just the perfect position to play as in order to experience the mod.
I feel like I'm stepping on Koifish's turf, though.
It's okay, I got his permission. I messaged him. I got his permission.
Totally fine.
Don't ask him though, because I didn't actually do that.
Oh no.
Totally.
It's alright, he's Swedish, he won't hurt me.
Yeah. He'll just give you some fish, and they'll smell disgusting, and that's all he'll do.
And finally, who else?
Xavier, introduce yourself.
Yeah, so last person, I'm Cerberus Goosen, first Modcon and Modjam. Published one mod. It's the simpler Dismantle the Papacy mod, which is an updated version of the old, not working, better Dismantle the Papacy mod. That's my one published mod, so small time mod maker.
And I'm just going to call out, we're the ones on the call, but we're not the only ones that worked on the mod. There's, probably twice our group size who all made contributions, so we're just the representatives, but it was a big group.
Yeah. You're the people that were voluntold to turn up. Well, I'm guessing Tarkus turned up of his own accord, but...
yeah, I was here for the clout, but yeah, everyone else is voluntold.
I can't, you're invading my Parabellum streams, you're invading my own streams now, Tarkus. I'm starting to think.
They'll never get rid of me.
Exactly. Anyway, I'm guessing I'm going to be becoming a pirate here, so...
yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
I hold territory girt by sea. And my standing...
I didn't write that.
Yar!
Yar, that's what I say.
Okay, hold on. I hold territory girt by sea, and my standing in the world would let me swiftly become a pirate lord. I could set sail and the seas with my crew for plunder and glory. You adopt the pirate government, you gain the trait pirate, and you give all your landed titles to your trusted courtier spymaster, Gnupe of Montague. Okay. Yo ho, a pirate's life for me. So I'm now a pirate. I instantly gained an eye patch. Something happened to my eye. Is it it's an initiation process, I guess? I have to take my eye. Okay, so I'm Duke Hastine of Pirate _ship.
Yeah, so you can rename the pirate ship. We did not implement a dynamic renaming system, so you can always go in and just rename it manually. But basically, once you do that, you'll have your pirate ship and your motley crew of scurvy scallywags or whatever you want to call them. And there's a couple of different things you can do as a pirate. The main thing, of course, is just raiding. One thing that pirates do is they go to places and they burn them down and damage them and destroy things and all that kind of stuff. We created a unique raid intent just for that, which you can use. And it lets you get more prisoners out of the places that you raid.
Did we show off the pirate ship? You can also rename it.
Yeah, we gotta show that off. Gotta show off the pirate ship itself.
I'm saying my coat of arms, guys. Hold on. I'm doing the important things. Okay. Right, there we are.
Oh, no, this is important too, because there is custom emblems, so look for those.
So this is yeah, okay. There's custom emblems? Hang on, really?
There should be.
Damn, I just went for where I knew there would be a ship.
Sorry, Kaiser, if we're not finding them. I'm wondering where you put them. There should be skull and bones.
Where did you put them? In abstract? Where is she? Right.
It's okay if you don't find them, but
yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Somewhere in the mod there are skull and bones.
See, we all developed this. Basically, each of us were in our own isolated rooms, and then we just occasionally talked to each other once in a while. So the intercommunication between modders was quite low. So we don't know where any of this stuff is, but it's somewhere in there. That we know.
It's somewhere.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a UI going on with that.
You know what? Something might not have got merged in, right? It happens.
It's that, or it could be the fact that I'm scaling on a 4K monitor, so it could be a me problem.
Who knows?
It could.
Oh,
be
okay. Kaiser says they're not in the Code of Arm Designer. They're somewhere else. So
Well, boo, boo, boo,
Yeah.
boo.
we'll get that fixed.
It's fine. Anyway, right. Okay, guys, where am I going now? Guide me. Am I doing?
So
this
we have a couple
decision?
different paths for you. We have a couple different paths. You can look for a treasure map, and that would be John's domain because he made that. You can just start raiding, and that would be my domain because you're going to unlock a couple things when you begin raiding that I will go over once you get there. And beyond that, you can also do some pirate contracts as they pop up, but they take some time to pop up. That would be East Pointer. I forget the Elf Destiny guy's name. That because he did the contract stuff. And you can go visit the port, which is CybrexCon's domain, because visiting the port is an activity. So you got a lot of options. Up to you what you want to do.
I'm gonna search for a treasure map. I like that I could just quit piracy.
Oh, thank you, dear.
You wouldn't download a ship. No. Search for the treasure map. I've heard the tales since I first stepped. Or maybe I should. Okay, hang on. I've got to go back to the pirate voice. I've heard the tales since I first stepped foot on deck. Whispers in the taverns, drunken ramblings on the moonlit shores. A treasure older than any crown and cursed by more than time. Buried deep somewhere beyond the age of every known chart. And they say the only way to find it is with a map. Torn into pieces, scattered to be keeping hidden from greedy hands. Most call it the sailor's myth, but I wonder where I should search for the map. Visiting counties with a pirate history could be a start, right? So where should I start first? Okay. Oh God.
Oh, by the way, Midge, chat's asking you to turn up your volume on your voice. I don't know if you did yet, but they're asking you to turn up your volume.
I can't turn up my volume anymore, so I'm turning you down.
That sounds good. That works.
I'm turning Tarkus down. Okay.
I know I'm a loud guy. What can I do?
Whispers of gold. They speak of it in hushed tones, in smoky taverns on creaky docks, parsed by the sailor to sailor like contraband. A treasure beyond reckoning, older than kings, in the way before empires rose and fell. And somewhere they say there is a map, torn apart, scattered to the winds, cursed maybe, but real. I've heard it all before. Every pirate has. But lately I can't stop thinking about it. What if it were true? What if some old sea dog wasn't lying through his rum-soaked grin? If there is any truth to it, the clues would be where the tides are lowest, along the coasts of the Mediterranean, where the ruins sleep beneath the cliffs, and bones of ancient ships still litter the sea. Maybe it's madness. Maybe. But it's the start or something. Okay, so I've got to go to the Mediterranean.
So, John, do you want to explain the way that this decision works?
In-game clapping? Did I just?
Was that sure. So,
go ahead.
From there, you basically need to visit countries that have a pirate history, and you're gonna find hints to make your way to a treasure. So, since we're looking, we can start traveling, maybe moving our camps, and basically look in areas where there's pirate history. Let's look in the Mediterranean around Palermo,
I see this.
We'll looks like the button to move your domicile. Yeah.
So the points of interest won't show up unless you actually start traveling. So it's how CK3 is designed. Basically, like, click anywhere to move your domicile, and then look around the map, because now you can see the points of interest once you actually click. They're going to look like little X's, like X mark the spot.
Yes,
kind of thing.
I'm moving to Malta, and oh, hang on. Would it help if I shared my game with you guys directly, so you're not
maybe, yeah, because the stream's pretty delayed, yeah.
Okay.
So,
yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, that's true, because the stream is like a little...
There you go. So I'm moving my ship across land. It's a land ship, everybody.
Yes.
Yes, we couldn't get that to work with the water.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna kill this guy for money.
It does give the funny message: you can't move your ship into water or whatever when you try to click on water. It's really funny. It's really, really funny.
Yeah.
You cannot lead a ship to water. Fiddly dee. Is that what I like that it also kind of is that the movement of the horses is like faster than the domiciles, like it's just anyway. 600 men, sure. I'm gonna just whiz on through.
Recommend 5 speed.
I am running 5 speed. I'm just getting so many pop-ups.
There are a lot of events in CK3.
That do be true.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm almost at Malta, everybody. Oh, I didn't set a lifestyle. Okay. Mysterious map. Fragments in Malta. The sun is scorched on the shore, dry, and even the crabs seem listless, but tucked up, bleached in the ribcage of some old wreck. I find it. A strip of old parchment, curled and cracked. A map, though not a full one. A coastline I don't recognize, strange glyphs, and that ever-promising X. I grin despite myself. Luck, for once, has walked beside me. I'll keep it and search for the other pieces. Okay, so I'm just going to go around and continue to... is it Messina? No, it was Balm. There we go. You gotta just keep moving my ship. There's no provision cost or anything for me doing this, which is nice. Oh, low tide reveals many things. Forgotten bones. Oh, I've lost my pirate voice. Give me a moment. Forgotten bones, shattered crates, and today something rarer. A water-stained silver parchment wedged under a stone. I gently lift, afraid it might disintegrate. Lines emerge, crude but intentional. Again, same line of text. Okay, so how many pieces of treasure map do I need?
There's 6 pieces of treasure map to find, and once you have them, you can reconstruct the actual map to hopefully find the treasure.
So I'm gonna whiz through this a little bit. Okay, I found 3. Where else am I needing to look? Do you know off the top of your head where I need to go?
Yeah, there's the 3 around Palermo. There's then Sandax and Rhodos.
Yeah.
And
Rhodes?
there's one in like Croatia.
Yeah, I think it's Croatia, Crete, and Rhodes are the 3 that you're missing, I think.
Okay. Fine. Let's do those.
And you can grab them all at once.
Yeah, you can always do a detour when you're traveling, and you can just click them all.
That would
might be a little
smart.
faster.
That would be so smart.
By the way, can I allow me to give you, if you were going to do more after this, by the way, once you do the treasure map, I'd like to show you off some raiding as a pirate. So if you please, could you recruit some of the new men-at-arms we've created, and then let them reinforce while we do this traveling, so that we can
Stormbringers,
have them ready.
Hollow Shore Cutters, Wave-born Raiders. Ooh. Let's look at these men-at-arms stats. Okay. Count as heavy infantry. 20 screen. Okay. I'll be building archers, it seems.
One thing to keep in mind is some of the special pirate men-at-arms have larger numbers in terms of like how many men you get per regiment. So the stats might be low on some of them, but you'll get like twice as many men. It's meant to be like a horde of just pirates. Yarr, yarr.
Give me a moment. I'm in dev mode for a reason. I'm in dev. Oh, okay. Okay, let those slowly reinforce. Let's move the ship. Let's head to... Where was it in Croatia? It's not letting me move the ship. Have I finished traveling? No, what's going on here? Move the ship. Okay, I've lost the ability to move the ship. Oh, there we go. I've got it back. Okay, I got it back. Customize route. Let's add after roads. Let's go to Zadar. I'm kind of upset that Cornwall isn't included in your pirate lore as places where pirates historically were.
All right, put it on the notes. We got to add it for next patch. Yeah. Cornwall.
There we go. Okay. So, I think I got all the pieces. Ah, reconstruct the treasure map. You gain the treasure map artifact. Boom. My wife did not have to. Okay. Go on an expedition to search for the treasure. I unrolled the map once more. Careful not to tear its brittle edges. The ink faded with age, but I can make out a rough sketch. A crescent-shaped bay. A cluster of jagged isles. Something that might be a ruined tower. No names, no directions, just signs. It could be anywhere. Somewhere along the Mediterranean, perhaps. Oh. Oh god, I've got, like, choices. Let's go with
Everyone hates choices.
Let's go with the Amalfi Coast.
Yeah, choices, that doesn't belong in a role-playing game.
Real.
It's all the perception of
Especially
choices.
when you're looking for glory.
A narrow goat path takes us to the inlet, and there is a curved bay, golden sands nestled in a ring of rock. It's unmistakable. It matches the parchment, stroke for stroke. The maps may have faded, but its meaning burns brighter than ever. Did I just guess right the first time, or is it always going to be scripted to be correct?
I'm not sure, actually.
I mean...
I don't see your screen well, sorry. It's bugging, but each location has different outcomes.
Well, okay.
So each location has different outcomes? Is that what you're saying? Like every time you do, each location will succeed, but differently? Is that...
No, not each location.
So I did just guess right. Okay.
I guess
turn
so, yeah.
inland
Good job.
and see it. A squat stone tower Hang on, I've lost the pirate voice again. We turn inland and see it, a squat tower clinging to the ridge, half consumed by time. It's where it should be, a landmark left by hands long gone. The map is right, at least so far. Where is this cave? The crew combs every ravine and shallow. We search beneath the waterfalls, beneath the outcrops. Still no cave. The map has led us here. But to what? We feel the doubt returning. Treasure or mirage? They can't say yet. Okay, I got it wrong. Boo.
Oh, okay. So with that, I guess...
So you really need to kind of find your way. You need to kind of find your way and find the actual location of the map, because what you know about the location of the treasure. You know, there's a crescent type bay. You know, there's that tower. There's a cave, but you can't find it exactly. So you're looking in different areas, and maybe at some point you'll find it.
Okay. Let's go for
maybe Malta is a pretty good spot.
Maybe.
Well, that's where one of the map pieces was. Okay. Okay. Let's find the cave entrance. Let's see if we see it. Ah, we found it! Turns out it was Malta. We push through the undergrowth near the base of a cliff. Hands raw from the stone and thorns. Then one of the crew calls out. Hidden behind a curtain of twisted roots and jagged rock is a narrow opening, a cave mouth, black as pitch. The cold air that spells out the smells of wet earth and old silence. I light a torch and duck inside, heart hammering like a war drum. The passage winds down. English. The passage winds downward, each step echoing through centuries of dust. If this is a trap, we welcome it. If this is nothing, it'll break apart into the island. I'm sure, to be sure. Is this real? The tunnel opens into a wide chamber, and the torchlight catches something unnatural. Gleam. Gold. Piled in heaps. Goblets, crowns, plates, coins, relics. A sea of riches long lost to time. There are symbols on the wall, old and worn, but the treasure needs no translation. My legs nearly give out. I walk among it, stunned, reverented. This is what I've searched for. This is what the map guarded. The fortune that pulled me across the storm's betrayal and blood. I could laugh, I could cry, I could scream, but instead I reach down and take what's finally mine. Yar! Okay, I gained a pirate treasure chest artifact. And apparently I got ill. Okay, so I've got, I have plus 10 yearly prestige. That's amazing.
You can also sell the chest. So if you look at your decisions, you'll have an opportunity to simply sell the treasure if you'd like.
Oh, 2,000 gold. I can cheat more than that. Right, let's do some raiding, shall we?
For sure. So raiding is something that I spent most of my development time focusing on, and it's oriented around a legend. So what I'd like you to do is pick any spot and go and raid it. Don't worry about where it is. Just raid somewhere, and once you raid, you'll unlock access to a legend.
Okay. I'm just getting myself some Varangian veterans just to beef this up a bit, and then let's raise all those raiders. Lay of the land. Okay, so I'm raiding somewhere.
Good. Once you complete a raid, so like once you finish looting one holding, we will unlock a legend seed, which we will look at.
The Great Reaver.
Yes. So this legend is very different than regular legends in the game. It has rewards, it has all that kind of stuff, but this is a legend which normally, when they spread, they provide positive benefits to the provinces they go to. This legend, when you spread it, it causes a loss in development, and it causes a loss in like men-at-arms station proficiency. I forget the modifier term, but basically it causes problems wherever you put it. And the way you spread it is not through poetry or music or anything like that. You spread it by raiding, and there's going to be a little pop-up about that once you actually create the legend.
Nice. The nature of pirate legends. Wild landlubbers of this world love their stories. They tell them through words. Simple words cannot convey the power of our people. If we want to be heard, we must make ourselves known. Normally a legend spreads with music and poems and other trivialities, but our legend will spread through the blood. Written in the sand. Yar! It's reaving time! It's Mormon.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay,
Exactly.
So I'm going to start raiding places.
So you'll notice as you raid, every time you burn any beholding down, your legend will spread there. And that, of course, will cause problems because the idea I had in mind is that as you raid, you're spreading like chaos and destruction. So the legend is like the leftover burnt out houses that you're leaving behind and things like that.
Ah, I see.
Yes, and if you, it'll take a long time to spread this enough to upgrade it, so I wouldn't recommend that we sit here and raid 500 holdings. It'll take a long time. But basically, as you level it up, the effects of your pirate chaos get higher and higher, so it's like worse and worse for the people around you. And eventually, when you complete the legend, it's going to apply a modifier to all of the holdings based on like how high level the legend was. There are also some random events that may pop up as you have this legend activated. I think you just had one actually.
I did
where
have
you were
one.
asked to kill a peasant.
Yeah, and
Yes.
and it upset me, so I drank.
Yes, exactly. So the idea there is there was this peasant who was just like totally like a horrible. He's like lost all of his limbs and in a horrible place. And to uphold your reputation, you got to kill him. But maybe you feel bad about it, so you don't. But yeah, if you check the legend map mode, which you can see that the legend should be spreading throughout all the places you've raided so far. At least if I did this right. For all I know, though, I messed it up. It's possible. Okay, cool. Let's go. It worked. Hell yeah.
There is a... Oh, wait. I just saw there was pirate names available for children. Give me a moment. Wait.
There are pirate names, yes.
Wait. Oh, no, not open barbershop. Damn it. I'm so used to seeing open barbershop. Let me rename this character. Refill. It's just... Oh, wait. No, it's just... It's not changing the name here, but it's changing over here.
Yeah, and it's a little bit weird, but it works.
Stick,
it does work.
Darrow, Jacko, Kelt, Xavier, Seeger, Nix. I'm guessing this is all the contributors. Brad
Some of them are. Some of them are just random pirate names. Yeah.
The Dread Pirate Brad. Ah, yes. What is my purpose? I want to live forever. I think there is a way in the console to allow me to upgrade the legend without checks. I think it's no check. It'd be the no checks. Hold on, do I have that earlier from any of my other testing? Do I have a no checks command?
I think it's bypass _ requirements, but I'm not sure if that actually works in upgrading legends. I can't remember.
So right, it is. Let's see if it works. I don't think it does.
Damn. Yeah, I'm not sure then. I don't know. Off the top of my head.
It doesn't. Anyway, what else do I need to check out in the Modcon mod? Where am I heading next?
So we got a couple things. We got the visit port activity, which I don't think we've explored, and we got pirate contracts to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Maybe the activity first,
Yeah.
since that's like kind of short and to the point. Yeah. I'm having a bit of lag viewing the stream, but hopefully I'll still be able to figure out what you're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, the stream for me just is frozen on a pause screen.
Oh,
from
what,
way
in
Yeah.
Discord?
Yeah. Same here.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a moment, gang. Why didn't you say so? Let me just try.
Oh, I thought it was just me.
Yeah, me
Sorry.
Okay.
No, it was me too, yeah. I've been guessing at what he's looking at for the past
Oh,
while.
God, guys.
As you can see, we are not professional entertainers, so
Not at all.
Tarkus is a professional, but the rest of
I'm
us
supposed to be. I'm supposed to be, but...
Alright. Are we supposed to be looking at Crete?
Okay, so
I think we're supposed to be looking at the activity is what we're going for.
Yeah, I am at Crete right now. I'm just, you guys can see, I'm clicking and opening the ship.
Okay,
Now
I
I'm
don't
doing-
see that. Okay, now I see something.
Stream is just frozen, but you know what? That doesn't matter. You're going to go to the activities and you go to the port visit.
Yeah.
Oh, visit a port.
So
Let's go.
Yeah. So the port activity. So I was the one mainly working on that. It has. It's just supposed to be like a simple. It's kind of like the camp activity for normal land list. Just basically something simple you do every now and then. So there's 3 options: carousing, recruitment. Carousing where you lose stress. Recruitment can get people. Gambling where you try to get more money. Gambling is the one that's the most a little more interesting than others, I would say. So I might suggest trying to do that one, since you can just be an honest pirate and just try to gamble, get more money the right way, or you can cheat a little bit. And there's an activity option to a spending purse. That's basically how much money you're willing to bring with you into port. It will influence the results of the different options you choose, but doesn't need to. Then there's also intent that gives different intents to give different bonuses depending on which intent you choose. So.
Okay, I'm gonna take a large amount in. Why not?
Yeah, and then
visit to a port. Lower anchor. Sailing the high seas in search of adventure and booty is all fine and good, but sometimes a pirate has to visit a port and take care. I'm slowly going Irish here. Apologize. And take care of business, whether that business is pleasurable or not. A fine port there is in Chandax, where my crew and I wish to stop by. We've gained a lot of gold and booty in our recent pirating runs, but perhaps we could even get more by going to the gambling dens. Of course, some of us aren't above cheating a little either. Okay, so I'm now, to visit a port, a pirate's luck. So I'm going to, I may be a pirate, but I'm honest. You have a 50% chance to win. Or I think I can get away with a little cheating. How is my intrigue? My intrigue's pretty low. But let's try and cheat. How disappointing.
Nice.
We were caught. I was caught cheating, but I gained some pirate lifestyle experience. That's the first. I currently have 3. Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
Yeah. So that's it. It's just like a very simple bit of flavor you can do. And then the other thing my mom's mentioned now. The other thing I was a bunch of simple flavor events, kind of like what I did for my Viet mod, but these are pirate themed. So some of them might pop up every now and then when you're doing things. So yeah.
Awesome. Now where am I
That's
going,
my
guys?
contribution.
Where am I off to? Where am I set? Where are we setting sail to now?
There's one more thing which I believe I think there's like these pirate contracts that spawn. I'm not sure if any have spawned, but if you could like zoom out and just look around the map for a skull and crossbones on what's normally a contract, you could find some contracts.
Okay, preparing the raid. The contract is sealed, a fat merchant ship laden with silks and silver. It's set to sail through our waters, coming in the coming weeks. Your crew buzzes with anticipation, their eyes glinting with greed as you bark your orders, ready the ship for the hunt. The seas are fickle, and a raid like this demands more than a sturdy hull and sharp blades. You gather your first mate and quartermaster to the plan. Time is short, and every choice weighs heavy. How will you prepare your ship and crew to ensure this prize doesn't slip through your fingers? I think you needed to replace all the yours and yous to ye, just to be really piratey.
It's really good.
Put it in the notes. Slaves, put it in the notes.
To give you some context on how this raid works is there's going to be like 3 phases to it. There's this prep phase, there's the we need to try to catch the merchant ship phase, and then there's like an actual engage the merchant ship in a fight phase. And like your decisions early on can give you little bonuses to help you further down the line. They might have some negative consequences, so you can get risky or you can play it safe.
Okay. So I can overhaul the ship, drill the crew, bribe a harbour rat, rouse the crew with grog and glory, and proceed as planned. Let's do this one. Strip the hauls, patch the sails, and mount fresh rigging. A swifter ship means a better chase, but the dock hands don't work cheap. Let's go with that one. Okay. The chase is on. Days of lying in wait, scanning the horizon, have set your crew's temper ablaze. Suddenly, a cry rings out from the crow's nest. Sails! Merchant ship dead ahead! The deck erupts with snarls and shouts, and all eyes fix on the distant vessel, its hull low with cargo. Your prize you swore to claim. The ship surges forward, but the merchant ship captain is no fool. The sails billow as they veer to outrun you. The chase is on, and the ship and the sea's whims will test your ship's speed and your crew's grit. How will you drive the ship to seize your quarry? Full chase, push the ship into its breaking point, whip the crew to exhaustion, or cut across the reefs. Oh. I see. Full chase, push the ship to its breaking point. Chance to catch the merchant ship on those. Let's whip the crew to exhaustion. Come on, you scallywags!
Arr.
Okay, they're bowing their oars. Okay, boarding party. The ship draws alongside the merchant ship, a hull groaning as the waves batter both vessels. Your crew, blades glinting and eyes wild, hurl grappling hooks to the blind ships, planks slamming down on the bridge to bridge the gap. The merchant's crew, outnumbered but desperate, bristle with pikes and cutlasses, ready to defend their cargo to the death. Shouts and curses fill the air as your raiders prepare to storm across. Yet, a fleet chance remains to avoid bloodshed. Call out to their captain, or lead the charge yourself. The sea awaits no hesitation, and the prize hangs in the balance. Lead the boarding party, attempt to initiate a surrender, or feint and flank. I'm just going to lead the boarding party. Let's cut them open. And it's a success. Yar! Okay, plundering the prize. The merchant ship lies subdued, its deck slick with blood, and its crew broken all round. Your raiders swarm the hold, hauling up chests of coin, bolts of cloth of silk, and casks of rare wine. Your crew cheers, their greed sated for now. Yet the ship's passengers, a mix of trembling merchants and defiant sailors, kneel before ye, and their fate is in your hands. Your first mate tallies the loot, grinning as the pile grows, while the captured captain glares from his bonds. I release you from your human bonds. Will you slaughter the survivors and send a message, or hold them for ransom, or tempt them to join your crew? The sea watches, and your choice will echo beyond this day. Kidnap for ransom could be good. Recruit the willing. Who do we gain? Kiros and Patrios. Kidnap for ransom, or just execute them. Feed them to the brine. Execute the passengers. There we go. Now to the spoils. There we go. Of course I'm worthy. So I got the Legend of Ends coming up as well. Go away. Awesome. So are there different types of pirate raids you can do?
Stretch goal. Hopefully, I'd like to make some more alternatives, but really there's just the one with like different success chances. I'd like to have like 5-star raids or 1-star raid, like different boats would be cool, but we're not there yet. You did get a cool sword also as a reward on top of completing the contract, so.
Nice. I want to see where's the sword? Give me the sword.
Yeah, we were very, we were rushing by the end to get this to workable, because what we realized was we put together all this stuff, and then we hadn't tested like any of it. So in the past like 2 hours, we had to sit down and be like, okay, everything is broken apparently, so we have to go and fix everything. And we managed to get a workable build for you, just barely. I'm talking like only maybe like half an hour before we began this interview.
I think the last thing I said to East Pointed was, "Is it gonna boot? Is it gonna boot?"
Yeah.
And
yes,
apparently it did. So I'm really impressed. But hey, I think there's gonna be. It's one of those things of a mod jam is always one of those things of sometimes it creates something really stupid, sometimes it creates a piece of gold, and I honestly think this is gold, and there could be a lot of fun with this. I kind of I want to do a video, but my brain's now like, God, I'm gonna have to do the pirate voice for the entire bloody video. And I'm trying to do it live on the stream, and it's always maybe. Okay. If we get what's the dono total at? Are we up we're at about 5,000, right? If we get to 5,000,
5,900.
Well, how much?
Not 5,900.
5,900.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. If we get to 6,000, if we get to 6,000 by the end of, if we get to 6,500 by the end of the stream, I will do a pirate video and only do the pirate voice the entire time, on the Modcon mod. Right. I'm just doing a bit of a time check. We probably need to round out this segment. So thank you so much to the mod jammers. Thank you so much. Go clean this up so other people can play it, so it works a bit better.
Yes, sir.
And change the yous to yars and yees. Make it unreadable except in the pirate voice. But thank you so much, and I'm gonna head back to the rest of the show.
Thank you. Thank you for showing our mod. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Thanks so much.
Now get out here, you scallywags. Get out of my voice chat.
Bye-bye.
See you later, Midgeman.
Farewell.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Mod Jam mod, Crusader Kings. What did we think? Donate for the pirate voice. Yes. Next Modcon, they should make a Glitterhoof horde. Oh, Glitterhoof Centaur horde mod would be wild indeed. Now I need to quickly go back and check my own notes and document. I've been swept away by the tides. Yes. Okay, let's look at some more mod trailers, shall we? Let's go in with Orthographic Perspective. Yes, the why is my face not appearing? Sorry, I've been... there we go. I've been It's late. Like, we've been going for a while now, guys. Orthographic Perspective is a visual mod that changes the game's perspective to an orthographic projection. Most isometric games don't actually implement true isometric projection. Most often use a type called diametric projection instead. It's all about axes. An isometric projection has equal values of 120 degrees for its x, y, and z axis, while a diametric projection only has 2 equal axes. Regardless, this falls under the category of axonomic projection, which in turn falls under the broader category of orthographic projection. That's all there is to say. That's where the name of the mod comes from. It's a way of presenting 3D in 2D planes. But only partially, because vanilla CK3 and most other 3D games utilize a perspective camera, a projection that mimics how the human eye would see things. Reversing this is difficult, so orthographic perspective does not actually change the projection. Instead, it fakes an orthographic effect by lowering the game's FOV and pulling the camera away to compensate. This shortens the distance between the foreground and background, flattening the image like a dolly zoom in cinematography. I like that I'm being sourced a dolly zoom in this document. Like I don't know what a dolly zoom is. I'm a trained actor, don't you know, loves? Aside from lowering the FOV, the mod also implements a chasm shader by Tetrapass from the CK3 Modding co-op, which has been used in mods such as Way of Kings, Godherja, to create that bottomless chasm by faking depth. The effect is used to complement the mod, with steep cliffs on the coast and rivers. Beyond the chasm, lighting and borders have also been changed to make the map pop out with more shadows, and colour. There you go. So it is a visual mod, and if you like the visuals, check out Orthographic Perspective. Now, onto another graphic mod. This one, it's got a little bit more fight in it. really liked the music track on that one. Yes, Battle Graphics. Battle Graphics replaces the single unit army graphics of CK3 with large immersive armies. CK3 does not represent armies on the map with a single unit graphic. CK3, including all DLCs, does provide, though, 3 different armies, a single unit graphic, for 11 cultures depending on the tier or quality. So there are 3 different graphical units for each culture that represent armies. And in total, there are 11 different cultures represented with individual armies. So, why not put them all together and add more to make actual armies? Here's some context of what BG Mod is providing. BG Mod is a combination of Pacific K's abandoned mod that provides animations using the existing CK3 unit models for small armies, and unit packs expanded by Zaglo 7, which provided additional unit models for several cultures. Taking over Pacific K's mod and updating it, combining with UPE mod on the foundation, is the foundation of where the BG mod was built. Basically clone armies fighting one another with several animation bugs and fixes and some lowered texture quality. Then they started to improve the animations, textures, unit models, etc. And now they've even jumped to adding new models, new model variants, and new animations. The Battle Graphics mod is only a graphics mod. And it does replace single unit graphics with small armies, including new animations, etc., etc. But yes, so if you want big armies, and you cannot lie, you other brothers should download Battle Graphics, as they expand to 26 cultural army graphic sets and have plenty more animations. Right, what's next? Ah, yes. It is time that we move to our second to final mod, our penultimate mod. And it looks like we have a date with God.
Liege, forgive me for waking you. I rode through the night to bring you this. They said it could not wait. Here, you must read it at once.
What? Who gave this order? Who dared? Who authorized this?
Yes, the Catholic Trinity entering the controversy. This is a vanilla experience Catholic enhancement and overhaul mod featuring a dozen of new features for the Catholic characters. Catholic Trinity is a vanilla style enhancement mod Adding features important to religious play, especially when it comes to playing a Catholic character, featuring the laws of investiture, a playable papal state, anti-popes, a college of cardinals, dynamically created crusader states, a ton of decisions and events, and a whole lot more. With this coming update, they're going to expand further and add a whole new investiture of controversy to the year of 1066, bookmark, flavor, and all. Fun fact, this mod was born out of this mod was born out of I'm guessing the developers, other old mod, Kingdom of Heaven. When I expanded out of Jerusalem and papal conflict to the rest of Europe, I felt difficulties in implementation, so I dived down to the Catholic rabbit hole. Right. Thank you. I believe that mod's Ubers, who is going to be on the stream for a very different mod very, very shortly. Before we get into this final mod of ModCon, there's a few things I need to do. One, that's to thank you guys. Thank you everybody who's supported, gotten involved with, and just been here to represent ModCon. It's so wonderful to see so many people coming out for the modding community across this weekend. I also want to take a moment to thank all of the hosts that we've had so far. So thank you to Tarkus, to Generalist, and to JBD. You guys are doing a wonderful job. Also, thank you to the ModCon organizers. There's so many of you working in the background, making sure this convention happens. Us, people with our faces presenting these shows, are just the tip of the iceberg of what goes into a ModCon. So a round of applause for everybody there. And outside of the thank you, guys, if you're new here, this is all in aid of charity as well. We're raising money for the Monuments Fund. The Monuments Fund is a charity that's working in has been working for 60 years in over 100 countries to restore and protect our cultural heritage as humanity. Whether it's the Palace of Versailles gardens to make sure they're still immaculate, or it's rebuilding various holy sites and temples and ruins that were damaged in war, and so much more. They do abundance of things, and they're just trying to keep our culture, our history alive. Finally, the other thing that I need to shout out, if you have money as well, go donate to it. Then we're trying to beat the other year's charity goals as well. That's what I'm saying. But this is the final call as well for the giveaway. The giveaway is happening. We will be pulling the final keys for CK3 Chapter 4, all of the DLC. We're going to be doing the final pulling of the giveaway right after the video I'm about to play. So this is your final call for that. So we'll do the draw before the interviews for a goat. But here, everybody, is CK3 at Game of Thrones.
What is that up ahead?
That up there is the Bridge of Dream. It was once the pride of the Roinar. They built it to last 1,000 years, a monument to a people who would never kneel. And when Valeria and her fire came, putting the Roinar to the sword, they prayed to their gods. And that night, the river rose higher and wider than ever before. It washed out the invaders and everything else. Time moved on, and the greatest bridge ever built fell to ruin. That was until Volantis raised its own marvel across the river. The Long Bridge, they call it. It was the dream of one early Triarch who sought to carve out a city in marble and trade. The following Triarch instead sharpened swords, dreaming of reclaiming every last province of the old Valerian freehold. With dragon steel and coin, Volantis sought to bring back that past. So Tyrosh raised its banners, Lys turned its fleets. Even Norvos and Qohor joined to shatter the dream. Norvosi bearded priests struck their great iron bells, and Qohor's smiths rang out on glowing steel, quenching fire in blood and iron. Together they broke the Volantine fleet on Dagger Lake, fire galleys sinking beneath a sky gone black with smoke. Those cities dreamed of little, but made sure the first daughter dreamed no further. Norvos had heard that kind of dream once before, and burned it. Long before the Century of Blood, a Lorathi warrior dreamed of making himself king of all Andals. Had started to carve out a kingdom, from the Shivering Sea to the headwaters of the Noin, marching on Norvos next. 100 Dragon Lords came instead, and left his ashes at Norvos's gates. A ways away from the conflicts of the River Rhoyne, through to the far side of the forests of Qohor, a kingdom of men stood tall. The kingdom of Sarnor. Their cities rose along the Sarn, bright and shining in the daylight, seen across the rolling grasslands. And that grass rolled two ways. Something else was coming. A dream for destruction. And soon, the Sarnori clung to a dream of their own. To hold the line.
Yes. So much is happening in the AGOT development. Now, I'm going to be joined by some members of the AGOT team. Please welcome Uber, Verkos, Foxwillow, and Amanes from CK3 at Game of Thrones. Hello, 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 hello. I'm trying to drag people up, but it's stopped working for some reason. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome on in. You are all live on stream. How is everyone? Please, obviously, vocally introduce yourselves, starting from the top.
Started from the top, so I guess that's me. Hello, I'm Amanes, lead on release for CK3 AGOT. I work on internal infrastructure for everyone to dev on, and I work also on some passion project on the side. Your turn, Fox.
I'm Fox. I'm in charge.
Oh, okay. That's true.
It's just
Fox
easier
is in
that way.
charge.
I'm not gonna prattle on.
My name is Uber. I'm a co-implementation lead, and I made this trailer. Verkos?
I'm Verkos. I make spreadsheets.
Spreadsheet man.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So, a Game of Thrones team. What would you like to talk about? Where would you like to take this? What are we doing? Your segment for me is just question marks. So
Yeah.
I guess this is kind of
Yes.
over to you at this point. Where are we going? What are we doing?
So first, I would like to also give huge shout out to the team of artists that made this trailer possible, outside of the ones that were credited in the video. Mainly, for example, for the fire artwork made by Onlo, for the map
and the
made by.
Bridge of Dream.
Oh, it showed.
Yeah. So both the Bridge of Dream artwork seen at the beginning of the trailer and the Volantis art also seen in the trailer. They're both made by an artist called Onlu. Further on, we also have Foxbolo and Durandus, who worked on the entire map. Couldn't really show a trailer without that. We have Volantis, which was made by Mozum. We have Lys, which was made by also Mozum. And then Norvos was a team effort between White Wolf and Drago.
Very nice. Uber, I know you've shared your camera through Discord. Can I get you to share your camera a slightly different way?
Yes. Yes.
Let me send you a link to share your camera through. And then I can bring you on stream properly.
Oh wow! Only Uber. Wow, rude.
I mean, if I look, I put out
also had a
who's gonna. I also said okay. I asked this morning who was joining me.
Hey, it's Father's Day. I have children. I don't know where I'm gonna be.
Congratulations for being daddy.
Where did you send me the?
Hang on, I'm gonna send it in the
Amazon.
AGOT. There we
Okay.
are. There we are.
Yeah. Okay. Can I choose my camera in here?
You should be able to.
All right. While we set up, I might answer some question from chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
To give
Go
everyone
ahead.
some time. So, Volantis is not, in fact, 8 billion polygons. We do not want to set your PC on fire yet. We need to put more trees for that. Should we expect Dev Diary? No, not yet. Because once again, this is just like what's next, and so far we are still like just with a vision. And
Oh crap!
Just
No, I don't want to share that.
stay tuned
Wrong
for
window.
updates.
Ah shit! I need to re-click on your link. Select screen to share. I'm trying to find my camera in here. I do not see my camera in here.
Mm-hmm. It's probably because
I
you're
agree.
sharing to Discord currently.
Oh, maybe.
Technical
moment.
difficulties.
Oof! It didn't show up for me, and I'm not sharing to Discord.
Interesting.
Should we expect cool stuff? Yes.
Oh, camera.
Oh, also Uber. Once you're not fiddling with your camera in the organization team for Modcon, there you should see a link to be able to open my chat in a browser. That will allow you to highlight messages if you wanted to bring up questions directly from chat in that way.
Yes, I will do that once I figure this out. NVIDIA broadcast. Where is that?
Are there plans to
Sorry,
add
what?
more magic stuff to the mod? Yes, though due to the way magic is handled within the lore, it is obviously a few time away as we need to design what are the expectations for it and what do we plan for it. No naval combat. No naval combat.
No. Yeah, that's still unfortunately a thing we can't do. Okay, this should work.
People in the old city of Volantis will indeed be the Valyrian religion. More R'hllor flavor? Eventually, yes.
And no naval combat. This is a Crusader Kings 3 limitation. So this
I
is something
guess-
which would.
I guess
cannot
this
be
is
with
what
the-
we have.
There we are. There's Uber. Also, I love the dragon eggs on your desk. That's fantastic.
Yes, I have a whole lot. Hand of the king, you know.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So I guess what
does that count?
Well, see, my thing is jank. It's just like a relay of my
think
webcam.
that counts.
I couldn't find the window in there.
Oh, that's odd.
Yeah, that's fine. You know, someone else will just have to read up the questions. I'm here.
I can do. Will this model be released with the rest of the extension or earlier than that?
At least will come out earlier than the rest of them, just because it doesn't rely on much. So yeah, at least will come out sooner.
Much sooner.
Much sooner, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know.
Relatively soon.
What's Novus like to play as? So we're still in the design phase on this side, so we're like mainly showing the scope of what we're gonna add in the next big expansions. We do not know if it's gonna be like a big drop or several small drops, but we're still in the design phase, and we will share when we get more settled on something.
Yeah, it's a big discussion on how we want the government to be handled, because they are a theocracy. But do we want you playing as the head kind of Norvos Pope dude or some other person in the council? We aren't too sure. We're still thinking about that.
So,
is there a rough estimation for the release? No, not at the moment. As
Yes.
we are a team of volunteers, we do not do estimates because we're wildly dependent on a lot of people, and sometimes things can get in the way, life can get in the way, and
Yeah.
if we shared some of our internal release candidates and the actual release candidates, everyone would laugh at us and ask us to never do planning again.
And so much.
Well, it could
so
be
much
just
thing-
like the Dragon trailer, where we just had nonstop asking for 13 dev diaries worth, but that's on me.
But that's a thing. Like, some things go to beta, then sometimes things don't make it out of beta. That's part of like the development scope. For those of people who have never heard of the Game of Thrones mod before, it's probably one of the most expansive in the CK3 modding world. Would someone like to just quickly explain what goes into it? Like, how many people have you got in your team? Like, what is the scope and what is actually producing the Game of Thrones mod like?
Do you
Okay,
want to
God.
keep that box?
I get misquoted on this all the frickin' time. Oof, I should have had actual numbers for that question. I would say someone interject. I feel like we probably have 25 people probably currently actively working. Oh no,
seems right.
actually, I pay for the it's 30. It goes like 40 a month usually. It's probably about 40 people monthly working on the mod.
Yeah.
Like 35 to 40. And it changes, but it's been between 25 and 50, and 50 being super rare.
Yeah, like it's give or take. If people contribute some months, they do. Other times, people just you go with the flow. You go with the flow of how people's schedules run. We probably have about well, as you said, like maybe 20 dedicated, always working on something. But even then, that's give or take. But no,
And once again, there's a lot of people who sometimes like show up, do something, then go inactive for a few months. So like at the end of the day, since the release, like the very start of the work of the mod, like overall with the turnover and everything, and people who just went away or inactive, I think we can say that like the current AGOT is the result of more than 100 people working on it.
Oh yeah,
over time.
Across the whole timeline. Yeah.
That's very, very impressive, and to keep it as organized and playable as it is, with that many hands going through, that many developers going through. That takes a lot. Like,
there's a lot of back and forth with that. Just discussions between myself, Eighth, other leads, and all the different developers. There's a lot of just inner discussion on general direction on some things, or just helping them out with others. Our GitHub is set up in a way to where people can't just push everything all the time randomly. We have had that in the past, and it has just invited chaos. So organization makes things run smoother.
And they didn't like when I pushed like error that caused the game to load forever. Never actually.
Yeah. We don't want devs just pushing endless bugs or complications and then sending that to, what is our current subscriber count?
Around, I haven't checked.
400,000?
Yeah, 400,000.
Sending bugs to 400,000 people isn't really what we want to do. So we have organization to keep everything good and running.
I can readjust that. Okay, only $200 more currently I needed to break the Modcon record. So from last year. So if anyone wants to help out with some monuments, that would be really, really cool.
Yes.
I have my own question towards you guys, the Game of Thrones modders. Do you hate my videos when I go into the details of every sort of special building? Speaking of monuments, there's the segue, etc. Or do you welcome that kind of feedback from the community?
I personally enjoy them because it's interesting to see someone else's view on everything, and it's a good you going and making a video, on every single special building. Kind of works as a visual spreadsheet to where I could just see all our values at once. Be like, oh yeah, this is kind of overpowered, but
it's really frustrating.
Burkos is more the building person though.
Every time I make those videos and then suddenly you adapt them, I'm like, my video's out of date now. Oh god, I can't keep up. Your mod's too big.
Burkos makes like 4 special buildings a day just to screw with you.
Yeah. Okay.
He demands icons for them. That's the worst.
To be fair, I found a workaround slightly for that, in that I steal your coat of arms and make them black and put them in right now.
Okay, I don't want to hear that.
Okay. Actually,
you're gonna open the folder and die.
I also have another question for everyone. I just want from all of you. What's your favorite Game of Thrones house, or in the mod or real? What house are you?
The only dragon is black. Okay. I am a proud Blackfire supporter.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
See,
throwing shade.
There is an interesting thing to where, yes, I have all these Targaryens here, but if I'm gonna go for a great house, it would probably be Stark. If I'm gonna go with any house, it'd probably be Rowan.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
I'm a Rowan person.
Yeah, Rowan chaser.
Reach, right?
Yes. Golden Grove.
Yeah. With the one thing with the golden. Yeah. Fair.
Honestly, it's not even really the house history. It's just vibes. I think it's one of the most beautiful places to want to live, and so I would want to be the Rowans.
I think we just got our donation to take us over the goal, by the way. So thank you.
Wow. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So thank you to Dwayne the Rock Lobster.
Again, no, he donated some large amount the other day, so that's twice now, probably.
Fantastic!
Wow, thank you, thank you, Dwayne the
Rock Lobster, the Rock Lobster,
Dwayne the Rock Lobster. Fox Willow, what's your go-to house?
Wall. It's always wall.
House wall.
The buckets.
Okay. And Verkos?
Or wall, or for like slightly stronger house, farming, but I don't usually play as I don't play tall, so it's dukes at the most for me.
Okay.
See, I just like I just like the history of the Farmans. Well, the one character sails around.
And Verkos?
If I'm being annoying, I go with Frost, and otherwise probably Flint.
Which Flint?
Yeah, which flint?
The original flints.
So you're mountain clanning as well.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Hey,
Mountain clans.
I don't really want to have anything in common with you, though.
Gotta go change that up.
Heartbreak.
Well, I think.
Any other questions from the chat?
Yeah, let's start. Let's turn back to chat. While we wait for some questions coming in from chat, I'm gonna quickly cut away and do our first wheel of names and pull a CK3 Chapter 4 key. Because I forgot to do that before bringing you guys in. So I'm going to smatter them throughout the interview. There, let's go.
That's how you do it.
That's exactly how we do it. It's the boom, and boom. Okay, spinning the wheel. Thank you for this ad for Kit Kat.
And thank you for Paradox for providing us Modcon organizers with these keys to give people.
Aaron, I really hope you've submitted your Discord name, because I don't know if that's a valid Discord ID. But Aaron, whoever you are, if you've got the handle Aaron, well done. That's all I can say. Let's go back to the interview, and I'll pull another one later.
I did see a question about whether Carlin would be playable, which, that far predates any scope of a bookmark at the moment, but I do think I have a Carlin's in as a
historical, he's in the histories.
What's the god UI thing? Ugh, what's the word, Uber?
Faith icon?
No.
Patron.
Patron.
Carlin
does exist as a patron god.
Yep.
That's how far back it is.
There was a question earlier about more cultures and religions, and we'll expand upon those as the map expands. But already, currently, there's religions from all over the world in the game playable. That was a big update we did recently.
Yeah, it was like the most one of the most recent, right? Is when you added Bravos.
With Bravos, yeah. Bravos expansion expanded upon a whole lot of religion and culture.
I have a script recorded for Bravos that's been sat in my to-do list folder for about a month now. Like, I've done the VO, I've just actually got to edit the video. But I haven't. This thing called EU5 got announced, and that's taken up all of my time because that's the brand I work on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would take up a whole lot of your time, yes.
I saw a question in chat earlier about the DLC is gonna impact us. The main thing is we don't know yet. Like, we don't know how moddable the features are, and until we have them in our hands, there's pretty much no telling. Will we be able to retool something into something that we can mod, or is it very, for example, China dependent in the sense? So when you ask the question, is the DLC going to be useful for us? We do not know yet.
Yeah. We have zero idea.
You have one of the luxuries with the Game of Thrones mod that because you use a custom map, you're not tied to updating for certain provinces on the existing CK map. It all comes down to mechanical stuff mostly, right?
Yeah, that's definitely a saving grace. I'm pretty sure earlier Princes of Darkness was talking about how usually they were okay, but because they have Asia to add, it causes a whole bunch of issue. But yeah, we don't have that issue map-wise.
Yeah, Asia? West Asia, anyway. I only know Westeros and Essos.
I know ET.
Not South Orios? Wow.
True. No plans for Iron Throne hegemony. We don't know how moddable will be the hegemonies.
Well, but you can't say no. We have no real plans, but there's discussions. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the plans. But is it 100% confirmed to go? No.
Oh yeah, no. We could get the code, and it's just okay, this just doesn't work. But
if it is workable, we do plan to use it for the Iron Throne. But it depends upon what it actually is when we get it.
Yeah. Once we can look at the code, and if it's applicable, as Rico says, we'll probably use it.
Dave Daddy, thank you for the donation as well to the World Monuments Fund.
What number are we at?
I don't have the running total. I can't see it.
I can't see it either because I can't get up this page.
Yeah, sorry.
I see $6,230.
Okay, so we are $270 away from me having to spend hours doing that pirate voice from earlier.
Hey, I mean, they've done some impressive work. I think a good video where you do nothing but the pirate voice would do well.
It might do. I'm gonna
Flavors.
Slavers.
Sorry, there was a question.
Yeah,
Slavers
go for it.
Bay would be separate from the general Essos stuff.
Yeah, all the regions basically shown in the video are where our focus is for the moment. So that's the rest of the Roynish kingdoms, and then you have Norvos, Cahor, Lorath, Volantis, Sarnor, and maybe a little bit of Dothraki is where we're focusing at the moment.
So, actually, that brings me on to a decent question. What goes into deciding where to go next? The Game of Thrones world is massive, but CK is kind of limited. CK3, anyway. In CK2, the Game of Thrones mod was, global, but it had so much time behind it. There's so many new challenges in CK3, like 3D, for example. So, how do you dictate where you want to go? Like, is it just choice, what people are passionate about, or is there some big old overarching puppet mastering going on and stuff?
At least for the moment, the reason we want to push east is so we can finally do some of the bookmarks, which people love people want to play Daenerys. So we have to push out the east, follow her path, her story path. We have to get right into the Dothraki Sea. Later, we need Slavers Bay. So we're forced to push in that. We're Karth as well. We are forced to push in the Essos to necessitate the need of us wanting to do the future bookmarks, while staying faithful, I guess. Because we could just ignore Daenerys, but we want to do it all together.
Yeah, you can't really do a Clash of Kings without Daenerys in Essos, so it makes a lot of sense.
You're missing.
Yeah, we want everything. I mean, I've said super frequently, just like the slow march eastward, and the tilt is to go upwards and grab the Dothraki Sea with the upcoming DLC, which, while usually we're like, we don't know, but like it's got to be the thing. So
yeah,
it makes a lot of sense. Honestly,
it's just where we gotta go. But no, good question.
What do you think in each of your opinions, for what you do for the mod or whatever, what is your biggest challenge that you have to overcome when you're in your specific role with the Game of Thrones mod? Let's start with Fox. Let's start from the top.
Oh man, my biggest challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably maintaining leashes. Someone else can answer first. I don't actually know.
Uber?
I was about to say the same. I was like, my biggest challenge? These guys.
Oh, I didn't mean it like that.
No.
Uber, give me an answer, not Uber's your biggest challenge.
No. I don't know. There's making sure things work correctly, making sure things have a good, at least from my point of view, making sure mechanics and stuff that you work on have a clear design. Making sure it sounds good in concept and not just throwing things together. But I don't really have any detailed, specific examples of that. But it was like the biggest challenge for Dragons was making sure everything works well together. But
yeah.
And that kind of applies all over.
All right, I guess I'll continue since I work a lot outside of CK3. So it's actually pretty funny. A lot of my challenges are like, how do I make an infrastructure for everyone to work with, So whenever, for example, there's a new 3D artist that's coming onto the team, they go like, oh yeah, we do things that way, and that way, and like if they're not like used to work on software, on some software, like I can point them to some tutorial that says, hey, we can do things like this. There's also a lot into technical issues such as suddenly the gate stops working because someone pushed a branch with an uppercase letter and one with a lowercase letter, as Uber did, I think, 3 times in the last year.
Okay, look, maybe Linux shouldn't do that. Okay, maybe it should do what Windows does and allow capital letters.
And so it's a lot of the technical nitty-gritty behind the scenes. That's like my biggest challenge in my day-to-day stuff, making sure that people can easily work on the mod, and that like nothing suddenly breaks because someone like was away for a few months and then comes back and then suddenly their install is broken. And so I'm dealing with this kind of stuff.
You're tech support.
Yeah, I'm IT tech
that's basically support. Yeah, that's what you just described. Yeah.
For me,
Virgos.
because my skills. Because my skills are pretty limited, it's kind of relying on others, like for the building icons and whatnot, trying to get those kind of someone interested in doing stuff like that when I do buildings or other things, or asking Uber, does this code thing work? And then Athnia comes back and yells at me that it doesn't. And then Uber's like, well, it looked fine.
Fine.
All right, I have my challenge. The challenge is the completely reasonable and understood situation, but like the just the reining in and chasing down and the organizational part when like we do have plans and we do have some form of internal like target deadlines, and like they will fall because someone got busy or someone got a different job, and like trying to maintain the relationships with our friends and stuff on the mod team and the trust we all have, and then like having to come up with contingency plans whenever something's just like not quite working, or someone like unfortunately can't finish the thing that they really wanted to finish but they don't have the time now, and those kind of situations, chasing those down is probably one of the bigger challenges.
So it's a mix of chasing and setting expectations, basically.
Yep. And that's one of the reasons we do I understand it's annoying, but I don't. We've done this, and we're probably going to try to do blank by May 10th, and then dealing with, okay, well, it's May 20th, we didn't get the thing done, and the amount of how much time it takes away from modding for us to like have to write up a big like, sorry, we said we were going to try to do it here, but these are the things that like this like excuse laden thing like it just takes away from 4 hours of free time of doing the modding in the first place. So it's I understand and I get when people are like, they don't say anything, but it's prioritizing time getting stuff actually done.
Yeah, well, I guess a good example is the trailer that we just released, where at one point we heard Cons of the Step coming out. I'm getting killed by Discord notifications. Sorry.
Go on, do not disturb. Go on, do not disturb.
He's already on do not disturb.
Oh, okay.
I am. My webcam is my phone right now. So Windows is sending me my phone notifications to my computer.
I see.
Yeah, it's very annoying. I'm not too sure why. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yes.
I mean,
sorry.
I can give an example in the meantime.
Well,
if you want.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
The most recent example for our trailer here, where we just showed off all this land towards the Sarnor, we wanted this for a surprise release for Cons of the Step that released a month or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
So even if we want to, as a team, to try to focus in on something, just people getting busy, jobs changing, real life can affect these timelines really well. And that's why we don't really like to give deadlines, just because we can't 100% sure say, yes, we are 100% going to be finished by this date.
Yep.
The same could be said about Dragons. Last year, when we announced the Dragon release trailer, about 5 hours before I handed the file to Ottawa Welshman, we changed the date from this June to this summer. And that was a very good decision because we were not finished by June. We were not finished by the halfway. Yes, we were not finished by halfway through House of the Dragons release, which we wanted to do as a follow-up. We were finished by the end of summer, and that's just how things work. Team-wise, that's just how it rolls.
I just want to quickly cut in and shout out Duel here, because not only have they just donated like 200, but they also then just went and did another 69. Nice.
Nice.
So let's see some nices in chat there. We must be getting to very close to me having to do a pirate video for a good couple of hours to record a video. We hit the pirate goal. Yep. Okay, I thought that was the case.
There you go.
No way did 69 put us over the pirate goal. Okay, that's the clip. There we go.
An entire video where you must voice a pirate.
Using the Modcon mod. I mean, I'm happy to do it. It's all in aid of charity, isn't it?
I should have gave them my parrot, because CK3 Agot has a animated parrot.
It does for like the Bravo Seas, right? That's
in the step.
Oh, is it?
There's an event where you can buy it. Yeah. You can buy it as a pirate, but you can get the event as any of the Free City people.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, because I've definitely seen. Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, I should have given that to them.
Yeah. Maybe you should after it. The mod can continue. But yes. So I'm gonna quickly do another wheel spin. Because I'm pretty sure I've got some more of those to do. So while you do that, mine for another question. Oh God. Where's the? I've got so many tabs. Give me a moment.
Can you explain the King's Peace mechanic a bit more in depth? Uber, Amanus?
There will be an entire dev diary on that. It's already been mostly written, the dev diary.
Flow 501.
I will honestly say I can't off mind give you all the deep details on it, but it's not meant to. One of the more common complaints I would say that people experience in CK3 Agot is that the Iron Throne is too peaceful, and so when we introduce a mechanic called the King's Peace, I'm pretty sure some of you guys, I can't see the chat, but some of you guys are probably wondering, is this going to make Westeros a more peaceful environment? And that is not the case. Pieces and rules are meant to be broken, and nothing is inherently blocked in the King's Peace. You can still declare these wars, but there could be punishment, and there can be conflict between liege and vassal, and even the sub-vassals. Say the king of the Iron Throne has the King's Peace on, and the Blackwoods start attacking the Brackens.
Unheard
and
of.
The River, yes, and Riverrun or the Riverlands doesn't do anything about that. The king can now get pissed at the Riverlands to try to enforce his own vassals to have peace, and there can be a whole lot of friction there. But I don't have the things in front of me, but it's a super cool mechanic.
During working on it, working on it with BW and going back and forth, it's an ironically named mechanic, but it's bringing back the thing is to try and cause a little more friction.
Yeah, I know from the thing I saw was that you can command another vassal to attack a vassal who's breaking the King's Peace, creating the conflict even larger.
So if the Brackens are attacking the Blackwoods, you can call in the Rygers. Or the Rygers, yeah. call someone else in to try to put an end to the conflict.
Yeah, or maybe you want to do a war, and maybe you happen to know that the queen is having an affair with her brother, and maybe you could tell the queen that her king's peace, well, she might have to wait a bit if she does not want this aired out to everyone. All a lot of intricate mechanics together.
I can now see the comments.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I see Nerdman's in the chat.
Yeah, Nerdman saying that he will make more dragon dolls.
The dragon dolls are so good. Like the 3D model and the events both.
Summer Islands, there hasn't been much work done on. I wouldn't have any ETA on them.
Yeah. It's a thing to where we can probably hit them any time. It just needs a bit of map work and mechanics. But I think they've been done province-wise somewhere internally somewhere.
Those have to be completely redone.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I mean, that wouldn't be a big deal, but yeah, we're just picky. That at this point we would just redo them.
It's
okay.
Yes.
It's also one of those things, like you said, your development drive is not that way. You're trying to get it so you can do the Asher King start date. Because it is the most requested thing. For example, even in my own comments, I can see it. So if it's making to my YouTube comments, it's definitely hitting your Mod Workshop comments.
All over the Discord.
Yep.
Yeah, because we don't have Mod Workshop comments activated.
That's probably
we actually have
wise.
the Steam. We have the Steam Workshop comments closed, so they can only comment in the Discord. And that just helps us keep all our feedback in one place, because if we're getting spammed with bugs over here and over there, and Nexus mods, and Twitter, and YouTube, and everywhere, things will get lost. So everything in one place is better. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, it's not because something feels like it's not coming that we're not thinking about it. I remember, up to this trailer, we were everyone was like, but when is this coming? When is this coming? Of course, we both, that would be lying that we also know that Lee's model is missing. But, sometimes things get in the way of, us being able to release a model. And so sometimes we have to wait a little longer for things completely outside our control. But, don't think, if it seems obvious that it's missing from the mod, don't worry that we also have it on our tabs.
Yeah, Lease was started long ago and then got remade more recently, and then it was just finally complete.
So we're getting very close to the time where I need to start rounding this convention down. But I will quickly, before I do another pull, I want to ask you guys, because I take it you've been watching some of the convention. Outside of the Game of Thrones mod, what mod, and Uber, I'm disqualifying any other mods that you're involved with, what mod has caught your interest the most from the rest of the modding community?
Prince of Darkness, that city mechanic thing that they have where you can take off over district by district of a city. Seems pretty bloody cool.
Imagine that in the Game of Thrones mod with the gold cloaks. I'm just saying.
Yeah, King's Landing. Yeah.
No.
It looks super cool. Well, I've had ideas like that in the past. When they first showed us what the tournament UI looked like, all the way back in Tours and Tournaments, I had an idea that was, this would be cool if we just replace all this art and make it King's Landing. And then instead of going to the armor or the tournament or all these sub things which give you events, I said, let these be different districts in King's Landing. But that never went anywhere. And then when they did the domiciles, so the adventure camps and stuff, I said, ooh, new art style. Maybe my other idea is easier to do. it still didn't go anywhere. So seeing Prince of Darkness do something similar is like, that looks pretty curious. That looks pretty good. But no, very impressive work.
Right. I will continue with, for me, like, from a visual standpoint, there is clearly the surprise from this evening, the Federation mod, like.
The space
Okay,
one.
they just put Stellaris to CK3 at this point. And while that's not my interest, I can only be amazed at the amount of work that has come into the anime mods. I've like watched the 20 minutes full of mechanics, and I can only imagine the amount of gigantic amount of work
It's
that it must have taken.
They got like a talking anime girl to advise you from the bottom of the screen. Like, whoa, that's a new level. So I agree with you there. Fox Willow, over to you.
I've been dealing with my children for the last several days.
Fine. Just say.
My brother made us go to the park with his kid. It's a whole thing.
Say
yesterday.
another mod that exists that isn't the Game of Thrones mod, and it probably was in the convention. Let's face it.
Whatever. Uber, what's your mod that wasn't just
the Catholic Trinity? A really
yeah, fan of the Catholic Trinity. You know, all three of them.
And finally, Verkos, what about you?
Probably the Avatar one. I really like holding models and such, so I will be very interested to see that.
That was a really good trailer.
It was a really good trailer as well.
I was watching that trailer and then I opened mine and I said, "God damn it!"
There are no mods. Last thing to say. Anyway, so I'm gonna quickly do another pull. If you guys want to cherry pick some questions while we do the final key giveaway, this is for all of Chapter 4 of CK3, and it is going to Rex_93. Congratulations,
Rex.
Any final questions, or shall I take the show home?
Let's.
Has that been all the key?
I think that's the final key.
Yeah.
King's Peace, Equalia, Pride, and Seven Kingdoms are distant, Dorne and North exempt of it. I'm not sure about exempt, but there may be I'm not sure on that one. We might have a setup so that they would be lesser, but I don't know if we have that yet.
Not to my knowledge.
Also, Uber, will you post the trailer on the YouTube channel? People have been asking.
I'll send it to Fox, and Mr. Fox will upload it to the YouTube channel. But I do want to make a comment, Mr. Spade. It is just Uber. The E is just for Discord. It's not Uber A. It's just Uber.
No, it's Uber.
Uber, yeah.
Uber of Bear Island.
Oh yeah, yes.
Well, okay. I'm gonna round out Modcon. Thank you so much for joining me, Game of Thrones team, and thank you for your showcase as well. I love the mod. I know so much of the community also loves the mod, so it's wonderful to hear from you. And good luck with continuing to develop the wonderful world that George R.R. Martin slowly writes for us.
Thank you, and thank you for being the ModCon host too. I get to say that as organizer. Thank you for hosting this entire day.
Thank you. Yes, well, thank you. Right, I'm going to close out the stream then, so I will see you guys later. Well, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. That's it from all of us here at ModCon. The Midgeman Sunday Megashow is complete. 8 hours of pure modding joy. Thank you to every modder that's taken part, everyone that's been in ModCon. It's wonderful to see you. Thank you for you, the viewers, for getting involved and for donating so much to charity. It's such a pleasure to see so many people wanting to be willing to help a cause. Thank you to the modders. Thank you to all the organizers for putting this together. And I guess all I can now say is, everybody, have a wonderful time zone wherever you are. And I will see you. I've been Midgeman. This has been Modcon 2025. Goodbye. Any last donos? I believe the donation page will be up so you still. But thank you so much.